Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is An Eagle Among Lions in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 31, My Dinner with Varley. Hours after the funeral, Edelgard still couldn't think straight. Even indoors at one of the study tables in the library, bundled up in the luscious wolf's fur cloak Dimitri had given her, she felt cold. Her hand trembled as her quill pen rested its nib idly against the next blank page in her notebook, and her eyes had roved over the same paragraph of her textbook at least a dozen times without a single word of it registering in her mind. A voice faintly registered in her ears, distant and unintelligible. The cold mist that had clung to the jade floor of the holy tomb still seemed to swirl around her, invisible but tangible all the same, muffling sound, blinding sight, chilling her to the bone. Edelgard? Your Highness? Are you all right? You're not gonna get her attention that way. Here, try this. A wad of paper struck her on the forehead, jolting her back to reality. She looked up and saw Ignatz and Sylvain both sitting at the far end of the table. She hadn't even noticed them enter the library, let alone sit down at the same table as her. Sylvain pointed to Ignatz. It was him. It wasn't. Ignatz protested. But, sorry, he said, nervously scratching at his scalp, but you've been sitting there since I got here and you haven't taken a single note. Or, turned the page or anything, so, I'm sorry if I'm overstepping my bounds, but... Sylvain rolled his eyes. Iggy, you are in dire need of some remedial lessons on talking to girls. What he's trying to say, Your Highness, is that you've been catatonic for like half an hour and it's starting to worry us. Ria said we don't need to worry about any more classes for the day, so just put that book away and... I dunno, do something relaxing. Even Ingrid's taking it easy today. Something relaxing. Edelgard looked down at the blank page and all of the notes she hadn't taken stared up at her. He was right. Being here was counterproductive at best. Did you have anything in mind? With a rakish, devil-may-care grin on his face, Sylvain propped up his cheek in his hand and leaned forward on his elbow. Well, as long as Ferdinand doesn't find out, I know a place in town. Sylvain. Ignatz gasped. That's inappropriate. Lesson 1, Iggy. Girls love sensitive guys. Go on, ask her if you can get her anything. That isn't necessary, Edelgard said, pulling herself up to her feet and closing both the textbook she'd been trying to read and her notebook, putting the stopper back in her inkwell, and putting away her quill pen. But I do thank you for the sentiments. Take care. She left the library, still dazed. As though having to be manhandled by Ria and stuffed into a hideous outfit and then forced to preside over a 3-hour religious ceremony hadn't been bad enough, her memory didn't care that the grisly ritual Ria had tried to make her a part of had been erased from history. She could still feel the sympathetic ache from 1,000 scars she didn't have in this world, and her eye felt like it was going to explode. And on top of that, an Agarthan replicant, or whatever Vul called his kind, had taken the form of Ingrid's father and tried to kill her. The other infiltrator, Vul had explained to her, had likely taken Count Galatia's form when he'd been en route to the monastery, if not earlier. After the funeral, while she'd been unconscious, he'd left the monastery, then sent his carriage out ahead of him, slipped back into the monastery, and gone to kill her. In a week or less, a letter would arrive to inform Ingrid that her father's carriage had been run off the road or beset by some other accident on its way back through the Okama Mountains. It was no different from the pain she'd caused herself and others in the pursuit of her goals in her world, Edelgard had told herself. In her world, Flane's kidnapping, Lonato's doomed rebellion, the tragedy at Remire, Geralt's death, the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people across all of Fodlan, had all weighed heavily on her, but ultimately, none of that had deterred her. All the sleepless nights they'd caused her, all the pain like a knife driven into her heart, all of it had been in service to a better world, and so even when the pain had been enough that she'd silently begged for death, she'd kept going. But could she keep destroying so much in this world, including her new friends' families and an innocent version of herself, for the sake of Dimitri? Was it really necessary for her to be the linchpin of saving his soul and stopping Operation Antediluvian? Shouldn't her first and only priority be finding a way home? Why should the fate of this world mean anything to her at all when the one she had reforged by her own hands was obviously more important to her? And yet what could she really do now, besides press onward? Just as it had been in her world, caught between the Church of Ceros and those who slither in the dark, did she have any choice but to forge ahead? Lost in her ruminations, she was reduced to an aimless wanderer throughout the monastery, until she felt herself slam into something tall and sturdy. Oh! As she stumbled backward and lost her footing, she saw a flash of her Uncle Folkhard's face and felt his hand clamp down on her forearm to keep her from falling. "El," he said, "is something the matter? You seem quite out of sorts." "I am," Edelgard said. "Never mind me. I was just on my way to my room to get some rest." "I do not think you should be up and about," he told her, "considering you fainted earlier today. It is for the best that you go to your room." "Why don't I escort you?" Edelgard felt a pang of suspicion. What if he'd been replaced again and was plotting to kill her? She couldn't count on Vul to save her every time. I can manage for myself," she said. "I understand. However, you were heading in the opposite direction to the dormitories." "Ah. Besides, I would like to have a word with you." He laid a gentle hand on Edelgard's shoulder, though it didn't feel as gentle as it should have felt. The hand slipped to her back and pushed her along toward the dormitories. "I am glad," he said, "that you have acclimated to the officers' academy and that your marks have improved. But I'm concerned for you. According to your classmates, these fainting spells of yours have been growing more frequent, you've even passed out on the battlefield a few times. And, well, 2 funerals makes it clear enough that the Blue Lion's house is exceptionally dangerous this year." "What are you saying?" she asked. "Perhaps I do push myself too hard, but my classmates value my contributions in the classroom and on the battlefield. As for the deaths, I think it might be for the best if I withdrew you from the academy." Edelgard was taken aback by Folkhard's suggestion. "Uncle, I think that ship has sailed. There are only a few weeks of classes left. If we were halfway through the term, or only a few months, by all means, I'd agree with you, but..." Deep down, though, she wondered if it was really such a bad idea. She'd inserted herself into too many events and endangered herself twice over more times than she could count, and this would keep herself and the other Edelgard's body safe, from Thales and Rhea both. But if she consigned herself to retreating to Castle Arundel and living the idle life of a spoiled princess, she'd be abandoning Dimitri, Byleth, and even Happy, and she'd be even further away from finding a permanent way home. Besides, Rhea certainly would put up a fight to keep her here. Edelgard knew that for sure now that she knew what twisted endgame the Archbishop had planned for her. Folkhard frowned. "I know it is very late in the term. But please, El, since Anselma passed, you have been all I have left to remember her by." He clasped her hands together and wrapped his own around them. "I love you as I would a daughter of my own. I would be devastated if the next casualty of your class happened to be you. And you know that your siblings, especially Hedwig, would be heartbroken." His lilac eyes grew misty. Edelgard found it hard to look into them and let her gaze focus itself on his boots. He put a hand under her chin and lifted her head so that she couldn't look away. "I know that people in Faerghus consider a valiant death the highest form of achievement. Perhaps some of that attitude has rubbed off on you, El, but..." He raised his hand and his finger brushed against the surface of her eye patch. "Just know that I am proud enough of you as you are right now." "Uncle," the word struggled to crawl up Edelgard's throat. It was so hard to see genuine tears in his eyes and to know that she was the cause of them. She took a deep breath, fighting against the lump in her throat. "Uncle Folkhard, consider this. If I arrange to take and pass my final certification exam early, perhaps I can graduate ahead of my class." At the very least, she hoped that offer would placate him, even if Rhea would never allow it. He smiled. "Oh. I suppose that is the most I can get from you. You always were so stubborn." They walked on together toward the dormitories. "Oh," he said, reaching into his cloak, "one more thing. I was just in the rookery awaiting news from Inber and these arrived." He pulled out 2 envelopes, both bearing wax seals identifying the sender as Anselm von Hresvelg. "One is for you, the other is for Miss Varley. As you two are classmates, I suppose you can deliver the latter letter to her." "Of course." Edelgard took them both, wondering what Anselm would have to say. Perhaps he'd heard that she and Ferdinand had written to Duke Aegir on behalf of Burkhard. Doubtless he wasn't happy. Volkhard wrapped his arms around her and held her close. "Please take care of yourself," he said, "my dear niece." "I'll do my best," she assured him. He left her with another voice adding to the chorus of doubts within her head. She went the rest of the way herself, stopping by Bernadetta's room on the first story to deliver the letter. She knocked on the door. "Hello, Bernadetta? I have something for you." Bernadetta answered with her usual muffled squeak. What is it? "I'm not, feeling great right now, so, is it small enough that you could slide it under the door?" "You mean like a letter?" "Yeah. If it's a letter, just slide it under the door, and I'll surely read it." "You knew you had a letter from Prince Anselm, didn't you, Bernadetta?" Maybe? How did you know?" "My uncle Volkhard found it in the rookery. He must have assumed you hadn't gotten it." Bernadetta was silent for a few seconds. "Darn," she finally said. "I've received a letter from him, too," Edelgard told her. "Actually, I'm a bit nervous about its contents, so perhaps it would help if we read our letters together." "Why you? Nervous? Why?" "Because Ferdinand and I wrote letters to Duke Aegir on Prince Burkhard's behalf," she said, "and I fear Anselm may have some choice words about that." The door creaked open and Bernadetta poked her head out. "Maybe, if we're both nervous together, we'll each be less nervous than we'd be individually," she suggested. "Exactly. Okay, sorry about the mess," she said, opening the door just wide enough to let Edelgard squeeze her way inside. Edelgard and Bernadetta exchanged letters. What if there are imperial family secrets in this letter?" Bernadetta asked, staring down at the one meant for Edelgard, "and if I find them out, it's treason." "Then no one but us needs to know about this," Edelgard assured her. She took a letter opener, broke the seal on Bernadetta's envelope, and opened it. "Okay. Here goes." Bernadetta took a deep breath and cracked Edelgard's envelope open. Edelgard read Anselm's letter to Bernadetta. "Dear Bernadetta, my wife-to-be. I cannot help but find myself immeasurably excited by the prospect of our swiftly approaching union. I have heard so much about you that has left me intrigued and eager to finally meet you and welcome you into the grand lineage of Hresvelg. In fact, I am so eager that I cannot bear to wait. I insist that you visit me at Varley Manor, where I am working with your father Count Gregoire von Varley on a mutually beneficial political partnership. Consider it the opening salvo of our courtship, though the conclusion is foregone. I know this is sudden, but I am certain that a bright student such as yourself will have no issue missing just a few days of class. Your fiancé, Anselm von Hresvelg." She relayed the letter's contents to Bernadetta, who listened to her in slack-jawed amazement. He's kidding, right?" she asked Edelgard. "I don't think Anselm is the type to kid," Edelgard replied. Anselm was obviously trying to butter Bernadetta up, unaware of just how difficult that was. "What about my letter?" "Oh, Bernadetta looked back down at Edelgard's letter. "So? Don't get mad at me, okay? You wouldn't shoot the messenger, would you?" "Of course not. If I have anyone to be mad at, it won't be you." She sighed, took a deep breath, rubbed her fingertips anxiously against the paper, and said, Prince Anselm is disappointed that you told Duke Aegir to support Burkhard. I'd bet he totally hates you and is just being polite about it, but, anyway, he wants you to come visit him. Now. At Varley Manor. So he can talk to you face to face." "I see," Edelgard said. "I'd been hoping to have a chance to speak to him in person anyway, so this works out well for me." Bernadetta took a deep breath, then another one, then another. "What if it's a trap? What if Father made this whole thing up and when I show up he'll just grab me and lock me in the cellar for being a bad daughter? I don't think your father can fake my brother's handwriting, or the Hresvelg seal. And if he does mean to lock you up, well, I find my axe to be very good at breaking down doors, walls, and people." Bernadetta managed to let out a fraught, high-pitched nervous little laugh. "Anselm isn't the type to take no for an answer," Edelgard continued, "but since he wants me to visit as well, I can assure you that neither he nor your father will hurt you." Bernadetta crossed her arms over her chest and hugged herself tightly, crumpling Edelgard's letter under her curled fingers. Do I have to? Edelgard looked at timid little Bernie, noting her hunched-over posture, the semi-permanent furrow of her brow, the way she shivered, and imagined the Bernadetta she knew still an anxious loner, still nervous around other people, still prone to the occasional panic attack and bout of hysteria, but with a refined and cultivated inner strength that let her stand tall and proud even in the darkest times. She knew exactly what Bernadetta needed, due to her experience with her own Bernadetta. The most important thing about Bernadetta was that she wanted to be brave, and that all she needed to become brave was help. At least she wasn't like Hubert. Edelgard wouldn't have to mold her into a morally ambiguous rat. Brave Bernie does, Edelgard told Bernadetta. And she doesn't have to do it alone. Brave Bernie, Bernadetta intoned. She nodded. Yeah. Bernadetta the fearless. No, make that Bernadetta the absolutely terrified, but going for it anyway. That's the spirit. Can Professor Byleth come along, too? She asked. No harm in asking, Edelgard said. She left Bernadetta behind and headed for the stairs, but as soon as she reached the top of the staircase, she paused, hearing the sound of both Dimitri's voice and Thales drifting through the second-floor hallway. I do not see why you must withdraw, Felix. The term is nearly over. Graduation is a little over a month away. It is kind of you to advocate on his behalf, but this is a matter between father and son. Felix has accused me of treason. I spent a week held captive by the Knights of Syros because of his rampant paranoia. He must face discipline. But still what, Dimitri? You do not think I will do anything untoward to him, do you? My own son. I know that Felix has hurt you, Rodrigue. But I think it came from a place of love and concern. He saw that you were close to people like Lady Cornelia. A mistake I shall never make again. And he. You must understand, he acts harshly toward people he cares for. I know my own son, Dimitri. And dragging him away from the academy, do you not think it will only make him more resentful of you? I hope I have not done something new to offend you. What? No. Rodrigue, I mean no disrespect, I am truly grateful for everything you have done. I have my disagreements with Felix, but I still consider him a friend, and I am simply trying to see things from his viewpoint. You are the king of Faerghus, not him. Your viewpoint is the only one that matters. In time, even he will have no choice but to bow to you. I shall see to that. There was a pregnant pause. I think Annette fancies him, Dimitri said. And? So what? Thales replied, very obviously trying hard not to snarl. He let out a resigned sigh, though, and Edelgard heard his tone modulate. Perhaps you are right, he said to Dimitri, his voice softer and kinder, conciliatory even. I do apologize for snapping at you, Dimitri. The stress of my situation was simply weighing too heavily on my shoulders for a moment, as it was too that morning when I disciplined Felix. Perhaps I should show some clemency, just this once. You are going to make a very wise king, my boy. Thank you, Rodrigue, Dimitri replied, taken aback by Thales' sudden change in demeanor. Edelgard supposed that Thales' method of blowing hot and cold in the same breath was the key to ensuring Dimitri's subservience. The same hand that harmed was also the hand that healed. Thales knew exactly when to concede to Dimitri's whims and make him feel as though he were in control. I have Professor Byleth and Elle to thank for that. Humph. Is that all? And you, of course, Rodrigue. I thought that went without saying. So, Felix may stay. He may. But do keep an eye on him. See to it he ceases speaking such seditious rubbish against his own house. Edelgard slowly crept backward down the stairs as Thales' footsteps echoed down the hall so that when he came down the staircase, he wouldn't think she'd been close enough to overhear. He descended into view above her, a sardonic grin lighting up his face at the sight of her. Oh, he said. Hello, Your Highness. Are you feeling well? I heard you fainted after the funeral and had to be taken to the infirmary. You must be feeling better now. Like a new woman, in fact. Edelgard realized before she could spit some defiant remark his way that he obviously thought she had been replaced. Like a new woman indeed, Lord Frildarius, she said, returning his smile with a sly one of her own. Will you be leaving the monastery today? Yes, yes, I am on my way right now. Has Count Galatea departed yet? He has. I wish him a safe trip. The mountains can be treacherous this time of year. Varley territory was small, its territory comprising the foothills of the Okama Mountains northwest of Gronderfield, but within its borders was a mineral-rich part of the mountain range, which made House Varley a very wealthy and powerful house. Just as Gronderfield in Burghley's territory fed half of Fodlan, so too did the mines and smelting furnaces of House Varley Armit. Bernadetta's home, if only in a strictly formal sense, of Varley Manor was due south of Garreg Mach, nestled in the mountains. It was actually quite easily accessible from the monastery, even though the winding roads that ran up and down the mountain slopes suggested otherwise. A caravan leaving at sunrise could arrive before sundown if the weather was favorable, in only an hour or two if one traveled via Pegasus or Wyvern instead of by horse-drawn carriage. The manor sprawled as much as it could across the rough and uneven terrain, overlooking one of many mining towns throughout Varley's domain. Ornate wrought iron fences and gates enclosed its grounds, and the same iron ornaments sharpened the snow-laden eaves of its pointed rooftops into spears aimed at the heavens. Farther up the mountain's slope was a grim garrison casting its martial shadow over manor and town both. Though it was long disused, Edelgard recalled using it as the site of a provisional camp preceding her assault on Garreg Mach. The carriage that brought Bernadetta and Edelgard to Varley Manor also carried 2 other guests. While Byleth hadn't been able to attend, ostensibly due to too much work, but actually to keep an eye on Vul and Dimitri, Sylvain had insisted on coming along for Bernadetta's protection, and Ingrid had insisted on coming along so that Sylvain wouldn't make an ass of himself. The heavy wrought iron gate that separated House Varley from the commoners swung open to allow them access. The carriage came to a stop in the front yard and the 4 travelers disembarked. The air was not only cold but hellishly dry. As soon as she stepped outside, Edelgard could feel her skin starting to crack. The attendant who welcomed them to the manor offered a polite bow to Edelgard and to Bernadetta, but squinted suspiciously at Sylvain and Ingrid. Don't mind them, Edelgard told him. They are Lady Bernadetta's classmates, they have traveled with us at her behest. The attendant nodded. Yes, lady. I shall have Count Varley and Prince Anselm informed of your arrival at once, he said, and he turned his back on them and headed for the door. Sylvain took a deep breath, stretching as he stepped out of the carriage and put his feet on solid ground for the first time since breakfast. It's so brisk here, he exclaimed. Reminds me of back home. Who'd have thought you guys would have a little piece of Faerghus this far south? So, Bernie, I bet Ingrid's dying to know what your dad's gonna serve us for dinner. Any ideas? Bernadetta merely stared at the manor's foreboding facade, nervously kneading her hands. She was unusually well groomed for this occasion, her tangled mop of violet hair freshly conditioned and combed straight, a subtle application of makeup adding a touch of color to her face, and a modest yet formal gown replacing her typical wardrobe. Reading the faraway look in her gray eyes, Edelgard started having second thoughts about bringing her here. She put her hand to Bernadetta's shoulder. It's all right, Bernadetta, she assured her. You're not alone. I wonder if any of my plants are still in my room, Bernadetta mumbled. Eventually, the attendant came back and led the 4 of them into the manor, seating them in the parlor. Varley territory was famous for its iron work, blacksmithing, and whitesmithing, and the decorations of the manor inside and out showed that off with pride. Every staircase had wrought iron banisters, the mahogany grandfather clock in the foyer was inlaid with delicate gold filigree, pewter vases shaped into unique and exotic vessels stood on display, some containing bouquets of flowers, some containing nothing at all but simply flaunting their designs. Suits of steel armor decorated with intricate patterns of gold leaf and red paint as shiny as polished brass stood guard in the hallways like silent sentinels, gripping swords and axes in their hands. Edelgard and the others had only just taken their seats in the parlor when one of their hosts came to greet them. Anselm stepped into the room, a sumptuous burgundy cape draped over his shoulders and swirling in his wake. The richness and finery of his clothes spoke clearly to the station he wished to attain. The last time Edelgard had seen him, he'd worn his shoulder-length jet black hair in a carefully and deliberately tousled mane. Now, though, to demonstrate his seriousness, it was combed and tied straight back, with just a few wisps falling over his high forehead. His face looked severe at first glance, with narrow and beady eyes and a wide mouth drawn in a thin-lipped scowl, but the scowl immediately turned into a grin. Anselm flung out his arms. He boomed in his deep, rich voice. I was worried you wouldn't come. Edelgard waited for a moment before realizing he wanted her to come to him. She stood up from her chair. Ansansi. It's good to see you again. I do apologize for. Save the serious matters for after supper, he said, wrapping her up in his arms and pressing her to his chest. He hugged the way Hedwig did like it was an arm wrestling competition in which he could use both arms. You're I who did this to you. It's just a minor irritation, nothing more, Edelgard insisted. Ah, that's a relief. If I'd found you mutilated, I would move heaven and earth seeking justice. Now, you must be starving. You and. His gaze turned to Bernadetta. And this lovely specimen. I can see the family resemblance. You must be Lady Bernadetta von Varley. He strode across the parlor to where Bernadetta was sitting and, before she could throw herself behind the sofa to hide from him, he fell to one knee and took her gently by the hand. Bernadetta, you are as enchanting as I had hoped, he said, planting a kiss upon her hand. Seeing you in the flesh, I grow more certain than ever before that I will be made emperor, by rook, or by crook, if only so I can make you the empress you so richly deserve to be. Sylvain rolled his eyes. Bernadetta snatched her hand away from Anselm. I am sorry. I didn't mean to. I just don't like Bernie, shut up, it doesn't matter what you like. Who says it doesn't matter what you like? Anselm said, full of mock indignation. Bernadetta cowered before him. Very well. If you dislike being kissed on the hand, then tell me, are your cheeks forbidden as well? Bernadetta looked up at him and blinked blearily, as petrified as a rabbit who'd been cornered by a fox. Anselm's head turned as he noticed Sylvain, who immediately tried to look as though he hadn't been in mid-eye roll, and Ingrid. More guests. And familiar ones at that. I saw you both at Gronder Field some months ago, didn't I? He studied them carefully. Ingrid stood up and offered him a polite bow. Your Highness, I am in. He lifted his hand in the air to silence her. No, let me figure it out. It's on the tip of my tongue. He thought for a moment. Oh, right. Ingrid Brandel Galatea and Sylvain José Gautier. I will admit, I didn't expect to see you here. We're Bernie's friends, Your Highness, Sylvain said. We came here for, moral support. Excellent, Anselm said, briskly rubbing his hands. A pleasure to make both of your acquaintances. He took a seat next to Bernadetta. She inched away from him. He inched closer. Don't be such a mouse, he told her. After you graduate, we are going to spend the rest of our lives together. Your Highness, would you mind asking me what you studied when you attended Garreg Mach? Ingrid asked, seizing on an opportunity to distract him. Faith, he said. I finished the term with a Holy Knight certification. My rank was just as high in reason, and Hanuman tried to push me into a dark warlock for my final exam, but I wanted my record to reflect that I took my most difficult subject and made it my greatest strength. And what are the four of you planning to graduate as? A Pegasus Knight, Ingrid answered. I've always liked to fly. A Dark Knight, Sylvain said. I guess that makes us opposites, Your Highness. Wait, you said you studied a bit of dark magic, too. He looked to Edelgard. Edelgard, aren't you studying dark magic right now? Yes, it's for my Valkyrie certification, she said. Anselm's eyes lit up. Wonderful, perhaps I can provide you with some tutoring while you're here, he said to her. And you, my dear Bernadetta? Bow Knight, Bernadetta piped up. If I make it to the exam. I see. Perhaps the five of us can go out riding tomorrow, should the weather permit. The five of them were served tea, and while they waited for Count Varley to greet them, they made idle small talk. None of them were willing quite yet to address the wyvern in the room and ask him why he was so intent on causing so much political chaos in the Empire, even though it was clear that it was on everybody's minds. So, Sylvain, Anselm said. You had an older brother, right? I could have sworn I'd heard of him. Miquelon, was it? Sylvain nodded, his forced pleasant smile slipping. Yeah. I heard about what happened to him. It's quite a shame. Anselm took a sip of his tea. Raising an army and occupying a fortress shows real talent. I'm sorry the world had to lose him. I'm not, Sylvain blurted out, prompting a jab in his side from Ingrid. Oh? You didn't get along well with him, then? He chuckled. No, I didn't. He was a real piece of work. A sly smile tugged at Anselm's lips. Well, I was complimenting his talent and skill, not his moral character. And it was an army of half-starved bandits and an abandoned fortification, so, not really that impressive. Ignoring Sylvain, Anselm's gaze fell on Bernadetta. Dear Bernadetta, you've hardly said a word. How is your tea? Fine, she said. Not too hot. No, the temperature's just right. I see. You haven't taken a single sip, though. He took another sip. If you're worried about poison, I can assure you that if we were in any danger, your friends would already be dead. Bernadetta set down her teacup. I think I need to freshen up, she said. She looked at Edelgard with eyes that shouted out, help me. Can I, please leave? I mean, just for a moment, not forever. I'm not gonna sneak out the window or anything. What an oddly specific denial. Of course, go, Anselm said to her. I need to freshen up, too, Edelgard said, setting her tea aside. Please excuse me. She followed Bernadetta into the hall and down a corner until the two of them were well out of earshot of anyone else. Bernadetta shuddered and took a deep breath. He's so frightening, she gasped. He definitely does come on strong, Edelgard noted. He does seem fond of you, but since he's only just met you, it stands to reason that he doesn't know how to behave around you yet. Bernadetta's brow furrowed. He doesn't know how to, huh? Well, take myself, for instance. Weren't you frightened of me when we first met? She nodded. Terrified. Utterly terrified. As I recall, it took me about 6 months to learn how to treat you. And now you don't have any problem speaking to me. But I don't have 6 months until I marry him. And besides, Bernadetta said, glancing down the hall as though afraid Anselm might have followed her, he's a lot more terrifying than you. Edelgard was taken aback for a moment. She was used to being the terrifying one. He's just overeager, she said to Bernadetta. But there's nothing for you to be afraid of. He's just as human as you or I. I'm sure Father's been telling him all kinds of horrible things about Bernie, Bernadetta said. He's definitely just acting nice so he can humiliate Bernie in front of everyone. She took a deep, halting breath, her chest heaving. Oh, goddess, just thinking about dinner is making me nauseous. I'll spend the whole time fidgeting and Father's gonna yell at me and Anselm's going to be disgusted. Bernie, you idiot, you should have just thrown yourself in a snowbank and let yourself freeze to death. Bernadetta, Edelgard said, taking her by the shoulders and gently pulling her inward, listen to me and breathe. I know it's hard to be here. I know how brave you're being right now. You're not just here to meet Anselm, you're here to prove to yourself that you can overcome your fear of your father. Just as you overcame your fear of me, of Dimitri, of the rest of our classmates. But, Bernadetta sniffled. My father is so much more terrifying than Dimitri or Didu. They're nice, deep down. But with my father, there is no deep down. All the more reason to stand tall and proud against him. Edelgard wiped the tears welling up in Bernadetta's eyes. Don't worry. Sylvain, Ingrid, and I are here to defend and advocate for you. There was a muffled shout from the parlor. Edelgard sighed. In fact, it sounds like Sylvain is advocating for you right now. Bernadetta wrapped her arms around her and squeezed her half to death. Okay, Edelgard. I'll do it. I'll be brave Bernie again. I know I said that 15 times on the carriage ride over, but I mean it this time. Bernadetta the brave. Bernadetta the absolutely terrified, but going for it anyway, Edelgard added, patting Bernadetta on the cheek. Count Varley himself did not make an appearance until it was time for dinner, meeting his guests in the dining room. He was tall, pale, thin, and imposing, with a hard cut, stony face obscured by silver bristles dotted with just a few specks of violet here and there. A pair of glasses sat perched on his nose, occasionally catching the light and transforming for brief instants into flickering opaque discs that obscured the steely gray of his eyes. A perpetual disappointed scowl seemed permanently affixed to his face. To say he was an affable host would have spat in the face of the very concept of hospitality, though he at least deigned to offer Anselm and Edelgard both curt, formal bows. The dinner table had 6 seats. Count Varley sat at the head of the table, with Bernadetta on the left side sandwiched between him and Anselm, an unenviable situation if ever there was one, Edelgard and Ingrid on the right side with an empty seat between them and the Count, and Sylvain at the foot of the table. Count Varley's eyes slid off of Bernadetta, like water off a duck's back. He barely acknowledged her until she had taken her seat at the table and raised a spoon to the bowl of lamb stew awaiting her. Elbows off the table, he hissed sharply at her. With a startled yelp, Bernadetta dropped her spoon to the floor. It clattered to the floor, and with the sound of metal on stone ringing in everyone's ears, she sat motionless, paralyzed, her jaw hanging slack and her eyes wide. "Your elbow is still on the table," he pointed out to her, forcing her to shamefully avert her eyes. He looked to Anselm. "Your Highness, I must apologize on Bernadetta's behalf. As I warned you, she is a stupid girl." Edelgard swore she could hear Ingrid and Sylvain grinding their teeth. "That's hardly an appropriate way of speaking about your own daughter, sir, with all due respect," she said. "When you have a daughter of your own, your Highness, you'll understand," Count Varley retorted. "No need to apologize," Anselm said. "I shall take her as she is. I still believe she will make a good wife yet, no matter how much effort I must put into her." Bernadetta's face crumpled like a wad of old parchment paper. Her worst fears had been confirmed. She gulped and stared down at her stew. "I'm not hungry," she mumbled. "May I?" "Speak up," Count Varley snapped. "I swear to the goddess, you must think we're all a bunch of mice, the way you squeak." "Yes, speak up, Bernadetta," Anselm said, nodding in agreement. "Excuse me, Count Varley," Ingrid spoke up. "I don't suppose you're kept abreast about your daughter's academic performance." "I receive a progress report from the academy each month," he said. He didn't sound impressed. "There are things progress reports cannot tell you," she replied. "Bernadetta is one of the best archers in Garreg Mach. Her aim is impeccable and her reaction times are superb. And she's so quick that sometimes I think she could outrun a horse. On our assignments, I'm proud to fight alongside her. If you think that's stupid, then I'd like to put a bow and arrow in your hands and see how well you fare." Count Varley almost looked bored. "With all due respect, sir," she added. Her green eyes could have been daggers for all their intensity. He slipped a forkful of stew into his mouth and thoughtfully chewed it, then swallowed. "That's one thing she can do right then, I suppose. A bow is a coward's weapon, though. Like those barbaric Amirans. Aren't you any good with an axe, Bernie?" "Count Varley, there is no such thing as a cowardly weapon," Edelgard answered, growing angrier by the second. "What you call cowardly," she added with a forced smirk, "I prefer to call good tactics. Bernadetta can fell one enemy halfway across the battlefield and already have her bow drawn and aimed at the next by the time he hits the ground. Do you call that cowardly?" "Edelgard," Anselm said, "is that any way to speak to our host? You are a guest of Count Varley. I think you owe him an apology. If you were offended by that, Count Varley, then I am sorry, you were offended." She could have reached across the table and strangled Anselm, though she was almost certain he was only toadying up to Count Varley to stay on his good side. An uncomfortable silence descended upon the dining hall, broken only by the sound of eating and drinking and of silverware scraping against ceramic. "So, you there, boy," Count Varley said to Sylvain, "you're the Gautier, aren't you?" "Yeah," Sylvain said tersely. "Your father has told me quite a lot about you." "I bet he has," he muttered. "You two get along pretty well, probably. I don't consort much with nobles from Faergus, but I know your father well enough from business. He's bought plenty of Varley steel. And what brings you here?" "I'm Bernie's friend." "Why?" Sylvain blinked, befuddled. "Did you just ask me why I'm her friend?" "Yes. I'm quite curious, since from what I hear you've broken almost as many women's hearts as there are women in Fodlan. Even Sylvain is capable of demonstrating some human decency from time to time, Ingrid interjected. Unsaid, but clear in her defiant glare, was added unlike you. I'm glad to hear that, Anselm said. Of course, I want my future wife to be unspoiled. Edelgard couldn't see Count Varley's boots underneath the table, but she was sure they were so clean they all but sparkled. On a different note, out of curiosity, Anselm added, Count Varley, who is set to inherit the management of House Varley when you retire. Bernadetta, of course, will be too busy at my side. Count Varley let out a sharp, derisive bark of laughter. Of course House Varley will not fall under her management. Heaven forbid. I had an older son by my first wife. He will be the next Count Varley. And where is he now? He serves in the Imperial Navy. He saw action in the Brigid Dada War. Sank 3 of those primitive savages' ships. You must be proud of him. I hope nothing unfortunate befalls him in the line of duty. Bernadetta stood up. I would like to be excused. I'm nauseous. Sit down, Count Varley snapped, rising to his feet. We are entertaining guests, Bernadetta. If you have no appetite, then sit still until the rest of us have finished. We are preparing for the most important thing you will ever do with your wretched life, and if you ruin this, then... Sylvain rose to his feet, unable to take any more of this. Edelgard hadn't realized how utterly lovesick he must have been to be so pig-headedly chivalrous all of a sudden whenever Bernadetta's honor came under attack. Hey! Excuse me, Count Varley, Anselm said, interrupting him. It would be a shame if Lady Bernadetta were to be sick all over this fine table. Why don't I escort her to the powder room and allow her to calm her nerves in her stomach, if that's what she needs? Count Varley rolled his eyes. So long as you don't allow her to lock herself in her bedroom. I cannot tell you the number of servants who have fallen for that trick. Lock herself in her bedroom. Whatever for? Oh, you know, Count Varley said with a dismissive flick of his wrist. Her stupid hobbies. Stupid hobbies? Bernadetta taught Prince Dimitri how to crochet, Sylvain blurted out. And she won a ghost story contest against Mercedes, of all people. And you should have seen the portrait she did of Laurence. She made the poor guy almost look handsome. Anselm looked to Count Varley, as though waiting for his cue. I'm sorry to hear that such juvenile trash impresses you, Count Varley said to Sylvain. Are you as dazzled by playing card tricks? Would you be so delighted if I produced a shiny gold coin from behind your ear? If you think card tricks are nothing to sneeze at, you haven't seen mine. Anselm chuckled. She tells stories, sir, he asked, incredulous. The most asinine pablum you can imagine. Not fit to be read as bedtime fables for toddlers. I thought I'd cured her of that lunacy long ago, when I had her read one of her stories aloud to the rest of the servants. Oh, how they laughed. Anselm laughed as though on cue. Oh, don't you worry, sir, I will see to it she's cured of that habit. He stood up and pushed in his seat. Come along, my dear Bernadetta. I need to refresh myself as well, Edelgard said, circling around to the other side of the table. It was easy enough to tell from a glance that Bernadetta couldn't handle being alone with Anselm. As she passed Ingrid, she whispered, Please don't let Sylvain kill Count Varley. Can't make any promises, Ingrid whispered back through gritted teeth. The fact that most of her stew had yet to be inhaled was a testament to how upset she was. Edelgard took Bernadetta with her into the hallway, with Anselm following behind. Bernadetta clung to her arm and with a remarkable show of self-restraint managed to hold back a whimper until the door behind them had swung shut. What an odious, disgusting, ill-tempered, uncultured, joyless swine of a man, Anselm spat. I am at my wit's end with this sentient collection of pig's feces. He glanced around the hall with a sour frown. Like Edelgard, he'd surely taken note of how gloomy and oppressive the decor was, as proud as House Varley was of its metal trade. The wrought iron that found its way into seemingly every part of the manor made the place feel more like a prison than a home. It certainly fit the Count's character, it was miserable in its beauty. Bernadetta burst into tears, muffling her sobs in Edelgard's chest. Edelgard gently ran her fingers through her hair with one hand while the other hand traced gentle circles between her shoulder blades. "You," she said to Anselm, "are sucking up to Count Varley, aren't you? I suspected as much. I'm afraid it's the only way to stay in that curmudgeonly miser's good graces, considering we got off to a bit of a rocky start," he said with a shrug of his shoulders. "Unfortunately, I need Count Varley to not only tolerate but like me at least until I've gotten what I want from him. Then he can rot for all I care. Preferably, in a dungeon." He reached out and put a hand to Bernadetta's shoulder. "Bernadetta, my dear. It is all right. I did not mean a word of those horrible things I said. It is simply politics." Bernadetta wailed and shrank deeper into Edelgard's arms. "You know, I'm something of an artistic soul myself," he added. "When I was at Garreg last year, I organized a production of a ballet for the winter ball. I played the Rat King." His face cracked into a smile. "Do you remember going to see that, Elle? Ah, the two of us were kings and queens of drama. We used to stage little plays for Hetty and Pascal, too, no matter how much our older siblings would tease us for it. Go ahead and tell her about it. Tell her about that one time you made fake blood out of strawberry jelly for a production of The Merchant of Derdrieu and nearly sent Hubert into an apoplectic fit." Bernadetta still kept her face hidden, though her sobbing and whimpering had subsided. Anselm patted her on the shoulder again. "Bernadetta? My dear, listen to me. I am on your side in all things. You can trust me." He looked to Edelgard. "Elle, perhaps you should explain it to her." "Bernadetta has difficulty trusting people," she answered, "and with a father like that, I'm certain you can see why. Being so two-faced won't endear you to her." "Of course," he said, "but what choice do I have? This is the reality of statecraft. I cannot be judged by my words or deeds, only my goals, should I achieve them." Edelgard found that sentiment uncomfortably familiar. What, she wondered, were Anselm's goals, precisely? Bernadetta slowly, carefully eased herself out of Edelgard's grip and gave Anselm a hesitant glance. "Are you sure you didn't bring me here so you could humiliate me in front of my friends?" "Why would I do that?" he asked, wrinkling his nose. "I didn't expect you to bring your friends. And I wasn't aware that you and Edelgard were already acquainted. So you thought it was just going to be me, alone, having to deal with my father all by myself?" she asked, allowing herself a rare moment of anger. The affable grin on Anselm's face shrunk a bit. "Well," he said, taken aback, "you would hardly have been alone." Edelgard almost pitied him, although, of course, she felt much sorrier for Bernadetta. Anselm had no idea who he was dealing with, and it was far more to his fiancée's detriment more than his own. "Think of it this way," he added. "Bernadetta, my dear, what you see of me in front of your idiot father is simply a facade. What you see now, in the parlor, and whenever we are beyond his reach, that is my true face." "So you're lying to him?" Bernadetta said, squinting suspiciously at him with her lips pursed. "I'm fooling him, dear," Anselm corrected. "And I have never met an easier man to fool, the perfect combination of stupid and arrogant. I am so relieved that you and him have nothing in common." Yeah," she admitted, softening up a bit, "I guess the apple falls pretty far from the tree, huh? It fell so far that you may as well have come from another orchard. You don't belong here, Bernadetta. I'm certain of that now." He reached out to her, but seeing her shrink away from his fingertips as though repulsed, he thought better of it and drew back his hand. "I can't wait to take you away from all this. You are going to be so much happier as a Hresvelg." A tentative smile lit up Bernadetta's face, a small spark lit in her heart against the paranoid darkness that so often fogged up her thoughts. Okay. But maybe you could tone it down a bit? I mean, you don't have to be a total sycophant, do you?" "I suppose not," Anselm conceded. "Well, I suppose we should return to the dinner table before your father starts to worry you've escaped his wicked clutches." Bernadetta nervously acquiesced to being led back to the dining room. When Edelgard opened the door for her and Anselm, the three of them were immediately greeted by the back half of an indignant tirade by, of all people, Ingrid. "And he was the kindest and bravest man I'd ever known, so if you dare spew that attitude about commoners again." Ingrid stopped in mid-tirade as Bernadetta timidly shuffled back into the room. Oh, she said. Her face was red, a moment ago from anger, now from embarrassment. Sorry, Bernadetta. Bernadetta, why did you bring with you such ill-mannered guests? Count Varley asked Bernadetta. I suppose it's to be expected from Fairgus. I cannot say I approve of you fraternizing with them. In all fairness, Ingrid's had a bit too much to drink, Sylvain said, gesturing to her nearly full wine glass. Real lightweight, he added with a wink. Be that as it may, Count Varley said, standing at the head of the table, I can only extend my hospitality toward you cretinous excuses for nobility so far. Sylvain mumbled something under his breath. Edelgard barely caught the word dick. I expect you two to leave the manor at first light tomorrow. The servants will see you to the guest bedrooms and see to it you are promptly evicted tomorrow. I am certain there is room at the inn if you need somewhere to stay until Lady Edelgard and my daughter are ready to leave. Got it, Sylvain said. I am headed to my study, Your Highness, Count Varley said to Anselm. I have more to discuss with you. Of course, Count Varley, Anselm said, once again plastering a sycophantic smile on his face. The two of them left the dining room together. As the servants came to collect the remains of dinner, Count Varley and Anselm had been the only ones to finish their bowls, as everyone else had been too disgusted to eat their fill. Ingrid nervously looked to her peers. I didn't mean to lose my temper there, she told Bernadetta. Please forgive me. The things he said about commoners. I just couldn't let that go unchallenged. For Ash's sake. Who knew it was you we needed to worry about, huh? Sylvain asked, taking one of the mostly full wine glasses from one of the servants before they could whisk it off the table and downing it in one gulp. Anyway, thanks for getting us kicked out, Ingrid. We've been here less than 2 hours and I already can't stand the idea of spending one more day with that guy. During the disastrous dinner, the Varley estate's servants had taken the guests' bags and brought them to their respective bedrooms. Bernadetta's room was in the north wing of the manor, Edelgard's, Ingrid's, and Sylvain's guest bedrooms were in the south. There was plenty more available bedrooms in the north wing, of course, but Edelgard assumed that Count Varley had told his servants to spread the guests out, particularly the unexpected ones, as a sign of his disdain for them. Since the night was still young, they decided that the rest of the evening was best spent together, and so they met in the north wing with Bernadetta instead of remaining on the other side of the manor. I hope you don't mind our company, Ingrid said as Bernadetta fiddled nervously with the doorknob. I know your bedroom is a sanctuary of sorts for you. We can leave if... No, it's fine, Bernadetta said to her. I mean... I don't think I've left anything too embarrassing in my room. Except for the plants, and a few old manuscripts, and the paintings. Oh, no, the paintings. We can meet up in one of the guest bedrooms instead, Edelgard suggested. It's okay. It's okay, you've done so much for me already. I know a couple silly old paintings aren't going to scare you off or anything. Just don't touch anything or look at anything or... The door swung open. Bernadetta gasped, horrified. The room was as bare as a prison cell. There were no half-finished sketches or canvases daubed with long-faded paints strewn around the floor, the dresser drawers were empty, and a sad trio of empty ceramic pots on the windowsill were the only signs that there had once been vegetation in this room. Even the wallpaper had been stripped away to leave naked wood paneling behind. The bed still had its sheets, thankfully, but those and the travel bags piled at the foot of the bed were the only splash of color in the drab, dull room. Bernadetta looked as though she'd been struck across the face. He got rid of everything, she gasped. She chewed her lip, distressed and heartbroken. Even the succulents. Ingrid laid a hand on her shoulder. I'm so sorry, Bernadetta. Bernadetta stepped over the threshold and into the empty room with slow, plodding steps, as though she were under an enchantment. The floorboards creaked under her feet. With a forlorn sigh, she flopped onto the bed and listened to the bed springs squeak under her weight. I guess there's no harm in you coming in, she said to the others. If I had another few glasses of wine in me I'd drag that dastard out of his study and throw him out the window, Sylvain muttered. And I'd let you, Ingrid added. Bernadetta, your father, even after everything you told us about him, I hadn't thought it was possible for him to be so awful. She joined Bernadetta on the side of the bed. My father can be difficult sometimes, frustrating, and a bit pig-headed, but at least he's kind. It didn't occur to me that yours could be so devoid of redeeming qualities. Perhaps sometime you can visit Galatea and see what a decent father is like. He'd be happy to meet you. While Bernadetta mustered a bitter laugh, the news of Count Galatea's death formed a pit in Edelgard's stomach. At this very moment, Count Galatea's carriage was likely laying in a crumple heap on the northern slopes of the Okama Mountains. Those who slither in the dark, if they'd kept his body, had likely placed it amid the wreckage so that no one would hold out any hope that he could have survived. Ingrid didn't know. She wouldn't until some poor soul found him underneath the shattered wheels and the broken bodies of the horses half buried in the snow. If it's any consolation, Bernie, my dad's a piece of shit, too, Sylvain said. Just look at how my big brother turned out. And Edelgard's family is its own mess. He sat down on the bed beside her. I think I've figured out how your dad's mind works, though. First and foremost, he hasn't got one. He just takes in whatever you give him and puts out spite, kinda like how a horse takes in oats and puts out dung. Bernadetta burst out laughing. So here's what you've got to do. Next time he insults you, you turn it right back on him. Thanks, Bernadetta said. I'm glad you're all here. There's no way Bernie could do all this without any of your help. Even though I've been scared out of my mind this whole time, it felt nice to hear you saying all those things about me. I'm used to just avoiding dinner altogether so I don't have to be in the same room as my father, but because you were there I could at least have a little bit of that stew while it was still warm. No wonder you're so thin, Ingrid remarked. As though to agree with her, her stomach growled so loudly that everybody in the room could clearly hear it. It's not like I'd skip eating entirely, Bernadetta said. Actually, what I'd do was, she took a deep breath and lowered her voice, as though worried the walls themselves might hear her. Sometime after dinner, when the coast is clear, I'd sneak into the kitchen and steal leftovers. It's the same thing I do at the academy when I, don't want to be around people. Sylvain snickered. Are you suggesting we all go down to the kitchen like a bunch of thieves and gorge ourselves on cold stew? I'm not sure our snooty friends here would approve. Sure. Anything, Ingrid said. My stomach is just about wrapped around my spine right now. I'll eat whatever we can find. It's not the most dignified way to eat, Edelgard agreed, but food is food. She'd had worse during the war than cold stew. Bernadetta, since you know the lay of the land, you'll be leading us. Our mission is to seize control of the kitchen. In spite of it all, Bernadetta let out a genuinely mirthful giggle. All right, let's go, she said with a smile. With the three of you on my side, there's no way we'll fail. Hardened by the promise of food, the four of them crept through Varley Manor toward the kitchen, which Bernadetta insisted was probably empty by now, though they quickly found themselves faced with an unexpected obstacle. Lost on the way to your bedrooms? Anselm asked with a wry quirk of his lips. I'm sure the servants could be of help, no need to creep around like a pack of thieves. Oh, hi, Prince Anselm, Bernadetta said. Or is it just Anselm? Sorry. Anyway, no, I'm just, taking my friends on a tour of the manor. Nothing weird about that, right? Not at all. So there's definitely no need to be suspicious. Oh? Why don't I come with you? Why? Sylvain asked. Did the old man run out of boots for you to polish? Anselm laughed. I suppose I should apologize for being such a lickspittle. Count Varley is despicable, but unfortunately, for the moment, I need him more than he needs me. Hence the boot polish, an unfortunate reality of politics. For now, though, I'm free and eager to spend an evening with my soon-to-be wife. Okay, fine, we're sneaking into the kitchen because we're hungry. Bernadetta blurted out. Please don't tell my father. I see, Anselm said. He shrugged. Well, that's no skin off my back. Good luck and Godspeed. He turned his back on them. Wait, Sylvain said. He did another about face. Yes. I know a thing or two about jerks. And you're about as big of one as they come. You think you're the center of the world, huh? It must be hard being so entitled and self-important. Ingrid set a hand on Sylvain's shoulder and pulled her face into a stern frown. This isn't the right time for this, she told him. Self-important? I was born important, no need to impose it on myself, simply the rest of the world, Anselm retorted. Oh. I see what's going on here. The way you've been leaping to Bernadetta's defense time and time again without fail. Has the notorious louse of Gautier House found a heart? Or are you just stringing her along, just like every other woman who ends up swept into your life? Can we just eat? Bernadetta asked. Anselm, whatever you have to say to Sylvain, Edelgard said, stepping between him and Sylvain, now is hardly the time. I know your type, Anselm hissed at Sylvain, brushing her aside. And I've had some old friends in Garreg collecting information on you ever since Elle joined your class. What is it you've been telling Bernadetta? That all the other girls are different, but she's special. She is special? Yes. She's the special one, the others were just toys to you. Bernadetta, do you believe him? Bernadetta said, squinting suspiciously at Sylvain. What was it you said to the last girl you strung along before she slapped you? If my friend recalled, Anselm asked Sylvain, it was something along the lines of, you don't think I'd really cheat on you, would you? How could I hurt such a sensitive and artistic soul like that? Anselm, this is far more than enough, Edelgard insisted, grabbing him by the arm. There was a cruel flash in Anselm's dark eyes. If Sylvain wishes to have words with me, then words we shall have, he barked, wrenching his arm free. His own, if he'd like. I'd rather you didn't lay hands on me. You'll have to pardon Sylvain, Your Highness, Ingrid said, grabbing Sylvain by the collar and yanking him back. He's sorry. He just had a bit too much wine. I did not. Yes, you clearly did. Answer me, Sylvain, Anselm said, his brows knitting over his dark eyes. Wasn't it something like that? I suppose the creative girls' hearts are the most fun to break. All right, yeah, Sylvain spat back, I'm a good-for-nothing louse who breaks girls' hearts for fun and gets away with it because I'm a spoiled golden child. You figured it out. And yeah, I hate women. But not her. She's a good friend and more than that. Oh, you're so complicated. Such depth, such pathos. I weep for you. Anselm placed a hand over his heart in mock sympathy. And she deserves better than an entitled, two-faced, pompous. It seems you've mistaken my face for a mirror. I think I'm just gonna go to my room, Bernadetta said, her voice cracking as she gingerly stepped backward, one slow and hesitant step after another. Before the words had fully left her mouth she turned tail and bolted down the hall. Hey, Bernie, wait. Sylvain cried out, hurrying after her. Get away from her, you skunk. Anselm bellowed, hurrying after him. Edelgard and Ingrid were left standing by themselves in the hallway. Men, Ingrid muttered derisively, crossing her arms and letting out an exasperated sigh. Well, Edelgard, I suppose it's up to both of us to find the kitchen. What? Edelgard asked, not sure she'd heard Ingrid correctly. You're not serious. I'm not. I'm starved, Ingrid said, setting off down the hall. While she and Edelgard explored the manor's gloomy interior, Ingrid let out an exasperated sigh. And to think I thought I could keep Sylvain from making an ass out of himself. I've never been able to stop him, just clean up all the messes he leaves behind. If he's expecting me to go up to Anselm and apologize to him for his sake, like I had to do with Lord Gwendol when he went after his daughter, then he'll be disappointed. I can't be his mom forever. No, of course not. Perhaps if he has to clean up his own messes, he'll finally learn something, Edelgard agreed. I don't think that's why you really came here, though. Even if Sylvain had stayed back, you would have found some other excuse. Am I really so predictable? Ingrid asked, faintly smiling. One could set a clock by you, Ingrid. She laughed. I suppose. For Bernadetta's sake, thank you. Being here must be the hardest thing in the world for her. I wish the whole class could have come along, Ingrid said. Although it's probably for the best that Ignatz and Raphael stayed behind, considering the Count's attitude, imagine if Dimitri and Dida were here. Count Varley doesn't seem to like people from Faerghus in general, Edelgard pointed out. To say the least, it's not an attitude I approve of, looking down on one's neighbors like that. Perhaps not, but one scowl from Dida would have likely made him soil himself. Ingrid sighed. It's not right for Bernadetta to have such awful men in her life. You don't think my father would frighten her, would he? You were serious about inviting her home. Of course. You know he's a very hospitable man, and I think he'd find her sweet. If we went there together for just a few days, then maybe she could see what a decent father is like. Edelgard's stomach churned not just with hunger but with nauseating sympathy. Unless she faked another revelation from the goddess and acted like she'd received a prophecy, she couldn't admit that she knew the fate that had befallen Ingrid's father. You might have to do quite a bit of convincing, she said, pushing that all aside, but I think Bernadetta would like that. Actually, I'm feeling a little homesick now, Ingrid said. The funeral the other day was hard. And despite that, my father left so soon when it was over that we didn't really get a chance to catch up. I won't be looking forward to enduring his parade of suitors again, but I don't know if I can wait to see him again until after graduation. At a loss for what to do and finding that her words were failing her, Edelgard reached out and took her by the hand. Ingrid had the hands of a warrior, but not a battle-hardened mercenary. She had well-cultivated calluses in all the right places, but unlike Byleth or Gerald she was quite lacking in scars. In many ways they were still a noble woman's hands, soft and warm, even if they had spilled their fair share of blood already. There was a flicker of shock on Ingrid's face and for a moment she reflexively tried to wrench her hand free before relaxing. Self-conscious, Edelgard let go. Sorry, she said. I know you're not. It's fine, Ingrid said, color rising to her cheeks. I'm sorry, I must have made you uncomfortable. All this talk of fathers, I forgot about yours. With all this infighting, they haven't even given him a funeral yet. No wonder you've been so stressed. Don't worry about me, Edelgard said. Well, somebody has to if you won't, Ingrid said, and much to Edelgard's surprise she took her by the hand, and then after a few awkward seconds, she let go. That night, Edelgard was in her guest bedroom preparing for a restless sleep when she heard a muffled thump from the hallway, followed by another muffled thump, and another, as steady as the tick of a clock. The noise didn't seem to be coming closer or fading away. She opened the door and found Sylvain in the hallway, his back to her and his arms braced against the opposite wall, half hidden in the shadows between the sconces. Every few seconds, he would bang his forehead against the wall, producing a distinct and solid-sounding thump. Something on your mind, Sylvain? She asked. I doubt concussing yourself will drive it from your head. He peeled himself from the wall, turned to face her, and gingerly rubbed her forehead. A few stray strands of his brilliant red hair hung over his brow in sad little arcs. Oh, Edelgard. I forgot your room was at this end of the hall, he lied. Actually, it seems the concussion has done its work already, she said. Now, I don't plan on getting much sleep, but I can hardly have your little self-flagellation ritual right outside my door making it even harder. So, what seems to be the problem? For all your faults, you're hardly one to wallow in self-pity. Not publicly, anyway. Remember the morning Bernie joined our class? Sylvain asked. You and I had a little talk about my behavior. I do. You know, a long time ago, when I first started getting interested in girls and girls started getting interested in me, I realized something. They were interested less in you than in your crest and your status. A hard thing to realize at such a young age, I imagine. I meant what I said back there. It's complicated, but I've always hated the women who jostle each other to be first in line for a ticket to House Gautier, wealth, and a life of leisure. So I decided to make a game of how many hearts I could break. It was fun to turn the tables on them, use them for their beauty and attention and pretty smiles the same way they wanted to use me for my bloodline. The only girls I've really respected are ones like you and Ingrid, and the professor of course, who don't care about any of that. And Bernadetta, Edelgard finished. The one girl you've actually, against all odds, somehow become smitten with. And not only is she engaged to your ambitious, stuck-up, entitled prick of a brother, I also had to stick my foot in my mouth in front of her. It was bad enough back in Remire when I told her I loved her and she thought I was playing a sick joke on her. Didn't think I'd top it by telling her I hated women to her face. Now I'm fucked 6 ways from Sunday. A smirk as bitter as wormwood twisted Sylvain's lip. You were right about me, Edelgard. I was better off quitting while I was ahead. But the truth is, I'd stopped being ahead a long time ago. Poetic justice, huh? By the time I actually fall in love, it's too late. Perhaps for Bernadetta, Edelgard said. Yeah. He sighed, rolled his shoulders, and leaned back against the wall. The sight of him so clearly nursing a genuine heartache, to say the least, wasn't one Edelgard had ever thought she would witness, and yet here it was. Of course, he could still be lying. Scoundrels were well known for being able to play the contrite sinner. But the bruise forming on his forehead didn't match his usual woe-is-me fishing for sympathy. But not for you, she said. You've dug a very deep hole for yourself, and climbing out of it is going to be long and arduous. But it's worth doing. You'll find someone at the top. You think so? He scoffed. I did. He raised his eyebrows, but didn't question her. You know, Miquelon. I mean, you didn't know him. You joined the class after we put him down. He was a twisted, bitter piece of shit who tried to kill me twice before I was 12, but he was just lashing out at the world in his own way, just like me. Deep down, I think I've known all along that I wasn't any better than him. I came up heads and he came up tails, but we were just the different sides of the same coin. Both products of a twisted society, Edelgard said to him, that destroys people over its obsessions with crests and the power they provide, that ruins those who have them and those who want them alike. She sighed. I take it you'd get rid of your crest in a heartbeat. He nodded. But blood is hard to renounce. I'd get rid of mine, too. It's never been any more than a burden. It's never meant much for succession, but Duke Aegir is no doubt salivating over the prospect of grandchildren bearing the crest of Syros. For blessings from the goddess, they seem to cause no end of trouble. Yeah. Perhaps they were originally punishments, not blessings, she mused, and the church changed a few words here and there to prop up the nobility. After all, nobody would recognize the authority of House Hresvelg or House Gautier if they believed their ancestors had been cursed. Did the goddess tell you that during one of your revelations? Sylvain asked, chuckling. Perhaps she did. But don't tell Lady Rhea. Heresy is heresy, even if it comes from Suthies herself. Ha! You know, as stern as you are, it's better to get a dressing down from you than from Ingrid. Her favorite phrase in the world is, I told you so. Only when she's speaking to you or Felix, it seems. You, on the other hand, you can be cold, but there's this weird sort of sympathetic look you get in your eyes. Is that so? Well, just the one eye right now. She looked him in the eyes and studied the candlelight from the wall sconces bouncing off his amber eyes. So many of the blue lions could have fought on her side, should have fought on her side, but instead they were condemned to cold and dark graves. Ingrid was one. Sylvain was another. Felix probably could have counted as well. One of the costs of her revolution, she'd known all along, had been the lives of the very same people she'd been fighting for, both among her own ranks and the enemy's. Not everyone could have been saved. Not everyone who should have been on her side could have been turned to it. But it still bothered her, and it bothered her even more to see those very same people who had died, some slaughtered by her own hand, defending a side in the conflict they didn't even believe in to their last breaths. And I figured you could empathize after how Ingrid shot you down. I guess some things just don't work out, huh? He yawned and held a hand to his mouth to stifle it. At least you two are still friends. I don't know if that's possible for me and Bernadetta now. She'll never trust me again. Perhaps. I'd give her some space from now on if I were you. He nodded. So. Ingrid and I are out on our asses at sunup. Guess I should try to get some sleep. How long do you think you and Bernie are gonna stay? No more than a day, I hope. Yeah, fuck this place. He shrugged and headed down the hall to his bedroom. Well, good luck with your brother. Maybe you can give him a heart-to-heart, too. Goddess knows the prick needs it. Or a swift kick in the shin. Edelgard laughed. If he proves intractable, I'll give him a kick just for you, Sylvain. Will that do? That'll do, he said with a smile. Count Varley was as intolerable of a host for breakfast as he was for dinner. It seemed he went to bed and woke up with a permanent scowl affixed to his face. During breakfast, he ignored his guests and read yesterday's mail until Bernadetta arrived at the table and meekly took a seat next to Edelgard, as far away from Anselm and her father as she could get. Bernadetta wore the same dress she'd worn yesterday, and it was a fine enough dress in Edelgard's opinion, but her father took one look at her and his mood turned blacker. "What are you wearing?" he sneered, his lip curling. My good dress," Bernadetta said, "from yesterday." "Wear something fresh and clean for our esteemed guest," he said, nodding to Anselm. "I'm flattered," Edelgard said, "but I think she's fine as she is." Seeing Count Varley's expression curdle further in response made the little remark worth it. "Oh, I'm sorry," she added slyly, "do you not hold princesses in esteem?" Count Varley ignored her and continued to rip into his daughter. "Old clothes. No makeup. You didn't even comb your hair," he said, prompting Bernadetta to lift a hand to a lock of her violet hair that had reverted to its almost natural state of tousled disarray overnight as though she hadn't noticed. "Can you not look even the least bit decent for your future husband?" "I'm sorry you feel that way about yourself," Bernadetta mumbled. "Excuse me. I know I take after you. I'm sorry you don't think you look presentable, father." It wasn't the most well-constructed put-down, and her delivery was anemic to say the least, but it was a good first step. Edelgard slipped one hand under the table and gave Bernadetta an approving pat on the knee, bringing a tinge of flustered pink to her cheeks. "What did you say?" Count Varley asked, a gathering storm on his face. "Oh, did you just hear the door squeak?" "Someone should oil its hinges," Bernadetta backtracked, the color draining from her face. "It almost sounded like a person." Count Varley busied himself with his breakfast. Edelgard dug into hers, loath to miss another meal. "So, archery and idle hobbies. Your professor must be a poor teacher indeed to allow you to fritter away your time like that." "Our professor," Edelgard said, feeling her blood boil in her veins, "is the best teacher in the academy." "Then the academy has certainly seen better days. Prince Anselm, I do hope you can teach my girl some useful skills." "Knitting's useful," Bernadetta blurted out. Count Varley shot her a withering look. She added, nervously giggling as she forced herself to meet his gaze, do you? You wouldn't happen to know what Prince Dimitri does when he loses his temper? Or, well, what he used to do is, he'd break things. Lots of things. He'd just go out and smash swords and spears like twigs. But now, whenever he has a fit, because I taught him how to crochet, he just makes really bad yarn hats instead. And that's really useful. I mean, the hats aren't, but swords are expensive to replace." Count Varley was silent for a moment. The nervous rictus grin stretched across Bernadetta's face began to falter. "If you were marrying Prince Dimitri," he finally conceded, "that would be useful." He looked to Anselm. "I take it you aren't as much of a beast as the infamous White Lion." "Oh, no, sir, certainly not," Anselm said. "Heaven help us all when that boy ascends to the throne of Faerghus. Although, of course, it's the people of Faerghus who will suffer the most under his incompetence." "Perhaps they get what they deserve," Count Varley said. "Perhaps they do." Edelgard couldn't help but notice that Anselm had been far more reverent of Dimitri when the two of them had conversed at Gronder Field. She wondered who he had been lying to, Dimitri or Count Varley. Of course, only he knew for sure. Some of Edelgard's sisters had mentioned that he respected the austerity of Faerghus culture, though, while Count Varley seemed to see everyone north of the Okama Mountains as inbred hicks, as opposed to the cultured and sophisticated examples of inbreeding that comprised the southern noble houses. The rest of breakfast was uneventful, as quickly as it was over. Edelgard excused herself as soon as she'd had just barely enough to keep herself from growing faint, and Bernadetta used her departure as an excuse to excuse herself as well. As soon as they'd left the dining room, Bernadetta let out a deep, relieved sigh. I did it," she gasped, amazed. She laughed. "I did it. Now father knows he can't push Bernie around anymore," she crowed, pumping her fists. The sudden change in Bernadetta's mood was infectious. Edelgard grinned and took her by the shoulder. "You did well, Bernie." "I feel good," Bernadetta said. "I mean, I'm terrified, I feel like I need to vomit, but she took a few more deep breaths. I did what I came here for. I feel so light, like I could just float away. I told him off. I told him off. I can do anything now. Anything. Okay, maybe not anything, she added. So, I've done what I came here to do, so we can both leave once you and Anselm talk to each other, right? I don't mean to rush you, but maybe if you do it quickly we can both go to the inn this afternoon and leave for the monastery tomorrow morning. I'll do my best, Edelgard assured her. Actually, maybe it's best if you take things slow, Bernadetta backtracked. I mean, a whole day's carriage ride with Sylvain, Actually, there's one other thing I can do while I'm here. You know the cemetery out back? I mean, of course you don't, you've never been here before. Anyway, I should visit it. Say no more, Edelgard said. She knew precisely what Bernadetta was talking about. Her late uncle Albert was one of the only other people to bear the Varley name that she had ever felt safe or comfortable around, and because she so rarely returned to the Varley estate, she rarely was able to spend time at his grave. I understand. Bernadetta took another deep breath. And thanks so much for being here with me for this, she said to Edelgard, still drunk on the heady feeling of the little triumph she'd had over her father. I know I said that last night to you and Ingrid but you, Edelgard, you're just... I'd never had a real friend until I came to Garreg Mach, but it's like you and I have been friends our whole lives. Is that so? Yeah. It's just that you always seem to know exactly what to say to me, no matter how I'm feeling, and, her face was getting redder by the second. And when I'm having a panic attack, you just know how to, you know. You just know exactly what I need. She took a deep breath and clutched at the front of her dress, bunching up the fabric in her fists. Didn't tell your brother this, but... I think if I'd been arranged to marry you instead, I'd have really liked it. Edelgard suddenly felt as though she'd been dropped into one of Varley County's legendary smelting furnaces. Really? She asked, feeling her tongue cleave to the roof of her mouth and her words stick in her throat. A flash of fear spread across Bernadetta's face like a fork of lightning cutting through a stormy sky. Oh, no, she moaned, backing away from her. Bernie, you idiot, now she thinks you like her like that. Why'd you have to do that to her, Bernie? Now you've ruined everything. No, I'm flattered, Edelgard assured her. Bernadetta's smile returned, a little weaker. So, be honest with me, Edelgard. I think I have you all figured out. The reason you know so much about me, and other people, too. It's so obvious in hindsight. I can't believe I didn't put the pieces together until now, it's all been staring me in the face for almost half a year. Edelgard braced herself. Edelgard, you can read people's minds, Bernadetta gravely pronounced. Edelgard was dumbstruck. For a while, she could only stare and blink. No, Bernadetta, she finally said. I can't read anybody's mind. Bernadetta let out a deep, long, relieved sigh. Oh, thank the goddess. Because I was just thinking, her face turned tomato red. I mean, never mind what I was thinking. You don't have to know. You don't have to ever know. Let's go to the cemetery. Before Edelgard could get a word in edgewise, Bernadetta ran off to visit her late uncle. While Bernadetta weaved through the snow-capped headstones dotting the field behind the manor, Edelgard stood back to offer her the privacy she and her uncle deserved, watching the violet blotch of her hair bob over the granite and marble monuments like a ship on the waves until it came to a stop at one grave in particular. That poor girl, Anselm said, observing her as he stood at Edelgard's side. She should be doted on and beloved, shouldn't she? Unfortunately, her father precluded me from making a good first impression. But I digress, we have important matters of our own to discuss, don't we, Elle? We do. Edelgard crossed her arms. I want to know why you're doing this. Father decided that he wished for me to rule. The rest of our family is defying his dying wish. You cannot truly believe that somebody forged his will, do you? I don't, Edelgard said, but it isn't legally binding. I'm sorry, but Father altered his will too late and wasn't able to pass his request through the appropriate channels, and you're going to have to accept that. I think you'd be a fine ruler, but all you're accomplishing is weakening the empire. Leicester is pulled in all directions by squabbling nobles and merchants, Fairgus is all but a failed state without its king, Adrestia is the only true bastion of stability left in Fodlan, but your spat with Burkhard is putting that at risk. Her true argument was left unsaid. A weakened Adrestia was vulnerable to those who slither in the dark. When Agartha sought to conquer Fodlan, what force would be strong enough to stand against them? You think the status quo should be preserved? That an unfit leader should take the crown because the law demands it? Anselm asked. Edelgard couldn't believe she was defending the status quo, but she wasn't exactly in a position to openly be herself. I empathize with you, Anselm, but I think you and Burkhard should stop this madness and come to some compromise to preserve our empire's unity. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Anselm's brow furrowed. What has Burke ever done to deserve your loyalty? He's only ever looked down on us from the apex of his birthright, wielding the silver spoon in his mouth like a scepter and acting like he earned it. It's not a matter of which brother I'm loyal to, I love you both dearly, Edelgard retorted. This is about seeing the forest for the trees. Neither of you have given me a good reason to side with you. All you have done is slander each other in missives to your siblings. Anselm, if you have a vision for the future of Fodlan, then share it with me. I'd happily side with you if I shared that vision, but otherwise, I find myself supporting Burkhard solely by default. You know why I'm doing this, Anselm said. Edelgard was speechless. Of course, Anselm hadn't told her in his letters because he thought she already knew exactly what he wanted. Of course, the two of them had been closer to each other than most of their other siblings, and he'd probably shared plenty of his ambitions with her before she'd enrolled at Garreg Mach. I'm disappointed in you, he added. I love you. I'll always love you. But, he placed a hand to his heart, his fingers curling inward like claws as though he could reach inside and rip it out. A flash of anguish crossed his face. Knowing that I can't depend on you is a worse wound than anything I've suffered in battle. Edelgard struggled to recall the words she'd been meaning to say next. 1,000 possible responses and justifications that normally sat in the corner of her mind waiting for an opportunity to be used died before they reached her tongue. Her heart pounded in her throat. We're both lucky to be blessed by the goddess, he said, placing a hand on her shoulder. His touch, gentle and yet somehow accusing, burned like acid through her cloak. If what I've heard from my friends among the faculty is true, twice over. Ever since our great-great-grandfather drove the Church of Syros from the Empire, we've allowed people to forget about those blessings. Many noble houses here treat crests as an afterthought now. Given the freedom to offer inheritances as they see fit, too many of the great houses engage in petty favoritism while ignoring the goddess' wishes. He looked to Bernadetta again. Poor Bernadetta. The blood of Saint Indech is strong in her veins. Her father should have groomed her to be Countess Varley, not treated her blessing as nothing more than a bartering token. Adrestia is diminished, and it is because we spat in the goddess' face. Anselm, Edelgard struggled to find the words that used to come so easily to her, the words that comprised the manifesto she held in her heart. I commend you for your ideals, but I don't think the world is so simple anymore. At Garreg Mach, among my friends in the Blue Lions especially, I've seen people's lives ruined by crests. Sylvain and his brother became what they became because of crests and for want of crests, respectively. Ingrid's crest has decided for her that her future is to be a broodmare for House Galatea, not the knight she has yearned for years to be. Even here in Adrestia, terrible acts cut short the lives of innocent people like Professor Hanneman's youngest sister because we ascribe such potency to these blessings. But those are because we ascribe the wrong potency to them, Anselm retorted. Those of us with crests aren't meant to be used and abused. We're not meant to be stud horses, brood mares, and goods to barter between families. Our blessings allow us to derive incredible power from holy weapons and set us apart as the natural leaders of humanity. But crests are growing farther and fewer in between, Edelgard pointed out, working herself into the comfortable and familiar rhythm of her most deeply held beliefs. Each generation, they become rarer and rarer. What if a house has no crest-bearing heirs in a single generation? Are there no natural leaders among them? They would not accept that answer. Instead, they would go to extreme and heinous lengths to produce a crest-bearing heir. And if crests begin skipping more and more generations, your system will collapse. Crests are declining because our faith has declined. The goddess Canaan has rescinded her blessing upon Fodlan, our empire especially. It is a simple matter of cause and effect which I alone seem to care to remedy. That's naive, Anselm. However you place meaning upon crests, whether material meaning or divine meaning, people will be consumed by greed for them all the same, and that greed will result in senseless waste of life. Anselm took a step back from her. Is that what your revelation from the goddess told you? He asked with a furrowed brow and curled lip that barely hid his revulsion. How do you make crests meaningless? They have power. They are power. That power will always have meaning. Would you propose some sort of culling of the population just to remove crests from society? Don't get me wrong, she said, her spine tingling and eye stinging as the repulsed look on his face cut deep into her soul. She felt herself falter. It's just that these blessings from the goddess we call crests. I'm not sure we humans are mature enough to use them. Perhaps the ultimate test of one's worthiness of a crest is to not to use its power at all for any gain. It was complete and utter horseshit, as Gerald might have said, but she had to say something. I admire your faith, but I cannot agree with the conclusions you draw. There was a slight, pensive bow to Anselm's head as his gaze drifted from Edelgard's face to the ground. While I cannot agree with your conclusions, either, his lips twitched in an involuntary smile. You've certainly grown up, El. I take it I can't dissuade you, Edelgard said. It was clear that his ideology was rooted in a deep and zealous faith, the same sort of zealous faith she'd found herself butting heads with constantly during the 5 years of war she had waged across her world's Fodlan. A single conversation could do almost nothing to change a mind like his. No, Anselm said, you cannot. I'm sorry it must come to this. I suppose we have nothing more to discuss, then. I suppose we don't, Edelgard agreed. Anselm turned his back to her and trudged back to the manor, leaving deep boot prints in the snow. With her work here done, at least she had a better idea of why she couldn't position herself on Anselm's side in this conflict. Edelgard ventured deeper into the cemetery and approached Bernadetta, who she found conversing animatedly and without a trace of anxiety to the headstone that marked her uncle's grave. And I know Bernie's probably boring you to death, or, well, I guess not, but it's just been so long and I have so much to say. Oh, I should tell you about my new friends. You know how Father always told me commoners were dangerous. But there are a lot of them at Garreg Mach, and they really weren't so scary when I got to know them. There's Dorothea, she's gorgeous. Raphael and Ignatz likes painting, too, and Didu, he's huge and scary, but he's the nicest huge and scary guy I've ever met, and Ash, too, and I could probably talk for hours about him. He was a great cook and he liked stories, and oh, you'll never believe this, but he went back in time and became Pan the tactician. Although, I guess if you're both with the goddess now, you've probably met him already and don't need to listen to Bernie going on and on. As Edelgard drew closer, Bernadetta stopped. Ah, she cried out. How long have you been standing there? How much did you hear? If you heard too much of that, I'll have to commit regicide. Heard too much of what? Edelgard asked. Bernadetta giggled. Exactly. Edelgard looked over the tombstone. Albert von Varley, 1121 to 1174, it read. You got along well with your uncle. I really did. Uncle Albert and Aunt Priscilla were the nicest adults I've ever known, but I didn't see them very often. Every time they visited, I'd wished I could go home with them instead of staying here, but Father wouldn't have ever allowed that. He hated Uncle Albert enough as it was. Bernadetta looked down at the headstone. Well, Uncle, it was nice talking to you. I know I must look really stupid doing this, but it really helps, so thanks. Anyway, Edelgard, she looked around skittishly for any sign of Anselm, nervously worrying her dress with her hands. Are you and Anselm finished? I'm afraid so. We'll leave for the monastery tomorrow morning. Edelgard looked at the stern, sharp facade of the manor. I'm sure Count Varley won't mind if we take our bags and spend the night at the inn. Yes, please, Bernadetta said, shuddering. You have no idea how scary my room is when it's got nothing in it. It's like sleeping in a dungeon. The next morning, with the sun still low in the sky and the clouds painted a dull orange and violet. Edelgard and Bernadetta checked out of the inn and loaded their carriage for the ride home. Edelgard was exhausted, she hadn't slept well the last night or the night before, and it was beginning to take its toll. If she was lucky, she hoped it would be easier to sleep in the carriage once it was in motion. The carriage was on the road for less than an hour before it came to a sudden stop, rousing Edelgard from what might have been a decent cat nap if only she'd had a few more minutes. She threw aside the fur cloak she'd been using as a blanket. "What's going on? Why have we stopped?" "Eh? Who goes there?" she heard the driver call out from outside. "Prince Anselm von Hresvelg," another voice answered. "Pardon me for stopping you, but I must speak to Lady Edelgard." "He really wants you on your side, Edelgard," Sylvain commented from the corner of the carriage opposite Bernadetta as Edelgard opened the door and stuck her head out. "I mean, I can't blame him." Anselm had ridden up alongside the carriage on a horse of his own, a thick and billowing crimson cloak and feathered cape wrapped tightly over his shoulders. He said as Edelgard leaned out of the door. "Thank the goddess I was able to catch you before you got too far." "I thought we had reached an impasse," Edelgard said. "So had I. But at the break of dawn a messenger owl came to me bearing news from Inver from one of my allies." He produced an envelope from under his voluminous cloak and held it out at arm's length. "Now you will see that even if you disagree with me, you cannot support Burkhard. Is what he wants so bad that you'll risk everything to avert it?" Edelgard asked, taking the envelope from him and rummaging in her bag for a letter opener. "That's only the half of it. I fear he's being used by the people he's brought into his inner circle used to weaken the empire from within and soften it to our rival's advantage." He leaned closer toward her and lowered his voice. "Ask yourself, why would a celebrated court mage in Faerghus who has served the kingdom for over 20 years so suddenly resign from her position, instigate a conflict with the Knights of Syros, and find asylum by reinstating herself into her house?" Edelgard felt all of the chill of the Pegasus moon's treacherous winter and more penetrate the marrow of her bones. "Lady Cornelia. What does she have to do with Burkhard?" she asked, though she feared she already knew the answer. She cut the envelope open and pulled out the letter, and there she found the answer she'd expected. All this time, she had worried that Anselm had been a pawn of those who slither in the dark, but they'd had their eyes on another member of her family, one she'd never thought to suspect. Anselm's expression grew darker. "Our brother has married Lady Cornelia von Rusalka." Chapter 32, A Mask of Her Own Face. Edelgard's history came to her most clearly in dreams. She remembered Anselm dragging her out of their shared cell, rat-bitten fingernails long enough to be considered claws digging into her wrist. "We're escaping," he told her, his pale lips as chapped and cracked as a vast expanse of salt flats splitting and bleeding as he broke them apart to speak. His hair was a rat's nest, once black, now speckled salt and pepper with flecks of silver and white. She stood with him in the hallway, steadying him as he struggled to stay on his feet. His veins glowed faintly with exertion from using his crest of Syros to break the bars. In the cell across from them, Pascal and Hedwig were asleep and curled in each other's arms, emaciated and feverish, their little chests barely rising and falling as they clung to life. Pascal had streaks of gray and white in his curly locks of aquamarine hair. Hedwig had inherited the same pale chestnut hair as her father, just like Edelgard, but her hair was now almost as silvered as his. Edelgard wondered with a pang of horror if that was happening to her own hair, too. Flies crawled across their cheeks and lighted on their eyes to lick the salt of their sweat and tears, and rats nibbled at their toes with teeth stained red as cherries. She shook the bars of the cell impotently, hoping to scare the rats away. "Hey!" she shouted out. Her voice tore at the inside of her throat like sandpaper. "Get away from them!" Hot tears cut through the blood and grime caked on her cheeks. "Get away from Pask! Get away from Hetty!" She rattled the bars again and the rats perked up and scurried away. One slithered over her foot, she yelped and nearly fell backward, only for Anselm to catch her. "Shut up! You want us to get caught," he hissed in her ear. "Come on!" He started down the hall, then noticed Edelgard wasn't following behind him. Come on! What about Hetty and Pask?" she asked him. "We'll come back for them later," Anselm said. "What if they get hurt while we're gone? They'd slow us down. They're too little. We can't just leave them." Edelgard protested. "They can't come with us. I'm not going if they're not going, and that's final. Fine. Anselm snarled. Then stay here and die like a rat, L. Just like all the others. And with that, he did an about-face and started off down the hall. Wait, Edelgard called out. She didn't want to be alone. She couldn't bear to be alone. She hurried after him and grabbed him before he could get too far. Please, Ansi. If we each carry one of them. He set a hand gingerly to the blossoming black and violet bruise on his shoulder where he'd rammed the cell door open and winced. The arm was completely limp and lifeless now. I'm not carrying anyone, L. We're going to escape and find the Knights of Syros. They'll save all of us. They have to. They work for the goddess. The goddess won't help us, she said, shaking her head. Dagmar had prayed more fervently than any of her other older siblings, and she'd still died just as painfully as the others. Anselm whirled around to face her, his bloodied and bruised face demonic in its fury. Don't you say that, he snarled, grabbing her by the collar of the ragged burlap tunic that passed for clothes down here. His knuckles scraped against the sores dotting the contour of her collarbone hard enough to bring fresh tears to her eyes. Don't you ever say that. The goddess doesn't forgive blasphemy. Well, she doesn't reward faith, either. Dagmar and Emmanuel are dead. Shut up. There was a commotion from down the hall, around the corner. Anselm scowled. He stood in front of Edelgard and held out one arm. The other, the one with the grotesque bruise purpling his skin, hung limp at his side. Get ready, L. Try to hurt as many of them as you can. The guards, soldiers, and mages, all clad in beaked black masks like enormous anthropomorphic ravens, rounded the corner. They were upon Anselm before he could throw a single punch, and while they were distracted, Edelgard had no choice but to hurry back to her cell. Her feet, tired as they were, moved on their own and made her run away like a coward. She covered her eyes. All she could hear were the sickening sounds of armored fists colliding with unprotected skin, of young and weak bones crunching under steel-toed boots, of screams and howls of pain. Ansi, I'm sorry, she croaked, tears streaming down her cheeks, suffocating her, turning the air in her lungs to molten lead. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. L. Edelgard. Get over here. Help me. You coward. I hate you. She huddled in the corner of her cell, squeezing her eyes shut and clasping her hands over her ears to keep out the sounds. Anselm was still screaming for her help. At last, she opened her eyes and pulled away her hands. She couldn't hear the screaming anymore. Looming over her in the hallway was Duke Agir, the fat, toadish man who'd imprisoned her and her siblings down here and left them at the mercy of Uncle Vokhard and his crow-masked minions. He bent his knees and squatted down in front of her, one plump hand gripping one of the bars to support himself and the other resting on his knee. He looked more like a toad than ever before. You were right here the whole time, he sneered, weren't you, darling little Edelgard? Edelgard glanced beyond his girth and caught a glimpse of what had once been her elder brother. Her stomach wrenched and she tasted bile in the back of her throat. She nodded frantically, so vigorously it felt as though her head would roll off her neck, as though her very life depended on it. Duke Agir smiled. Good, he said. You're a very good girl, L. Your papa would be proud. Her cute little nickname, so sweet when it came from the mouths of her siblings and her father, sounded like a slur dripping from his wicked lips. He stood up and rejoined his retinue of torturers. Is the brat still alive? Good. Throw him in the next cell over and bring him a healer. He's due for another session tomorrow morning. Edelgard snapped awake to find that the carriage had come to a halt. She blinked and rubbed the weariness from her eye as the carriage's interior came into focus. She had wedged herself into one corner of the carriage, draped in her cloak like a blanket. Bernadetta was curled up in the corner next to her, still fast asleep, and Ingrid and Sylvain sat across from them. Are you all right? Ingrid asked her. Pleasant dreams, sleeping beauty. Sylvain asked with a smirk. Not particularly, Edelgard said, catching her breath. She had to take a deep breath to calm her nerves. The same dream. She'd had the same dream 3 times now. Each night she'd been at Varley Manor and on the way back to Garreg Mach. The contention between herself and Anselm must have triggered it. Was it an accurate account of past events? who knew no one else who had witnessed or participated in it was still alive. But it was nothing to concern yourselves with. Have we arrived? Ingrid drew back the curtains covering one of the windows. Beyond the glass panes were the familiar stone walls of Garreg Mach, as immediately recognizable as any home. Looks like it. The door on Edelgard's side swung open and the driver beckoned the passengers out. Thank you, Edelgard said to him. She tapped Bernadetta on the shoulder. Bernadetta, wake up. We've arrived. Bernadetta stirred and blearily opened her eyes. "You are back," she mumbled. Edelgard stepped out of the carriage and onto solid ground, her neck aching and her legs full of pins and needles, and as she stretched, the others followed her out. They'd arrived in the marketplace just in front of the monastery gates with sunset about an hour or less away. The sun hung low in the sky and its light, shifting from blinding white to dull amber to duller orange, matched the glow of the blacksmith's forge. The rest of the shopkeepers were packing up their wares and shuttering their pavilions for the night. Home, sweet home, Bernadetta sighed, taking a deep breath of the crisp dusk air. Ah, I missed my bedroom so much. Unusually morose, Sylvain quietly moved onto the gates. He'd been quiet the whole day, though he liked to put on mopey airs to stir the hearts of his many spurned lovers. His attitude now seemed surprisingly earnest. Ingrid examined a pamphlet posted at the battalion guild's pavilion. Varley Archers, she mused, squinting to lead it in the dying dusk light. Bernadetta, why is there an archery battalion from Varley available for hire at the guild? I thought your father hated bows. Oh, he probably just said that because I'm good at them, Bernadetta said, shrugging. Anselm, who'd ridden alongside the carriage the whole way and had lagged only a minute behind at most, dismounted his horse and gave it a grateful pat on the snout. Thank you, Celestine. Another excellent ride, he said, fishing in his pocket and producing a sugar cube for the horse to eagerly lick up. His face was pallid except for his cheeks and the tips of his nose and ears, which were bright red. White frost speckled his dark hair and glazed his crimson cloak. A thin trickle of blood dripped down one nostril, as the bitter cold had burst some of the blood vessels in his nose. Self-consciously, he produced a handkerchief from the depths of his cloak and discreetly dabbed it away. Bernadetta let out a surprised yelp. Why, you followed us the whole way? A smile lit up his face. I think we will have far better opportunities to get to know each other better here, my dear, than at your ogre of a father's house. And, of course, there's the matter of the grave news I bring. Edelgard, he added, I assume Lord Arundel is still here. Edelgard nodded. Yes, watching over Hedwig and Pascal. Good. And the captain of the Knights of Syros, who is it now? I had heard that Gerald had been reinstated at the beginning of the term, but that there were complications. You'll want to see Lady Catherine, Ingrid offered, fixing a crick in her neck. Her office is on the second floor. Thank you. Anselm offered her a polite bow. I do hope we haven't missed supper. Garreg Mach's cooks know better than anyone else how to warm one to the bones in winter, do they not? Now, Edelgard, I would ask you to prepare your uncle for my arrival. With a flourish of his cape and cloak, he took the reins of his horse once more and led her to the monastery's stables. I suppose I should be going, Edelgard said to Bernadetta and Ingrid, and she headed for the gates. Ingrid and Bernadetta followed her, since it wasn't like they had anywhere else to go at this hour. Bernadetta hurried past both of them, eager as always to hole herself up in her room for the night, leaving Ingrid and Edelgard alone. You didn't look all right, Ingrid said. While you were asleep. Sylvain wanted to wake you up. I told him not to. Edelgard cringed and folded her arms over her chest. The one thing she hated about the nightmares that plagued her in her weaker moments was how vulnerable they made her, especially when she was in a situation that required her to sleep in close proximity to other people. Moaning and crying out in one's sleep tended to lead to people asking uncomfortable questions with private answers. Or almost worse, worrying about and pitying her behind her back. I understand, Ingrid said. I won't pry. But if everything that's going on is worrying you as it should be, well, it wouldn't be fair of me not to help. Thank you, Edelgard said. Like I said, though, it was just an unpleasant dream. Nothing to concern yourself with. Ingrid frowned. I mean, one of your brothers is trying to pull off a coup and the other one is, A worried furrow creased her brow. Those rumors about Lady Cornelia, are they really true? That her daughter was the beast tamer we fought at Remire, and that she turned her into a... It's all true, Edelgard said. Then I hope you can stop her. Let me know if there's anything I could do. Ingrid placed a hand on her shoulder. A good supper might help. I'll join you later, Edelgard said, laying her hand atop Ingrid's. I've got to see my uncle and tell him about this first. She did not find her uncle Volkhard, though, before Didu found her. To say he accosted her did not do justice to the suddenness with which he appeared before her in the dark and empty great hall, his icy blue-green eyes piercing and his face set in a stoic, neutral frown. He just seemed to coalesce out of the shadows in front of her. Lady Edelgard, he said. I see you have returned, safely. His Majesty will be glad. He spoke in a low voice, just barely a whisper. Edelgard considered cutting to the chase and questioning him about Cornelia's plans, but thankfully remembered to hold her tongue. If Thales believed she had been replaced, then Didu probably believed so as well, and she would have to act the way her replacement would have acted. It was an uneventful trip, she said. Anything exciting happen while I was away? You are aware of Happy? Yes. Professor Hanneman is researching a way to restore her to human form. He must not succeed. Of course. As Happy is now, a dumb beast devoid of reason, she is no threat to us. But if she is made human again, she will have to be put down before she reveals too much to His Majesty. You can trust me to handle that, she said. I shall trust myself to handle that, he replied. Do what you must to impede Professor Hanneman's progress. Edelgard nodded. I understand. Vul has spoken highly of your talents, Vipar. Do not disappoint. She smiled. You have nothing to worry about, Didu. I hope so. It is a relief, he said, obviously managing his tone even more carefully than usual. It seemed he wasn't happy about having to replace her, that you have arrived. His Majesty was very close to learning the truth. I'll see to it he never does, she said. By the way, have you seen Lord Arundel? I'm supposed to meet with. She thought about how Vipar might speak about humans in private. If she was anything like Kronia. That old fool. Didu nodded. He is at the pond with your younger siblings. Great. I suppose I must be civil to those whelps. He wrinkled his nose in disgust, and for a moment Edelgard wondered for a moment if she'd misspoken. Yes. Oh, do you miss poor Edelgard? She asked him with a mocking lilt to her voice, trying to channel her inner Kronia as best she could. Her tongue felt like it was coated in slime. How did people just go around acting like this? Her termination is, most regrettable. It was her own fault. That it was. He turned his back on her and walked off silently into the shadows, vanishing like a ghost. So this was what it was like, she supposed, to be an infiltration agent for those who slither in the dark. She couldn't ask questions anymore, couldn't pry, but who knew what secrets would be revealed to her without any effort on her part, simply because she was trusted to receive them? It was often said that when the goddess closed a door, she opened a window. Edelgard had found herself facing too many closed doors and having to make her own windows to put much stock in that statement, but perhaps there was something to it. It was nice not to have to make her own window for a change. She took off her eye patch. She probably didn't need it anymore. Her eye only bothered her infrequently now anyway, and slipped it into her cloak. Not only did she not need it anymore, Vipar didn't need it. From now on, she was wearing a mask of her own face. It was an advantageous position unbeknownst to Thales, Cornelia, or Didu. Both of the Agartha and replicants installed in Gareg Mach were double agents. So why did she feel more vulnerable now than ever? She headed for the pond to see Volkhard and found him, as Didu had said, there with Hedwig and Pascal. She found Flane there as well, loudly and enthusiastically inviting them to go ice fishing with her tomorrow. Assuming Professor Byleth would be free to assist us, I have never gone ice fishing before. My big brother has always been concerned I might fall through the ice. Flane whirled around to face Edelgard as she approached. Ah! Edelgard! How wonderful to see you have returned, my friend, she said, beaming, her cheeks rosy. Edelgard, Volkhard said. It is good to see you back so soon. And without your eye patch I'm glad your eye feels better. I hope you have good news for me. Edelgard told him what she had to say to him. Folkhard's grin vanished quickly and, slowly, a pained grimace crawled across his face. That, he said, is terrible news. Are you certain Anselm is telling the truth? I have heard nothing from Burkhard about his marital choices. He thought for a moment, then went pale, as though he'd just seen a ghost. But then again, while Lady Cornelia was here, she did tell me she had received a marriage proposal from someone in Inver. Oh, dear goddess. But, why is Burke marrying someone who's wanted by the Knights of Syros? Pascal asked, a heartbreakingly aghast look on his round, innocent face. Why would he do that? Maybe she cast a spell on him, Hedwig said, grabbing Edelgard by the arm and squeezing her hand nearly hard enough to leave a bruise. Is that possible, El? I suppose anything is possible. I have heard rumors from the Knights of Syros that she can even transfigure people into beasts. Volkhard raised his hands to his face and rubbed his temples. And I suppose Anselm is keen on knowing if he can count on my support now. I will have to get a good night's sleep, if I can, before I speak with him. Otherwise, we may come to blows. I am so sorry for all of you, Flane said. It seems there is no good news to be found outside Garreg Mach anymore. If Anselm wants to steal the crown, Pascal wondered aloud, and Burkhard is being manipulated by an evil witch, then who's right? Which of them should be emperor? I'm afraid I don't know anymore, Pascal, Volkhard said, patting him on the shoulder. Perhaps, Flane suggested, Edelgard here would make a good ruler. There was a note of forced levity in her voice that no one else seemed to pick up on. Edelgard patted her on the shoulder. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Flane. But I don't see a crown in my future. At any rate, we must reach out to Burkhard, Volkhard continued. If this rumor is true, we must implore him to annul the marriage post-haste. I will see if I can speak to Lady Rhea about this and have knights escorted to the capital. And Edelgard, I'd like you to write a letter to Burkhard, since you were there when Cornelia attacked the knights. I'll see what I can do, Edelgard said. Find Anselm and tell him I'll see him in the morning. I am in no mood to entertain him tonight. Don't let him know where we're staying, or I fear he'll find me and start badgering me prematurely. Volkhard's tone was curt now, frustrated, calling to Edelgard's mind the way Thales would speak to her when she was being particularly rebellious against him. Can you do that for me, El? El, are you all right? Edelgard nodded, realizing she'd been silent for too long. Yes, uncle. Just wrapping my mind around all of this. It's so much. I understand. It's far too much, in my opinion. Take care of yourself. Volkhard peeled Hedwig off of her. Come along now, Hetty, Pascal. It's nearly nightfall. The curfew is to keep us safe as well, not just the students. They left Edelgard alone, but she wasn't alone for long. You shouldn't have told them that. Claude's voice slipped through the encroaching darkness as swiftly and cleanly as an arrow from his bow as he approached her from behind. She whirled around to face him. No blind spot anymore, I see. I guess you've got to have both eyes wide open now, huh? Claude, what are you doing here? Edelgard tensed up, contemplating her options. Had her conversation with Volkhard already blown her cover? Could she catch and restrain Claude if he tried to hurry off and tell Dida that she hadn't, in fact, been neutralized and was just as much a threat as ever? I was just having a post-dinner, pre-sleep stroll. Get the digestive system rolling before I tuck myself into bed. You know I try to rise and set with the sun when I'm not busy, of course. He drew closer to her. Anyway, he added, lowering his voice. As soon as he was in whispering distance, Edelgard grabbed both of his arms by the wrists and reeled him in. Whoa, there. Edelgard, your highness. He fluttered his eyelashes and gave her a flirty wink. Aren't you worried Ferdinand might see us like this? I know he's not jealous of the girls who fall for you, but another man might be another story. She pinned his hands behind his back. They were so close that they might as well have been kissing, but now she had a firm enough grip that he couldn't wriggle free. What shouldn't I have said? Don't you think it might have been a mistake to tell Volkhard all about Burkhard's marriage? He asked. Is that really what Vipar would have done? I see. Is that it? What really gave me away? You touched Flame without flinching or grimacing. I'm supposed to be one of the best infiltrators among the no-eyed people. Edelgard's eyes bored into his. They were so close that the tips of their noses were nearly touching. Well, if I was wrong, I'm sure Vipar wouldn't have faulted me for giving her a few tips. After all, she hardly had any time to observe you. I don't suppose I can trust you not to tell your new friend about this. Why would I? Anyway, I'm glad to know you're the real deal. I'd have been heartbroken if you'd been killed. I'll admit, I was pretty worried, especially since you've been spending so much time conversing in low, conspiratorial voices with. He stopped himself. Well, I've said too much, haven't I? Just be wary of people who want to spend too much time with you. Just because you're wearing a mask of your own face doesn't mean you're out of the woods just yet. Take care, and if you need a few tips on pretending to be someone you're not, let me know. With that, he tried to slip his wrists out of Edelgard's grip, but she held on fast. Not this time, Claude, she said. Do I have your word that you won't blow my cover? Only as long as I have yours that you won't blow mine, Claude said. Of course, fair is fair. So, who are you behind that mask of yours? Claude smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. In fact, it strayed as far from his eyes as possible. It was a grim smile. He exhaled and the cloud of his breath tickled her face. Prince Khalid of Almira. Edelgard was nonplussed. I knew that already, she said. Nader told me. You yourself told me when you were under the influence of. Claude took advantage of her momentary lapse to slip out of her grasp. Well, then, thank you for keeping it a secret, he said as he scampered off. Edelgard had hoped to catch Anselm in the stables, but it seemed he had already left. However, curfew or no curfew, Dimitri still had stable duty for the rest of the term, so she wasn't surprised to find him there. She also wasn't surprised to see Marianne there, given that her best friend was a horse. But what did surprise her was the sight of Dimitri and Marianne locked in an embrace and, though it was hard to fully discern in the last few minutes of daylight the sun provided as it sank under the horizon, she was certain their arms weren't the only parts of themselves wrapped around each other. Edelgard once again felt sorry for Hilda. She reversed course and ducked behind the corner before either of the lovebirds could realize they were being watched and gave them some privacy until the two of them parted ways and left the stables. Dimitri rounded the same corner, shuffling off in a daze, but snapped alert with a sharp and surprised intake of breath as he ran into Edelgard. Edelgard, he hissed, stumbling backward to avoid bowling her over. His hands fumbled up and down his front as though he needed to make sure that nothing was askew or exposed. Why, you did not see anything, did you? See what? She asked innocently. Exactly. He took a deep, anxious breath, sucking air through gritted teeth with a sharp hiss, and self-consciously ruffled his silvery hair. The sight of a Dimitri in love was unexpectedly adorable. I see you have removed that patch. Does your eye feel better now? Much better. You look much better without it. It made you look too warlike. Anyway, I hope your meeting with your brother was not too disagreeable. And what of Bernadetta? She sighed. My brother is an affable enough man, but completely intractable, so it was in fact quite a disagreeable meeting. I am sorry to hear that. As for Bernadetta, she is fortunate to have found so many friends in the Blue Lions. Her father is quite a vile man and she needed all of the support we had to offer. I see. Would that Didu and I could have accompanied her as well. I am glad you all returned safely. I hear the roads through the mountains are treacherous this time of year. Edelgard wondered if he even knew that Count Galatea had been killed. Didu certainly wouldn't have informed him that he had been replaced or that his replacement had intended to replace her next. It was an uneventful trip, actually. My legs are still stiff and there's a bit of a crick in my neck, but that's it. They made small talk for a bit longer, awkward, painful, tortured small talk until Edelgard asked, so, who's the lucky young woman? If it is a woman. Dimitri's face turned as red as an apple. I thought you said you had not seen anything. I didn't, but I know what a boy hopelessly in love looks like, she said. Is it that obvious? he asked. She laughed. You're adorable, D. So, is it the professor? She had never seen a face go from red to white so quickly. What? No, he protested. I mean. I know she is hardly any older than us, but she is our professor. Besides, he looked away. Well, I thought you had noticed, but, she obviously fancies you. Edelgard was dumbfounded. You think Byleth is? You two must be. All the time you spend together, all the private meetings you have, you spend so much time alone together. She couldn't argue with that. There's nothing like that between us, she said. Besides, I've seen the way she looks at you. I think she feels something for you. Why, you must be imagining it, Dmitri said. And I'd always thought you felt the same way. I'm sorry, it seemed obvious to me that you were head over heels for her. He sighed. I do care deeply for her, he said. I think the world of her. But loving the professor is like loving the stars or a sunset. You do not expect them to love you back. Edelgard swallowed a lump in her throat. How many times had she thought that herself? So, who does love you back? She had to admit, for all the times back in her academy days when Dorothea had flirted with her, she'd been too stubborn in her own self-hatred to admit that anyone could feel any sort of deep affection for her. Swear you won't tell a soul? Of course, D, she said. Dmitri took a deep breath and glanced furtively around himself, seeking out any eavesdroppers that may have been hiding in the shadows. It is Marianne. I should have known. You two are here together almost every day. Edelgard smiled. I'm happy for you. If he could know love and truly accept it into his heart at this stage of his life, she realized, then perhaps there was more hope for him than she'd ever imagined. Yes, his ideology, inasmuch as he even had one, was still half-baked and wrong. Yes, he was still enthralled by those who slither, but everything else aside, he had accepted that somebody loved him earlier than Edelgard ever had, and that was a point in his favor. Dmitri was silent for a while. Her father, Margrave Edmund, has not given her hand in marriage to anybody. She does not think he has any plans to. Do you think I should send a proposal to him? Edelgard couldn't help but laugh. You want to make her your queen? Should I not? He asked, a vulnerable, innocent look in his wide eyes. I suppose I should be prudent in who I wed. Nobility and royalty, of course, do not marry for love. I am certain there is some house within the kingdom whose loyalty I will need to cement through marriage. I don't think there's any harm in asking, she said. And speaking of political ties, isn't the Margravate of Edmund a territory you would like having close relations to? The Margrave has a seat at the Alliance Round Table, if I recall, and presides over several ports of trade. You would do well to be on good terms with him. Dmitri blinked, dumbstruck. I suppose you are right. I will speak to Marianne about it. His shoulders slumped and he bowed his head. I fear she may refuse, though. She thinks she is as much a beast as I am, perhaps she fears I deserve better. Or what if her father were to say no? Just ask, Edelgard said, taking his hands in hers. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He smiled. True. Thank you, Elle. I will see what Rodrigue thinks. By the way, as long as we are alone. When was the last time we were alone? I believe you've wanted to tell me something. Something about Thales. Edelgard cursed herself. Finally, now that her disguise mandated her silence, she had the chance to tell him without a soul overhearing. But if she told him, then he would tell Dedu, which would tip him off that she was only pretending not to be herself. I thought I knew who Thales really was, but I was mistaken, she said. Oh. He sounded disappointed. I had figured it might have been one of the cardinals. People like Cardinal Ealfric, the church pontificates endlessly about what he did for children, but nothing about what he did to children, he said darkly. Between you and me, I feel nothing for him. Do you? She asked. There was a chance, she supposed, that he had been lying about spending the night crocheting and had actually gone out in his Hurricane King costume to stab Ealfric in the chest 37 times. But why would he have done that, knowing that his fellow classmates would see it more as a brutal and senseless murder than any act of justice. It would have made more sense for somebody else to have worn the costume, but whether or not that was true, wouldn't Dmitri have been more horrified nevertheless by the acts being attributed to his alter ego and how his peers had reacted to them? "I do not know the Hurricane King's heart," he said, "but anyone who strikes at the heart of the church is a friend of mine. Anyway, we should retire to our quarters. Curfew is upon us. Have you had dinner yet?" "I have a pack of salted meats in my drawers," he assured her, "for when I miss dinner." Edelgard nearly laughed. "Do not ever say that to Sylvain," she said, suppressing a snicker. His brow furrowed. "Who?" He put a hand on her shoulder. "I do not know what I would do without you, Elle," he said to her as the two of them made their way from the stables to the dormitories. "I hope, however things work out, I can trust you to be at my side forever." "That would be nice," she said. But it couldn't be so. For starters, she was already dead. "So, Edelgard, what's it like being dead?" Hilda asked. Edelgard had retired to her room for the night, though she doubted she would do much sleeping. She'd slept for much of the day, after all, so she wasn't that tired. And so, while she would rather have kept reading the book she had on loan from the library to pass the time, she was not so upset as she might have otherwise been when Hilda came knocking on her door. "It could be worse, honestly," Edelgard said while Hilda sat behind her on her bed and started separating her hair into strands for braiding. "Do you need to be breaking curfew right now?" she asked, listening for the sound of the guard's footsteps down the hallway. Hilda had managed to sneak next door while his back was turned. "Yes. I'm bored." "If you're bored, read a book. Do something to enrich yourself." "Never." Edelgard sighed, wincing as Hilda tugged on her scalp. "I swear, if you give me pigtails, we're not friends anymore." "We're already not friends." "Hey, have you ever painted your nails?" "I can't say I have. I always wore gloves, anyway, so who would see them? Even in the middle of summer. You know how Dmitri is covered in scars from the neck down." "Yeah, Hilda said. "So you're vain." "So I don't want people asking questions," Edelgard said, irritated. "Or stirring up unflattering rumors." "Oh, there were so many rumors about you. Didn't you know?" "Yes, Hubert kept me abreast of all of them. He even started a few of them himself to draw attention away from what I was really doing." "So," Hilda said, "what do you do now that you're an honorary no-eyed person?" "I believe the correct term is Agarthan replicant. Though I'll admit it lacks the poetic flourish of no-eyed people or those who slither in the dark." "You've got that right. What do you do now that you're an honorary Agarthan replicant?" "I do what my replacement would do. If you didn't already, I'd say that now you'll have to start acting like a huge buy." "Hilda." "What?" she asked innocently. Edelgard rolled her eyes. "Most importantly, I don't do what my replacement wouldn't do. First off, I doubt it would be prudent of me to warn Burkhard about Cornelia. Uncle Vokhard wants me to write a letter detailing the terrible things she's done, but of course, if I send one, she'll know and my cover will be blown. You can tell Thales you were forced into it. The whole purpose of replacing me was so that I wouldn't be so meddlesome. We have to be subtler in our meddling now. Or we can both just sit back, relax, and let the world fall apart around our ears," Hilda said. "Finally, a vacation." "Second," Edelgard said, "now I have to stop Dmitri from learning the truth about Dusker. At any cost. And he doesn't know you've been replaced, right?" "Of course not, that would defeat the purpose. If he knew his own allies had killed me, he'd turn on them." Edelgard stopped as her words caught up with her brain. It was as though someone had suddenly lit a lamp inside her head. "Hilda, don't let this go to your head, but you just might be a genius." Hilda leaned forward. "I'm listening." "I write a letter, purportedly by my past self, warning Dmitri that I'm going to be replaced for knowing the truth. You deliver it and make up some story about finding it in my room. Dmitri realizes I've been replaced and starts asking his handlers if it's true. They can deny all they want, but it will be a bridge too far, especially after Riemeyer and Cornelia's betrayal. And as his first act of vengeance against the No-Eyes, Hilda finishes, he finds you and beats you to death with his bare hands for being an impostor. Her mood deflated, Edelgard slowly and regretfully nodded. I was simply thinking aloud. I can't say I've ironed out all the kinks in my first draft, can I? If you're still taking suggestions, I'd like to not be the one who has to tell Dimitri his dear sister, whom he loves and cherishes more than anything, has been replaced by a pasty ghoul by the pasty ghoul who replaced his uncle? Is Rodrigue his uncle? Fair enough, she told Hilda. Nevertheless, those who slither think they've successfully replaced me, and we need to find some way to make Dimitri find out. Cutting their impromptu strategy meeting short, there was a knock on her door. She got up off the bed, her hair half braided, and opened the door to find Seath or rather Voul standing expectantly in the hall, his hands folded behind his back. He no longer needed a cane, it seemed, or at least he was no longer pretending he needed one. Lady Edelgard, he said, I apologize for rousing you at this hour, but the two of us must speak in private. Hilda, go back to your room or I shall put you on permanent stable duty with Dimitri. Hilda sighed and left the room. Edelgard stepped back. Very well, Seath. Come in. Not here, he said. He looked furtively up and down the hall. Put on your boots and your cloak. It's curfew, she said. Do you expect me to break curfew, Seath? I shall overlook it this time, he said. She got dressed and he led her out of the dormitories and away from the academy grounds, into the less well-trod parts of the monastery. Edelgard could see the faint silhouette of a familiar guard tower rising to meet the two of them. Now that you're an Agarthan infiltrator, Voul said to her, you must act like an Agarthan infiltrator. And that, he added, leading her to the tower and producing a strange black box from under his coat, means attending our teleconferencing meetings. You're what? She asked before she recalled the times she'd seen Glenn at the base of this very tower, speaking to thin air. Voul placed the strange black box on the stairs and opened it up. Within was a device far less complicated than the encryption machine, but still arcane and unfamiliar. A row of dials flanked a glass pane with hatch marks like those on a yardstick and a needle like a compass underneath. The box sprouted a shiny metal antenna made of telescoping tubes. Voul fiddled with the dials for a bit, causing the needle to sway back and forth. A squawk of horrendous noise burst from the box like a horde of maddened hornets before quieting into a less offensive crackling buzz. Radio isn't very reliable on the surface, he said, but it's necessary for timely communication across long distances. This box converts your voice into invisible and inaudible signals that are picked up by repeaters and passed along until they reach their destination. It's difficult to keep repeaters in useful places where the church won't discover them. Edelgard had a feeling Voul enjoyed sounding like the smartest person in the world. His exposition, though, was making her quite curious about what beneficial technologies her empire could salvage from Shamhala. Instant communication across all of Fodlan. If we had control of the surface, he said with a sage nod, and Operation Antediluvian did not monopolize our meager manufacturing resources, we could build proper radio transmission towers all across Fodlan. Imagine being able to send a message from Inver to Fhirdiad in an instant. It would certainly make things faster, she agreed. She'd seen terrible Agarthan war machines before, turrets that fired blasts of lightning from one end of the battlefield to another, hulking golems with swords made of burning light and armor as hard as mithril, but communication was the real game changer. She was more relieved now than ever before that she hadn't given them free rein of her empire. Imagine if she'd let them or even helped them build such towers, her empire would have become theirs before she could have even blinked. A voice cut through the buzzing undercurrent. Thales' voice. Voul. This is Thales. Respond. Voul pulled a small lever and a glass bead lit up red. Voul here. Vipar is also with me. He pulled the lever again and the glass bead went dark. He can only hear us, he explained to Edelgard, gesturing at the glass bead, when the light is on. That means we're transmitting. Edelgard nodded. This technology was over her head, but that was straightforward enough. Play it safe. Speak only when directly spoken to. Vipar is an irritable person and prone to sadism, but she's quite respectful in front of her superiors. That should come naturally to someone of royal breeding. I'd figured as much, she said. Acknowledged, Thales said. I am glad to have such skilled operators within Garreg Mach. See to it your reputations do not fall short of my requirements. Vul pulled the lever. The light went on. We shall see to it, sir. Our Lorentzian bridge generation tests at Research Facility Tau are intensifying. Now it is more important than ever that the facility's location is protected. You must divert attention. The hissing tide of buzzing and crackling noise intensified. Vul irritably adjusted the antenna until Thales's voice regained its previous clarity. County. Could you please repeat that last sentence, sir? Vul asked. You're breaking up. You must divert attention from the village near the castle in Gaspard County, Thales repeated. I assume you can ensure that this location will be kept safe from future meddling. Edelgard's blood ran cold. There was another facility just like the one that had been under Riemeyer, under Ash's hometown. I shall do my best, sir, Vul said. Though it will be out of my hands if there is another breach of nuclear material. People are bound to be interested if the same plague that struck Riemeyer rears its ugly head elsewhere. That is up to the engineers to prevent, not me. No excuses, Vul. You now occupy one of the highest positions of authority in the Church of Syros. Do what is necessary, no less. And what of the Immaculate One and her thralls? Geralt's sudden departure may prove a surprising windfall for us. The Knights of Syros' morale has declined. Thales hummed, sounding almost bored. I have also learned what the Immaculate One has planned for Professor Byleth and Lady Edelgard, Vul added. It seems she intends to use both as vessels for the Fell Star's consciousness. Well, now that one of the beast's intended vessels has been removed and replaced, we can hardly allow poor Edelgard to fall victim to such a plot. I am doing everything I can to shield her from Ria's influence. See to it that it is enough. And what of the so-called Holy Tomb? Have you gained access? I have yet to enter it personally, sir. However, I will find out the entry mechanisms by the end of the month. Very well. I am counting on your success. The resources in the Holy Tomb will make our victory assured. Edelgard wondered what resources were in the Holy Tomb. Even after the Empire had taken control of Garreg Mach and even after 5 years of using it as a base of operations, her people had never learned how to control the entry mechanism that Ria commanded so effortlessly, and so the tomb remained closed to outsiders. Whatever resources it had beyond creststones and moldy old bones, though, if Thales wanted them so badly, they must have been terrifying. Now, Vipar, speak to me. What news do you bring? She was struck dumb for a moment. Thales was speaking to her. If she misspoke, he would realize who she really was in an instant. He was far too shrewd and clever not to. Vipar, speak, Thales growled. More than just a moment. She looked to Vul. He gave her a stern nod. My apologies, sir, she said, addressing the device. It was amazing to think that her voice traveled into that box, turned into something inaudible and intangible, and flew through the air halfway across the continent before transfiguring itself once again into human speech. There were legends and fairy tales about stones of far speech that did the same, but she'd always thought they were only stories. My finger slipped. Take care not to let it slip again, Thales sighed. Report. I have returned from an excursion to Varley territory. Lady Edelgard's presence was requested. And I met with Prince Anselm. He did not suspect me at all. Good. So far, you live up to your reputation. What else? He is aware that Prince Burkhard has married. She paused. Cornelia had to have an Agarthan name, didn't she? If she didn't use it, would it blow her cover? Vul surreptitiously pulled the lever again, silencing the both of them from Thales' perspective. Nemtera, he hissed, then flipped the lever. Edelgard cleared her throat. That Prince Burkhard has married Nemtera. Did you mute yourself again? Apologies, my lord. I had to sneeze, she said. I see. And has the news reached anyone else? Now that it's reached Anselm, it will spread like wildfire. The entire empire will know about it in a week, probably. This may make it difficult for Prince Burkhard to become emperor. She wondered if she'd said that with the wrong inflection. Which prince was those who slither in the dark propping up? Between Burkhard and Anselm, who played more into their hands. She'd initially thought they'd tricked Anselm into acting, but in any hypothetical war, Anselm's Adrestia would be as staunch an ally to the Church of Syros as Dimitri's Faerghus had been in her world, while Burkhart's empire would likely be more neutral. But were things really that simple? Many nobles will staunchly support Prince Burkhart no matter what, out of sheer decorum if nothing else. Many other nobles will flock to Prince Anselm out of disgust for their crown prince. As long as there is division in the empire, Nemtera's purpose is served. The more she is reviled, the more controversial her marriage to him is, the better. Of course. Continue to act within your guise as Lady Edelgard, Thales said. See to it Dimitri no longer harbors any doubts about me. And if you should find an opportunity to arrange the Fellstar's death, or our pet beasts, do it. Edelgard's blood ran cold. Are you saying Happy should be terminated immediately, sir? As soon as she proves dangerous. Vual checked the miniature clock he carried within his cloak. Pardon me, sir, but perhaps we should wrap this up. It is getting late. Of course. Do take care, my faithful and valuable servants. I have no doubt now that you will avoid the fates meted out to Solon and Cronia, but for your sake, do not dare prove me wrong. Yes, sir, Vual said. Yes, sir, Edelgard said. Then she realized that she had an opportunity here to probe one of the many mysteries that had been frustrating her as of late. Wait. Yes, Vipar. I have a question about Claude von Regan. Vual gave her a strange look, furrowing his brow in bemusement. What about Claude von Regan? She began to worry she had made a grave error. Vual's finger was headed for the lever. The brat's a crafty little cockroach. Is there anything I should do about him? He is insignificant. The Fellstar and the Beast are more pressing concerns. Stick to your duties, Thales said. I have nothing more to say. Good night. A frustrating non-answer, but probably the best she would get. Thank you, sir. Vual pulled the lever one last time and the machine was left producing nothing but that crackling buzz again. He pushed the antenna back into the machine and fiddled with the dials until it fell silent, then closed the box and slipped it back under his cloak. He was in quite a hurry to leave, Edelgard noted. He's constrained, Vual said to her with a very unseat-like smirk, by the testing schedule. Another tidal surge, she asked, bracing herself. This late at night. Scientific progress never sleeps. What, pray tell, was that last question about? I'm suspicious about Claude. I know he's on Dida's side, so I figured I could use this opportunity to see if he had any ties to Thales. Well, I do hope his answer was satisfying. My core nearly leaped from my chest there. Edelgard supposed she should be relieved. If Vual knew nothing about Claude, then he really was some kind of free agent and not someone connected to Thales. The surge struck her like a hammer to the back of the head and an axe to the front of it. Vual caught her before she could fall out of the guard tower's staircase and subject herself to a humiliating concussion and kept her steady until the splitting, burning pain had passed and she was no longer torn between two worlds. To think that Thales was suffering the same agony at this very moment, wherever he was, made her feel at least a little better. She caught her breath. She said, panting as cold sweat made even colder by the cold air beaded her brow. The new research facility. Ash's hometown. Yes, Vual frowned and Edelgard knew it was genuine. This is a bad situation for us. The village and its people are in legitimate danger, and if we allow the tests to be proven conclusive, Operation Antediluvium will proceed at full scale. If that happens, Thales wins. But we will expose ourselves at worst and incur his wrath at best if we attempt to interfere and shut down the facility. What we need is an unavoidable casus belli. An inciting event that forces us to intervene against our own best-laid plans, Edelgard summed up. The sight of the crater that had once been Remire haunted her, all those corpses burned beyond recognition, and Ash's only family could end up among those dead, sacrificed to Thales' apocalyptic endgame. Can we engineer one? We can hope that nuclear material escapes the facility and causes a health crisis. If Ash's siblings are as smart as he always said they were, perhaps they would send for Professor Manuela and the Knights of Syros. It would be difficult for me to stop that. But that would mean trusting the enemy to make the same mistake twice. Vul nodded. Exactly. We will have to think, and think quickly. Now allow me to escort you to your quarters before you catch another cold. The bitter wind howled over the walls of Garreg Mach and blew across the lawn, kicking up swirling clouds of powder snow from the snowdrifts and assaulted the two of them like a hail of needles as they made their way back from their meeting place. Edelgard hardly noticed the stinging wind. Her thoughts darted frantically between two poles now: how she could expose those who Slither's latest act of treachery to Dimitri, and how she could keep Ash's hometown safe. Morning brought with it a third problem. After a fitful sleep, she woke up the next morning with the sun in her eyes and something hot, rough, wet, and smelling strongly of raw meat dragging itself against her cheek. Edelgard was awake in an instant. She tried to struggle, but found herself pinned to the bed by something very warm, very furry, and at least as heavy as a horse, and realized quickly that Happy had grown resentful of how much time the least furry member of her adopted litter had spent away from her. Happy, she grunted, placing her hand under the beast's chin and trying to lift her head. This is unacceptable behavior. Happy let out an irritated meow and pressed a paw against her chest, purring so loudly that Edelgard almost couldn't hear herself think. You don't need to look after me. Where are your babies? As if on cue, half a dozen tiny faces poked out of Happy's mane. Clever girl, Edelgard muttered. Happy gently clamped her jaws around her arm and tried to pull her out of bed. She succeeded. Edelgard fell to the floor with a thump, the impact softened only marginally by her rug, and as she picked herself up she saw that her bedroom door had been completely separated from its hinges and also snapped in half. Happy, you ruined my door, she scolded the beast. Happy pinned her down and started kneading her paws against her. Release my fiancé, you beast. Ferdinand von Agier's voice boomed through the hall. Edelgard caught a glimpse of him standing at her door, or what was left of her door, still in his pajamas, with nothing to defend himself with but an ornamental saber that Edelgard knew from experience could only just barely cut butter, let alone a beast's hide. Do not fear, Lady Edelgard. I shall protect you. Other students were gathering in the halls. Out of my way. Dimitri snarled, shoving Ferdinand aside. I'll save you. Byleth's voice rang through the hall. Get back, everyone. Professor. Ferdinand protested as everyone else drew back. A beast is mauling my. It's only Happy, she replied, strolling into Edelgard's bedroom with Leonie and Marianne. Only Happy, one of the students piped up in response. Leonie was, of course, as alert and well-composed as ever. Marianne was disheveled, her steel-blue hair falling over her shoulders in lieu of their usual tightly braided bun. Edelgard, are you all right? I'm fine, Edelgard said while Happy continued to knead her. Now she knew exactly what dough felt like. While Happy didn't mean her any harm, she expected she'd be sore all over for days. I'm sorry, Marianne said, gently coaxing Happy off of her. She was frightened and went to the only other place in the monastery she felt safe. My bedroom? Edelgard asked, wriggling out of Happy's clutches. Happy, no. Bad. Maybe she wanted to make sure you were safe, Byleth said. What happened? Edelgard asked. Had someone tried to kill Happy? She had more than her fair share of enemies. Catherine, as far as she knew, still wanted to put her down, and now those who slither were considering the same. Professor Hanneman tried to take a blood sample, Leonie said. Professor Manuela's taken him to the infirmary. Edelgard's heart sank. Speaking of casus belli, this was exactly what Catherine needed to get herself a nice red fur coat. He'll be fine, Byleth assured her. Just a few scratches. Edelgard scratched behind Happy's ear, hoping to quell her own nerves as well as the cat's. Is that what this is all about? Were you worried about me? Happy rubbed her cheek against her hand, then rubbed her cheek against her entire face, purring all the while. I appreciate it, but you've made a mess of my room. Not only had the door been busted down, but there were books strewn across the floor, mud tracked onto the rug, and claw marks on the floorboards. Happy let out a chirrup. She didn't sound sorry at all. If you were human, you would appreciate how serious this is. Happy meowed at her. Follow me. Edelgard inched her way out of the room, grabbing her cloak on the way and pushing past the crowd of her fellow students. Happy followed her down the hall, down the stairs, and outside. The students gave her a wide berth. A very wide berth. "Good girl," she said, and once the two of them were standing in the snow outside the greenhouse, Happy sat down and tucked her paws underneath herself. Like most cats, Happy could be surprisingly well trained when she wanted to be, though those occasions were far and few in between. "Very good girl." While Edelgard scratched at the base of Happy's horns, Dimitri and Didu hurried down the stairs behind Byleth, Marianne, and Leonie. Happy stood up, rising to her full towering height, and growled at them, a long and low-pitched threatening whine humming in her throat. Dimitri, Your Highness," Marianne whispered, taking him by the arm, Please don't take this personally, but she doesn't seem to like you." Dimitri took a few steps back. "Oh. I understand. Pardon me." Edelgard felt a hand clamp around her arm and drag her backward. "Edelgard," Ingrid asked, "are you all right?" Like most of the rest of the students, she had been rudely awakened by the commotion. It was a rare sight for her golden hair to tumble so lazily over her shoulders. Still, though, she looked just as alert and ready to fight as she always did, even though she was completely unarmed. "There's nothing to worry about," Edelgard insisted. "Nothing to worry about? A monster broke into your bedroom. And not just any monster. She worked for Solon. What is she doing in the monastery? Why are you treating her like a giant kitten?" Byleth took Ingrid aside. "We need her to tell us more about what happened in Remire. She can't do that the way she is now, so we're keeping her until we can make her human again." Edelgard caught sight of Didu standing next to Dimitri, both a healthy distance away from Happy. He stared directly at her and slowly drew a finger across his throat. Edelgard nodded in response, his silent message received loud and clear. This was going from bad to worse. "She's actually quite tame," Byleth added while Ingrid gawked at her in disbelief. "Well, if you say so, Professor," Ingrid said, relenting. "Edelgard, have you been scratched or bitten at all? Any injuries?" "No," Edelgard insisted while Ingrid looked her over like a mother hen. "Ingrid, I appreciate your concern, but I don't even have a scratch on me." "You're overreacting, Ingrid," Annette said, patting the beast's flank. She had been very faintly mumbling a nonsense song under her breath. Edelgard wasn't sure what a skimbleshanks was, but it seemed to be keeping Happy calm. "See? She wouldn't hurt a fly. She must have just been brainwashed or something in Remire. What in the goddess name is going on out here?" Catherine called out, stomping across the yard. Shamir was close behind. Happy crouched down and hissed at the new intruder, her ears pressed back and hackles raised, fangs bared, and tail raised. "Nothing," Byleth said. "Happy just got lonely." Catherine's hand fell to her sword. Happy growled and spat at her. "Wait," Shamir said, grabbing Catherine by the arm. "It's bad luck to kill a jaguar demon. I didn't think you were superstitious." "I'm not. Back in Dada, you kill one and 5 more come running. Pretty bad luck if you ask me." "In Dada?" "Yes. But why take the risk?" Catherine sighed. "Professor Byleth, you know what Alois and I decided about this. If it hurts someone, we're putting it down. Professor Hanneman is in the infirmary right now." Leonie stepped forward. She had a temper as short as her close-cropped auburn hair and just as fiery. "You're not going to put her down. That's not what Captain Geralt would do, and I promised him I'd look after her. If you want her, you'll have to go through me." Catherine looked down at her, most likely noting that she herself was in full plate armor and had a sword, whereas Leonie was dressed in her uniform and an old cloak of Geralt's and had a hunting knife on her belt. "I'm captain of the Knights of Syros," she said matter-of-factly. "I'm Captain Geralt's greatest apprentice," Leonie spat back. Catherine kept looking down at her, her brow furrowing. Edelgard could tell that she was asking herself, what would Rhea do, and then recalled the time her world's Casper had recounted to her a conversation he'd had with Catherine in which she'd told him, quite bluntly, that she would kill a child without hesitating if Rhea told her to. "Perhaps," Edelgard said to her, "we should ask Hanneman what he thinks." Catherine's frown deepened. I think he'll agree with me in the interest of public safety. Kill her? Are you mad, Captain? Hanneman gasped, his eyes bulging so dramatically that they risked popping right out of his sockets. He stood up from the cot he'd been sitting on. He'd shed more layers of clothing than Edelgard cared to see him without, topless save for an undershirt with one sleeve cut away. His arm was wreathed in bloody bandages, just a few scratches, Byleth had said. If anything, I've half a mind to march right up to her and try again. It mauled you, Professor, Catherine argued. A risk worth taking. Captain, if I pull this off, I can write the book on Crestology. No, 2 books on Crestology, one on Crest corruption and repair and the other on Crest-induced bestial transfigurations. All I need to push my research further is a blood sample. If it's a blood sample you need, you've gotten plenty, Manuela said, taking him by the shoulders and pushing him back down into a sitting position. Of your own, that is. Simmer down and settle down, you old goat. Manuela, you know I respect you as a physician, Hanneman spat back at her, when you aren't stinking drunk, that is, but what do you understand of the passion of scientific discovery? This will put my name in the history books. You'd be in the history books, all right, as a dead fool. I think Happy is adorable, but you know full well she doesn't care for you, and if she'd aimed just a few inches to the right, your heart wouldn't be inside your ribcage anymore. Humbug. I had the situation under control. Professor, if you don't mind me asking, Edelgard asked Hanneman, what were you intending to do this morning? I'm glad someone finally asked, he replied, glaring at Manuela and Catherine in turn. I think I might have developed a partial cure for Happy's affliction. Then administer it to her, Catherine said. I'd advise against that, Edelgard said. There's no way of knowing which part it will cure. Isn't that right, Hanneman? We could restore her human mind but not her human body, or worse, she could end up with the mind of a beast in a human body. Hanneman nodded. Or anything in between. We could get lucky, of course, but things would more likely than not go horribly wrong. Sadly, I have reached the limit of what I can do with hair and saliva samples. I need blood. It was probably only the 5th creepiest thing Hanneman had ever said. Why didn't you try to sedate it first? Catherine asked. I did try, Hanneman said. I simply did not expect the ether to wear off so quickly. I might have to double the dose. Or triple it. The last person who should be administering ether to anyone or anything should be you pompous old buffoon, Manuela chastised him. You think my job is easy, don't you? Considering you're drunk as a skunk half the time you do it, it must be. Catherine pounded her fist on Manuela's desk. A cup of water, or possibly water, on the desk rattled and shivered from the impact as the loud bang of her gauntlet hitting varnished wood rang out. That's enough. Hanneman, use your cure today, or it dies today. She sighed and gave Edelgard a weary, put-upon look before turning around and heading out the room. It's a miracle it took that thing this long to hurt someone, but it is what it is. You can't kill her, she's a mother. Manuela shouted at her back. An eerie and quiet calm descended over the infirmary. Edelgard swore the rest of the room's occupants could hear the mad hammer of her heartbeat. Happy would die today by Catherine's hand, or she would be killed by those who slither in the dark. Even if the cure was a failure, the slim chance it might succeed couldn't be risked. And her alter ego, hidden by an invisible mask, couldn't afford to fail here. She had to concoct a plan to kill Happy without killing her. Hanneman was the first to break the silence. I suppose a piecemeal cure is better than no cure at all. Even if it doesn't restore her completely, if it has any effect on her body or mind, I can use it as a jumping-off point. Edelgard took a deep breath. How is the cure administered, Professor? She asked him. I suppose she could just ingest it, he said. I hadn't thought of it. Like I said, I don't expect the cure to do much the way it is now. Well, let's pour out a saucer of milk, mix in the cure, and set it out in front of her, Manuela huffed. That should be more than enough. I swear, Hanneman, for all the wisdom that comes with age, you can be so helpless sometimes. I'm not fond of leaving a job half done, he retorted, or experimenting on a one-of-a-kind specimen with half of a treatment. He stood up and collected his shirt and tweed coat. Now, if you'll excuse me, I shall procure our supplies. In the interest of science, I must see the results in person. Hanneman, you stubborn, obstinate old windbag, she said, snatching the coat from his hand. I just closed up 4 lacerations in your bicep. You nearly went into shock. Just tell me where you're keeping the cure and I'll deal with it. I'm afraid you might mistake it for brandy and drink it, you so. Ugh. Do you think I'm that much of an irresponsible souse? Perhaps I ought to have let you bleed out. Perhaps that would have been preferable to hearing you lecture your... My what? My betters? Well, I'm sorry my attitude offends your noble blood. Why don't I take care of it? Edelgard asked. An idea had come to her. Professor, tell me where you're keeping the cure. I'll take it and administer it to Happy. Hanneman calmed down. Ah, yes, that is agreeable. She does trust you most, after all. He reached into his coat pocket and produced a ring of keys. The 3rd largest key is to my office, the 2nd is to my cabinet. Look for a small boiling flask filled with red-brown liquid on the cabinet's middle shelf. Edelgard took the keys from him. Thank you, Professor. I'll see to it. If you could write down your observations, Hanneman told her, I would most appreciate it. I'll try to remember that, she said, opening the door. Oh, and Professor Manuela, I want you to tell Professor Byleth something. Manuela smiled at her. Yes. Edelgard drew close to her and whispered her plan into her ear. Got it, she said. You're a crafty little. Edelgard put a finger to her lips. Right. I'll speak to your professor. She thanked Manuela and stepped out into the hall. Hanneman's office was practically a few steps away. She unlocked the door and slipped inside. His cabinet stood in the corner, and with the other key, she opened its doors. Flasks and bottles of all shapes and sizes, many empty, some full of various colorful liquids, greeted her. Among them stood the one she was looking for, a small one with a round body and a narrow neck about 1/3 filled with red-brown liquid and stoppered with a cork. She slipped the cure under her cloak, locked the cellar, and left the office, locking the door behind herself, then headed downstairs. She expected Dida to find her quickly. He did at the foot of the stairs of the Great Hall. Well, he asked. Hanneman made a potential cure. And if he doesn't use it today, or if it doesn't work, Catherine will put Happy down. Then she will be put down. Do you have it? No, but soon. With a morose frown, Didu gave her a slow nod. Oh, don't act so glum, Didu. You said it yourself that she would have to die, she taunted him. There's nothing you can do. It isn't fun, is it? Watching Dimitri swallow Thales lies day in and day out and knowing that everything you do drives the truth farther and farther away from him, and keeps him an ignorant little puppet. She watched Didu's eyes turn icier and icier. She'd struck a nerve. If you could reveal everything to him, would you? I would do whatever is best for His Majesty. Exactly the oblique, evasive answer Edelgard expected from him. She knew Didu had no great love for those who slither in the dark. After all, his men in black were, in his own words, as dangerous allies as they were enemies. He was biding his time, she supposed, until he could strike at them, just as Edelgard had done in her world. Perhaps he would change his tune if someone filled him in about Operation Antediluvian, another potential plan to consider. I'm glad to hear that, she said. You know what we'd do to him if he wasn't useful anymore. Didu left her, and Edelgard went on. Next, she had to find Claude. I need something that can put an Albinine moose to sleep for a few hours, she said as she stood in the middle of Claude's room. Claude raised an eyebrow and leaned back in his seat. Sorry, he said with a disarming little smirk, but I'm used to poisoning people. It also needs to be red. That doesn't make it easier for me. Don't tell me you haven't devised something that can put down a cavalry unit's horses, or a flying unit's wyverns. I know you have. It's ridiculously improbable that such a thing could escape your consideration, especially considering how common wyvern husbandry is in Almira. He thought for a moment. Why do you need to put Happy to sleep? To save her life. Well, I have the depression serum. I could put some non-toxic red dye in it. Do it. For what? For everything I've learned about the No-Eyed people. Deal. Claude went to his drawers. I need the serum in a small boiling flask, she added. Got it, he said, setting out an appropriately shaped flask and putting it on his desk. A small bottle of clear liquid came out next, then a small burlap sachet. Fill it 1/3 of the way. That's my whole supply, he said. You can make more. I don't have the ingredients anymore. I won't be able to get them until spring, at earliest. Claude, you won't get everything if you don't follow my instructions to the letter. What exactly are you doing? What I must. With a sigh, Claude went back to work, pouring all but a tiny bit of the bottle's contents into the flask and opening up the burlap sachet to take a pinch of russet-colored powder. When the powder fell from his pinched finger and thumb down the flask's neck and into its round body, it turned into slow and blossoming swirls of dark reddish-brown like wisps of smoke from a flame. He gave the flask a swirl, gripping the neck, then capped it with a cork and vigorously shook it. Well, he said, here it is. Enough depression serum to leave a moose down in the dumps. He handed the flask to her. Use it well. Edelgard took it. And now, he said with a wry smirk, everything you know. I'm afraid I don't have the time right now, she said. Over dinner, then. If Ferdinand will allow it, she answered with a wry smirk of her own. She left Claude's room and hurried downstairs and out of the dormitories, taking care to keep both flasks separate enough that she wouldn't confuse them. Out on the lawn, a few students were still gathered, but most had gone off to feed themselves or begin their training and studies for the day. Happy was curled up between the far wall of the academy's common rooms and one of the skeletal trees planted on the lawn, her bright scarlet fur striking against the churned snow, her head raised in alert. Half a dozen kittens were curled up at her side. Byleth, Marianne, and Leonie stayed close to her, everyone else kept their distance, especially Catherine, who kept a watchful eye on the beast. She wasn't headed for Happy yet. Instead, she made her way to the kitchen and scullery. Dmitri called out. He caught up with her with just a few long-legged strides. I hope you've talked some sense into Catherine, he said. That beast. Happy, she must know everything about Cornelia. Perhaps even who Thales really is. We need to restore her humanity. I know I'm working on it, she assured him. She produced one of the flasks from under her cloak and let the sunlight catch the swirling currents of the wispy, unctuous layers of the liquid within. Hanneman gave me something that might do just that. With any luck, it'll work. How will you feed it to her? I'll mix it into a bowl of milk, she said. He looked down at the flask. You said, it might work. Hopefully, it will. We only have one chance. He frowned. Evidently, he didn't like those odds at all. Well, if anybody can succeed with only one chance, it's you and Professor Byleth. He had no idea how correct he was. Edelgard put the flask back. Thank you. If the professor truly has the power of the goddess, then I suppose it's not too much to hope for a miracle. She headed to the kitchen, downstairs into the scullery, and took a bottle of milk off the shelf in a large bowl. On the lawn, with all of her materials gathered, with Byleth, Hanneman, Marianne, Leonie, Dmitri, and Dida waiting with bated breath and Catherine standing with one hand on Thunderbrand's hilt, Edelgard set down the bowl in front of Happy, emptied the bottle of milk into it, and poured in Claude's poison. Her heart rattled guiltily in her chest as Hanneman's chest swelled with anticipation. She gave the bowl a few swirls until the red currents swirling through the white milk turned the whole mixture a pale pink. She stepped away. Dida stared at the bowl, then at her. She met his gaze, then lifted her head, looked up to Claude's window and gave a curt nod. Understanding, he nodded back. Catherine ordered the rest of the students away, leaving only herself, Byleth, and Edelgard to observe. Happy slowly and gingerly picked herself up. At her full height, she towered over everyone 7 feet at least from paws to withers. She bowed her head, sniffed the bowl of milk, twitched her whiskers skeptically. Edelgard swallowed a guilty lump in her throat. She felt her hands shaking and fought back the tremors. Happy had trusted her to protect her to carry on the work of her Aunt Anselma. That wasn't what she was doing here. She was signing Happy's death warrant. Her eye hurt again, a knife-like stinging pain driving into her skull. She pressed her hand to it in a vain attempt to dull the pain. Happy began to lap at the discolored milk. Soon it was gone, her tongue scraped the bottom of the bowl. And then she took a few lumbering, uneasy steps backward, swaying on her paws, leaden eyelids falling over her scarlet eyes. She crumpled to the ground in a heap in a tangle of fur and lanky limbs, completely unconscious. "Oh, goddess, please," Hanneman whispered, on tenterhooks as he leaned forward on his tiptoes and set a well-inked pen to his notebook. Edelgard knew that what she had done would break his heart. Minutes passed. Nothing happened. It didn't work. Byleth looked crestfallen as the words hesitantly, frighteningly quietly, left her mouth. The look on her face alone would have been enough to make Edelgard weep, but she forced it all back. Even though all of the students had been driven away, she could still feel Dedu's eyes on her back. Perhaps it was her own paranoia, or perhaps she was still being watched and carefully assessed. She felt as though she were bound in chains heavier than any shackles she'd ever felt around her limbs. "I thought it would at least do something," Hanneman mumbled, his face falling. "I'm sorry," Catherine said. "At least it won't hurt." No, Byleth shook her head. "We can drag her somewhere safe while she's unconscious, somewhere she can't cause trouble. We can't do this. My father wouldn't." "I can redouble my efforts," Hanneman said. "Lady Catherine, please, give me one more chance." Edelgard wanted to curl up in a corner somewhere dark and cold, where someone like her belonged. She wanted her feet to carry her there and leave her there to rot. She wondered if Manuela had relayed her message to Byleth while she'd been meeting with Claude. She knew Manuela well enough to trust her not to be flaky when it mattered most, but this was a different and younger Manuela. If everything went wrong here. No. There was no blaming Manuela. It would still be Edelgard's fault. As much as she wanted to crumble in despair, forced yet again to demand the ultimate sacrifice from someone else for the sake of her own goals, instead she mentally reaffixed her mask. Standing on the precipice of the point of no return, she steadied herself. But when she closed her eyes, all she could see was the look on Byleth's face seared into her eyelids like a brand. "Not here," she said, hanging her head in defeat. "Not like this. Not in the academy, right in front of the dorms. Even a beast, you can't execute a beast in full view of where we all live and sleep, Lady Catherine. Please, at least take her where no one can see her." Catherine sighed and let go of her sword's hilt. "You're right. I'll get more knights. We'll haul it away while it's still asleep." "Lady Catherine, please," Hanneman begged, looking more distraught than Edelgard had ever seen him. "You would be destroying volumes of knowledge in a person." "I'm sorry, Hanneman. You had your chance, but I have to do whatever it takes to protect Garag Mach. I know better than anyone else how dangerous these beasts can be to students, and I don't want to take another chance." He shook his head in disbelief and took a halting step back. "I'm sorry, Professor," Edelgard said. "You knew there was only a slim chance of success." Her voice stuck in her throat. She was the real monster here, not the beast lying in the snow or the knight stubbornly hell-bent on righteous slaughter. "Ah, well, you did your best, Edelgard," he said, demoralized and defeated. "It was I who failed here. May the goddess forgive me." He sighed. "I cannot believe you're doing this." "I can't believe we're doing this," Eloise said. He stood back from Catherine, a wicker basket containing a half-dozen sleeping kittens hanging from the crook of his elbow. He rested his hand over the basket. "Don't watch," he whispered to the kittens. Happy lay on the floor of the catacombs, twisting in bone-lined passages, still completely unconscious. Catherine had Thunderbrand drawn, its glowing red-orange blade casting a fiery light that crawled across the skulls and ornately arranged femurs and ribs that created macabre decorative designs across the walls. Edelgard felt drained and demoralized, but stayed strong. The plan was still on track, for now. But plenty of students had seen Catherine, Eloise, and Byleth dragging Happy's body down into the catacombs for a private execution, and she didn't want to think about the looks on their faces. Especially Dimitri, Marianne, Leonie, their crestfallen yet accusing stares. She looked to both of the gathered knights, then to Byleth, and took a deep breath. "I think we've put on enough of a show now," she said. "Don't you think, Professor?" Byleth nodded. "What are you talking about?" Catherine asked. Ayesho? Alois asked, a furrow in his brow. There are agents loyal to Cornelia within Gareg Mach, Byleth explained. We don't know who or how many, just that there are. If there's a chance Happy could be turned back into a human and tell us what she knows, they would kill her. Which is why, Edelgard said, producing Hanneman's flask from her cloak, we're going to kill her first. This is the real cure, what I gave Happy was a sedative and nothing more. We're going to use it here and see what happens. If nothing happens, we can keep Happy safely down here while Hanneman works on another cure in secret. But if there are any positive developments, we might learn a thing or two about Cornelia. I'm sorry we had to mislead you, Catherine, Byleth said. But the fewer people up there that knew, the better. Catherine let out a nervous laugh. I've always known you had guts, Professor, she said, but you keep on surprising me. It's no wonder your students are over the moon for you. She turned to Edelgard. All right. Give it a shot. Edelgard removed the cork from the flask while Byleth took Happy's head in her arms and lifted it up, prying her mouth open. The beast was as limp as a ragdoll, if not for the occasional twitch of a whisker and the warmth of her body beneath her fur, she might have already been dead. She looked to Byleth. If this doesn't work. If something goes wrong. I'll go back all the way to this morning, Byleth whispered. Edelgard nodded, tipped the flask on its side, and let the concoction trickle down Happy's throat. They waited. Alois took a few very big, very careful steps backward, distancing himself from Happy as much as he could. His back kissed the bone-laden walls and he let out a shocked and terrified yelp. Catherine tightened her grip on Thunderbrand's hilt, just in case. Byleth took a deep breath and prepared to turn back time. For a few seconds that seemed to last days, nothing happened. Then the seizures began. Happy's body shook and convulsed, a wild tangle of lanky limbs whipping through the air, a tempest of claws and fur. Byleth grabbed Edelgard and pulled her a safe distance away. The flask fell from Edelgard's hands and landed with a clatter on the stone tile floor. The dim light barely illuminated Happy's body as it twisted, shivered, quivered, and contorted. Happy made no sound whatsoever, no hissing, growling, yowling, or anything else. Though it was hard to discern any detail, Edelgard thought she could see fur receding into flesh, hints of bare skin. Edelgard felt sick to her stomach. The tight and cramped corridor swirled around her, turning the skulls into cackling fiends. She felt her feet slip and skid on the floor as she tried to keep her balance and keep herself upright. Screams and wails and moans of her own imagination rang in her ears, vicious invective long since forgotten spewed out of anger and betrayal, half-remembered begging and pleading for help. She felt tears stream down her cheeks, suffocating her, turning the air in her lungs to molten lead. Byleth's hand fell to her shoulder, anchoring her back to reality. You don't have to look, she assured her. Edelgard squeezed her eyes shut and fought to control her breathing. All she could hear were claws scraping against stone, the erratic dull thumps of body constantly in motion thrashing against the floor. She took a deep breath and exhaled as the sounds of turmoil faded away, opening her eyes. At last, Happy's body had returned to rest, lying in a heap on the floor. She was no longer the moose-sized mostly feline beast she had been a minute ago, but Edelgard couldn't exactly call the sight she beheld human. For starters, though the body had a much more human shape, it was comparable in size to Didi or Raphael, still had quite a lot more fur than the typical human, and, if Edelgard's eyes weren't deceiving her, still had a tail. Edelgard felt herself fall into Byleth's arms. She hardly realized it until she felt the back of her head sink into her bosom and strong arms curl around her waist. Her legs felt like jelly, they'd completely collapsed under her weight. Her breath filled her lungs in long, shaky drafts and came out in sputtering gasps. She shivered as she collected herself and tried to will the strength back into her legs. Byleth held her until she could carry her own weight again. Catherine sighed in relief. Better than nothing, she said. A lot better. How long is she going to be asleep now? Most of the day, at least, Byleth said. Alois, who'd had his hands pressed over his eyes for the duration of the transformation, peeked through his fingers. Is it over? See, can I look? It's over, Byleth assured him. Yes, Alois, you can look. With a relieved sigh of his own, Alois let his hands fall from his face. Ah, that was frightening. And then he caught sight of Happy, and presumably of something that was probably a naked breast, because his hands flew right back to his eyes. Ah! My darling wife, please forgive me, he cried out. Realizing that Happy's nudity was probably a problem, Byleth shrugged off her jacket and laid it atop her. Edelgard doubted it would be enough to preserve her modesty. While Happy was no longer moose-sized, she was still a mountain. But perhaps some memento of Byleth's end, if Edelgard remembered correctly where that jacket had come from, Geralt's would put her at ease when she woke up, like a child's favorite blanket or plush doll. Hey, wait a minute, Catherine said. When we go back up to the surface, people are going to expect my sword to have blood on it. Won't they get suspicious if we all come out squeaky clean? Edelgard felt a pit open up in her stomach. Of all the things to forget. Why hadn't she asked Claude for some fake blood? If anybody had some, it would be him. You're right, Byleth said. Give me your sword. I'm not giving you Thunderbrand. No, your other sword. Catherine reached to the saber sheathed at her opposite hip and handed it to her. All right, but I don't see what you're going to. Byleth held the saber, drew the sword of the Creator from her side, called upon the power of the Crest of Flames, and with a one-handed grip on her sword shattered the saber's blade at the hilt. The pieces of the steel blade clattered to the floor as the glow permeating Byleth's sword and throbbing through her veins faded away. Catherine stared, her mouth agape, and while it was hard to tell in the dim lighting from the torches burning dully in the wall sconces, she might have been blushing. Now I see, she said after a long pause, finally picking her jaw up off the floor, why Geralt called his company the Blade Breakers. You can say the blade snapped off when you drove it through Happy's heart, Byleth said, handing the saber's hilt back to Catherine. People will believe you. Catherine gingerly took the hilt and just held it, staring at it as though she'd never seen it before in her life. I guess. I mean, she was asleep. It isn't like she could fight back or get any licks in. Not the kind of tale I'd tell at the bar, exactly. Edelgard might have said something pithy about knights there, but was too exhausted to need to hold her tongue. Well, if our work is done here, I suppose we can leave this place, right? Alois asked Catherine. Right, Captain? Please, Captain. Yes, she said. Yes, let's get going. Before the four of them left, Edelgard approached Happy and crouched beside her as she lay in repose, lighting a flame in her hand to better illuminate her. It was easier now to see familiar contours of a human face underneath a shaggy mane of tangled scarlet hair. But there were still horns sprouting from her temples, curled and black as onyx, still armored scales as black and lustrous as polished obsidian padding her shoulders and running down her spine, still large swaths of short, soft scarlet fur dotted with black rings and rosettes covering her skin, draped over her back, running down her arms and legs. The furred tufts of pointed ears poked out of her hair and the tips of sharp fangs protruded from her lips. Furry paws that were not quite paws but not quite hands and feet either were capped with thick, sharp black claws. Edelgard placed a hand to Happy's brow and felt its warmth, allowing herself to feel relieved. Though she wondered, if this body was not fully human and not fully beast, what did that mean for the mind within it? I promised you I'd find a way to bring you back, Happy, she whispered, so relieved she might have started crying again. You're halfway there now. She, Catherine, Byleth, and Alois left the catacombs, grim and glum as they emerged back into the daylight. In the blinding light, Edelgard's relief vanished and guilt rushed into the empty spaces in her heart yet again. Before her eyes could adjust to the sunlight, she felt hands seize her and a jolt of terror ran through her body. She heard Anselm say, I heard what happened. Are you all right? Is that beast dead? Lady Edelgard, she heard Hubert chime in. She'd barely spoken to him and vice versa for what had felt like weeks. Please, I beg of you to forgive me. As the light faded, she saw Leonie running up to her, her face twisted in anger. You didn't, she said, looking to her and then to Byleth, her eyes wide and mouth agape in horror and her brow furrowed in fury. You didn't just stand there and let them, did you? Professor Byleth, how could you? What about your promise to Captain Geralt? Your own father? Catherine, how could you? Byleth bowed her head. We did all we could, she croaked. It's dead, Catherine said, lifting the bladeless hilt of her saber and showing it off. I did what I had to do. You betrayed Geralt, Leonie continued, spitting every word out of her mouth, her invective as sharp as arrowheads. You betrayed Geralt. All of you. Every last one of you cowards. Don't you have any shame? You're the real monsters here. He'd be ashamed of you if he were here. There were other students there, too. Claude and Hilda looked as aghast as Leonie, though not nearly as enraged. Dido kept an impassive expression that nevertheless seemed more fraught than ever before, a nervous and almost guilty shift of his eyes that spoke to a turmoil as great as Edelgard's own, if not greater. Marianne stood with her head bowed and hands anxiously kneading each other, pale and shivering, and Dmitri, with his hand on her shoulder and his eyes drawn to her distress, was too preoccupied for once to lash out against Catherine in anger. Long ago, when she had cast away the Flame Emperor's mask for good, Edelgard had hoped her days of playing the villain to her friends had been behind her. They weren't. Chapter 33, The Haunting of Castle Gaspard. The same night as Happy's death, Edelgard returned to the catacombs with Byleth, breaking curfew with the explicit permission of the Knights of Syros. She had expected the initial sedative effects of Claude's poison to wear off some time after nightfall and wanted to be sure that the first face Happy saw upon waking up was a friendly one. They found Happy where they had left her, curled up in the winding tunnels with Byleth's old grey jacket clutched in her paws. Catherine and Eloise had brought down the largest set of tunic and trousers they had been able to find and laid them next to her. Edelgard held in her arms a bundle of her spare bedsheets, just in case Happy would have wanted something with her scent. She laid them at her side as well. Happy continued to sleep, her chest gently rising and falling, but then suddenly stirred. Stand back, Byleth told Catherine and Eloise. You know she doesn't like you. The knights stood back. Byleth crept closer, flanked by Edelgard, Happy, and Hubert, their feet slowly and silently slipping across the dusty floor. Happy cracked open her eyes. Though her face was human enough, the pupils of her scarlet eyes were enlarged and reflected the light from the wall sconces as gleaming golden discs. She slowly propped herself up and stretched, her fur bristling, then appraised her guests. Chatterbox, she mumbled, looking at Byleth. Her head swiveled a few degrees until she was facing Edelgard. Auntie Anselma. Edelgard felt her heart leap. She could speak unintelligibly. Though her body hadn't changed completely back, her mind seemed quite intact. Hanneman would be overjoyed. Happy stood up and looked around. She was tall, even hunched over. She was eye to eye with Hubert and nude save for red and black fur that crept up her arms and legs and across her shoulders. Her tail swished back and forth behind her as though it had a life of its own, flicking its tip. Where's Geralt? Where am I? She mumbled. Her voice came out quiet, slow, ponderous, as though she were trying very hard to remember how to speak. She looked down at herself. Why am I naked? And, big, she very carefully examined her forepaws as though she'd never seen them before, curling her fingers and watching the black claws that capped them gleam in the light. And, paws. Huh. How'd I get paws? It's good to see you again, Happy. I don't suppose you recall the last few weeks? Edelgard asked her. She cleared his throat, more flustered than she would have liked to admit by the sight of a giant, naked beast woman. We, brought some clothes for you. Happy idly scratched her back. Huh. I'm fuzzy. Please, Edelgard said, motioning to the clothes. Happy acquiesced and put on the tunic and trousers. They barely fit, but rendered her mercifully decent all the same. She sniffed the air, twitched her ears, and swished her tail. Okay. The fuck happened to me? You were a giant cat for a while, Byleth said. Remember any of that? Happy shook her head. What do you remember? She rubbed the back of her paw against her brow. Head feels slow, she mumbled, slowly lowering herself to the floor and nestling herself in the sheets Edelgard had brought. It's okay if you don't remember, Edelgard said, approaching her slowly and carefully. A more complete cure would, she hoped, restore whatever of her mind was still closed off to her. I remember, Happy sniffed the air again. Where, babies? Eloise stepped forward. Don't worry about the kittens, he said. I'm keeping them in my quarters for now. Actually, I'd love to bring some of them to my daughter, she's wanted a pet for months. Happy hissed at him, her ears pinned back and pupils narrowed to slits, her fangs bared and glistening in the torchlight as she ensconced herself in the blankets and pressed herself to the wall, and she pulled herself up to her full height. Her fur bristled. She must have been nearly 7 feet tall. He held up his hands. And nice kitty, I didn't mean to. She hissed at him again, caught sight of Catherine, hissed at her, and scurried deeper into the catacombs. Byleth glared at both of the knights. Both of you, stay back, she said, and she led Edelgard after her. They found Happy huddled in her blankets and tucked into an alcove some distance away. Edelgard eased closer to her, slowly, until Happy's claws cut through the air and she found herself dragged into the alcove with a pair of strong arms wrapped as firmly as shackles around her. Edelgard quickly discovered that as human as Happy may have been now, she could still purr. With a pang of equal parts dread and second-hand embarrassment, she feared that Happy might keep trying to groom her, but the seconds passed and no attempt was made to start licking her hair, thankfully. Aunt Anselma, Happy murmured. I'm not Aunt Anselma, Edelgard told her. Anselma was my mother. I'm Edelgard. Do you remember me, Happy? Her memories, it seemed, were all a jumble, as though her mind were a library with all its books torn from the shelves and thrown into a haphazard pile on the floor. Happy thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. A little. I'm sorry, Byleth told her, crouching beside her. Catherine and Eloise just want to help. Bad, she hissed. Evil. She curled a paw around the back of Edelgard's head. Edelgard felt sharp claws press gently into her scalp. Evil people. It's all right, Edelgard said, reaching out and scratching behind her ear. They just want to know what you know about Cornelia, Byleth said. Happy shook her head. Hurt. They want to stop her, Byleth continued, so she can't hurt more people the way she hurt you. You need to tell them everything about her plans, what she's done. Edelgard ruffled the fur on the back of Happy's neck. Happy, do you have trouble recalling things from when you were fully human? Happy nodded. My brain's all cloudy. Edelgard could only feel the deepest sympathy for her. How many days of freedom had she had since the fateful day Cornelia had snatched her away from her home? Wherever she went she exchanged one prison for another and yet another, no matter how sympathetic her jailers were. And not just a prison of stone now, but a prison of her own mind, her thoughts and memories locked behind a wall of bestial fog. Edelgard, Byleth suggested, do you think that Professor Hanneman might be able to make a complete cure if he has a sample of Happy's blood? Happy recoiled. My blood, she gasped, shuddering. Your transformation has something to do with what Cornelia did to your crest, Edelgard explained to her. Hanneman was able to study your crest enough using just hair samples to devise the incomplete cure that made you what you are now, but we may be able to make you fully human again if he has a blood sample to work with. Of course, as a beast, you couldn't consent to having your blood drawn. Happy vehemently shook her head. No. No blood. No sharp things. I cannot say I blame you, Edelgard told her, stroking her fur to soothe her. Happy started purring again. But please think about it. You deserve to have what was done to you undone. Happy thought for a moment. Okay, she mumbled. Byleth took a drinking flask from her hip, uncorked it, and poured its contents onto the floor, then took a dagger from her belt. Do you think Hanneman just needs a few drops? She asked. Edelgard nodded. We'll just give you a small prick, she assured Happy. And Professor Byleth can heal you afterward. It'll barely hurt. Happy nodded, gulped, and hesitantly offered to Byleth a paw. There were patches of bare skin, rough and black, on her palm and the tips of her fingers, just like any animal's paw pads. Byleth brought the dagger's edge to one of the pads and with a swift flick of her wrist cut it open. Happy let out a yelp and yanked her paw back. Edelgard held her tight to keep her calm and combed her fingers through her mane as Byleth turned her paw over and let blood trickle into the flask. For a few seconds, blood flowed from the gash and Happy whimpered until Byleth had had enough and took the flask away. Then, with a green glow wreathing her hands, she sealed the wound she had made. Happy let out a relieved sigh and retracted her paw, holding it close to her chest. A few seconds of silence passed. "Oh, shit," she said. "You'd better go." Edelgard and Byleth left her behind, reconvened with Catherine and Eloise, and headed out of the catacombs. Byleth handed the flask to Catherine. "Bring this to Professor Hanneman," she said. Catherine looked down at it. "I guess he could use a drink," she said. "It's blood." "Oh." She wrinkled her nose. "Happy's blood. Tell him to keep working on a cure. It's too late for Happy, but there's no telling how many other people might need to be saved from Cornelia's sorcery." "Got it," Catherine said, packing away the flask. The knights returned to their posts for the night, and Edelgard returned to the dormitories with Byleth. She found Claude waiting for her at the head of the stairs, his eyes narrow, his brow furrowed, his arms crossed over his chest. "You used my poison for murder." Edelgard had never heard such venom in Claude's voice. His eyes were sharp flecks of jade, his mouth pulled into a tight scowl. She tossed a lock of her hair over her shoulder. "And what of it?" "I did what I had to do," she said flippantly. "You switched it for Hanneman's cure, didn't you? I've never seen the poor guy so depressed." "You broke his heart, Edelgard." Edelgard wondered if she were being watched. "I'll do worse than break yours if you don't get out of my way." "Where's the real cure?" "I dumped it into a flow herbide." "You killed her?" "With my poison." "My peaceful poison." "How many of your peaceful poisons lead to death in the same way?" she retorted. "The cure wouldn't have worked anyway. But no matter, Happy von Rusalka is dead. Make sure Dida knows that. And make sure he reports favorably about me to his friends in the Men in Black. I performed admirably, considering the circumstances. I'm sure they'd admire you," he spat. Edelgard smiled and winked at him. A cold smile of his own cracked his stern visage, and he winked back. "Good night, Edelgard," he said. "May the gods forgive you, because Hilda, Leonie, and I sure as hell won't." The week passed by in a blur. The more looming danger Edelgard found herself surrounded by, the faster time seemed to pass. Anselm darted across the monastery just as quickly as the hands of the clocks seemed to spin. Edelgard would find him on one side of the monastery chatting with monks and knights in the morning and on the opposite side in the afternoon plying Bernadetta into spending some time with him, and in between she would find him having the occasional argument with Volkhard and pestering Voul for an audience with Archbishop Ria. He would make time, too, to tutor Edelgard in calculus and dark magic, which was really nothing but a ploy to wrest from her secrets about Cornelia she no longer had the opportunity to tell. Dida was watching her more often than not, and when he wasn't, Claude was. Edelgard visited Happy whenever she could, wondering if the amnesiac fog clouding her head would fade away in time, but it seemed to be a permanent fixture of her half-beast state, as were her hysterical reactions to Catherine and Eloise. She would not be forthcoming until Hanneman's cure was complete. Friday morning, Edelgard pulled her bedroom door open to find Annette waiting for her in the hallway, not quite as bright-eyed and bushy-tailed as usual. "Hey, Edelgard," she said. "Wanna get breakfast together before class? If you don't mind, that is." "I don't mind," Edelgard said, following her into the hall. "You seem more tired than usual," she added as the two of them left the dormitories, noticing that Annette was struggling to stifle yawn after yawn. "I do hope you've been remembering not to work yourself to the bone." Annette said, clasping a hand over her gaping mouth. "Ugh, I didn't sleep well last night, and I'm sore all over. Brawling training is just, phew. I've never been so sore." "So, the soreness is just your muscles breaking down when you've worked them too hard, right? Then why doesn't healing magic make you less sore?" "I've never had any sort of aptitude for faith," Edelgard said, "so I can't really say." Annette giggled. "And yet you're the one the goddess talks to." "Not anymore." "What?" "Nothing." They sat together in the dining hall. Annette only picked at her food, though, a glum frown on her round face. "I'm sorry about Happy," she said. You and Professor Byleth did what you could, okay?" Edelgard nodded. "It's unfortunate, but, yes. We did what we could. I had a horrible dream last night about it." "Well, sort of. Actually, it was about Merci." Annette took a deep breath. Cornelia turned her into a horrible monster, not a nice one like Happy, one all scaly and slimy and snarly and, murder why, and she had to be, you know. Dreams have a bad habit of throwing our worst and most pressing fears and anxieties to the forefront. I didn't sleep well last night, either. Why, you don't think Cornelia would do something like that to Mercy, do you? Edelgard rested her chin in her hands. A monster? I'm not sure. But I've been thinking. Happy was at Remire, and so was the Death Knight. Do you think it might be possible, however unlikely, that Mercedes? That's ridiculous. Annette exclaimed. That's totally ridiculous, Edelgard. It's silly. Mercy's so sick, she couldn't wear heavy armor like that. Even a steel cuirass wears her out sometimes. I know. But perhaps there's something in the Death Knight's armor that makes her stronger. It's just impossible. She shook her head. It's not. If she did turn Mercy into a monster, do you think she'd remember me? I remember something Sylvain said, Edelgard added, after Remire. He said it seemed like the Death Knight wasn't interested in seriously hurting us. If it was Mercedes, it would make sense that she'd pull her punches against us. Mercy can't be the Death Knight, Annette insisted. Edelgard sighed. Well, she'd tried to warn her. After breakfast, the two of them encountered Manuela and Hanneman in the main hall, and as expected of the two of them, they were arguing. It's hardly any business of yours where I plan to go, you paternalistic old gasbag. Manuela spat at her counterpart. She was wearing a thick and heavy traveling cloak and had traveling bags in her hands and a sword at her side. Hardly any business of mine. Just yesterday you were lambasting me for this same behavior, woman. Oh, this is hardly the same. Don't you try to stop me or I'll put this sword through your gut. Ugh, you incorrigible tart. Excuse me, professors, what's the matter? Edelgard asked, stepping a safe distance in front of the bickering professors. Anything we can do to help? Annette asked. Manuela's dark and moody expression brightened. Oh, hello, Edelgard, Annette. Good morning to the two of you. I'd like it if you could tell this old goat to butt out and mind his own business, she said, giving Hanneman a sharp glare. Professor Manuela needs somebody to impress upon her that she cannot simply leave the monastery to investigate some faraway medical phenomenon, Hanneman huffed. Lady Edelgard, Annette, you are both responsible students. Please help me mind this overgrown child's business. What kind of medical phenomenon? Edelgard asked. That is not minding her business. Not a phenomenon, Manuela scoffed, a plague. The same exact symptoms I saw in Remire. What about Remire? Annette gasped. Children, don't encourage her. Hanneman protested. A letter came for me in the rookery just this morning, Manuela said, from Gaspard County. Jasper and Laura. Asha's brother and sister. Annette gasped, her eyes widening in horror. What's wrong with them? She asked, panicked, her voice rising to a squeak. They're in perfect health, but they say people in the village just past Castle Gaspard are falling horribly ill. They begged me to come and see what I can do. Begged me, Hanneman, she said with another cutting glare aimed at her counterpart. And they say the Death Knight was sighted there. And he still owes me for that dagger he put in my gut a few months back. A plague and the Death Knight in Gaspard? Edelgard asked, just to make sure she'd heard correctly. Convenient, albeit horrifying news. Either casus belli had fallen right into her lap, or Voul had engaged in some forgery, likely the latter. Professor Manuela, dare I say that might be more than you can handle on your own. My sentiments exactly. And in this weather, Hanneman said. We'll help you, Annette said. Right, Edelgard. Let's go get Professor Byleth. She'll send our class out with you. Hanneman shook his head, one lone voice of reason against the rising tide. I suppose I should notify Hubert in case he wishes to join you. We'll go get our professor, Annette said. Have you seen her? I caught a glimpse of her on the pond, Hanneman said. I shall feel less concerned for your safety, Manuela, if she and her students are there. I do hope that is an acceptable compromise. Fine, you old worrywart, Manuela sighed. Edelgard and Annette headed for the pond, where, just as Hanneman had said, Byleth was out on the ice with a fishing rod. And Flane, Pascal, and Hedwig were there, supervised by Vokhard and Voul, of course, along with Anselm. "See, brother? It is not dangerous at all," Flane was saying to Voul. "The ice can support all of our weight quite comfortably, so long as one is careful not to slip." "Professor Byleth, may I please try?" "Professor," Annette called out, cupping her hands around her mouth. "We need to talk to you." She and Edelgard stepped onto the ice and joined Byleth and the others, wasting no time in explaining themselves. "Sure. I'll gather the rest of the class," Byleth said without a moment's hesitation. She looked to Voul. "If Professor Hanneman is worried for Professor Manuela's safety, I can think of no better assurance than the Blue Lions," Voul said. "Actually, I would like to travel with you." Flane was taken aback. "Brother, you have never so much as entertained the prospect of leaving me behind before." Voul's face fell, likely he feared he'd done something to damage his cover. "Flane," he said, "I think you will be more than SA. I do not wish to hear it. Please, bring me with you. I refuse to let you out of my sight, brother." She balled her fists and stamped her foot on the ice. "The last time you were gone, you nearly perished. And I had to drag you all the way through the mountains." "I understand," Voul said. "Yes, of course. I suppose we shall leave tomorrow." Byleth nodded. "First thing in the morning, as is standard. I'll ask Catherine and Eloise to fill in for our seminars next week." Professor Manuela and the Blue Lions rode out from the monastery that Saturday. Voul rode on a rented wyvern, Seitha's own personal wyvern, which he had cared for very attentively and which had no problem discerning that Voul was an impostor, was sick, along with Dimitri, Ingrid, and Flane, gliding across the sky and keeping a pace with the rest of the group. Hubert accompanied Edelgard, but seemed oddly begrudging about it and seemed to be avoiding her gaze. It was a few days' journey to Gaspard territory, but an uneventful journey, and when the gloomy exterior of the empty castle Gaspard passed them by, they arrived at Ash's hometown. The bitter winter had not been particularly kind to it, insofar as it was kind to anybody, but Edelgard saw no sign of plague as they went down the street to Lonato's manor, and to her bemusement, neither did Manuela. They met Ash's siblings Jasper and Laura in the parlor after stabling their mounts. The twins were glad to see the Blue Lions again, but Manuela's greeting only perplexed them. "What letter?" Laura asked her. "The letter you and your brother sent me," Manuela said, wrinkling her brow. She rummaged through her cloak. "The one that said there was a plague and the deathny." "This letter," she exclaimed, producing it. Jasper crossed the parlor and took a look. "This isn't either of our handwriting." He showed it to Laura, who nodded in agreement. "We'd have used House Lonato's seal if we'd written it," she said. "Then somebody forged a letter from the two of you," Dida said, "to lead us here." His icy gaze roved around the room, coldly assessing his classmates. Edelgard tried not to react when it settled on her. "Who'd forge a letter to drag us out here in the middle of winter?" Sylvain wondered. "I mean, not that I don't like seeing you guys again, but what would they have to gain?" "So," Manuela said, taking a sip of her tea, "there's no plague." "Thank goodness, no, Professor," Laura said, shaking her head. "Although the Broadbecks' youngest has pneumonia and Father Cook has shingles, if you'd like to help with that." "And no death knight," Manuela said. "No," Laura said, but Jasper leaned forward in his chair. "But I think there's," he started. "Jas, please," Laura told him, resting a hand on his shoulder and trying to pull him back. "I think there's a ghost haunting Castle Gaspard." The parlor was utterly silent. Well, you've all traveled a long way," Laura said, standing up, "and it's an honor to have you, so you're welcome to spend the night here." "A ghost?" Dimitri asked, shaken. "Or perhaps multiple ghosts," Jasper said. "I see lights in the windows at night." Laura rolled her eyes. "It was just your imagination, Jasper." Voul seized on the boy's remark. "You have seen lights in the castle's windows at night?" he asked, leaning forward and steepling his fingers. "Not just once, either," Jasper said, nodding, "but every night these past few nights. And there are strange noises sometimes." "Ghosts aren't real," Ingrid said. It's probably thieves rummaging through the castle. If you'd like, we could do something about it. Yes, Dmitri said, his voice frosty. If any man dares to plunder the memories of good men like Lonato and Ash, he should pay the ultimate price. We haven't seen anyone around the castle, Laura said. Aside from a few passing knights and merchants on their way to town. But there's no harm in checking, right? Byleth asked. We'd be happy to do it for you. Thank you, Jasper said, letting out a relieved sigh. I'll tell the cooks we're having guests over for supper. The manor's servants collected the guests' belongings and led them to their guest rooms. Gaspard Manor was nothing like Varley Manor. The land was, for starters, far less wealthy and its former lord had been far less given to ostentation regardless. The decor was warm and inviting, though the walls were sparse and the floorboards creaky. I can't believe we're going ghost hunting, Bernadetta quavered as she followed her classmates upstairs. We're students, not exorcists. What if we get haunted? Or cursed? I'm sure it's not ghosts, Bernie, Ignatz assured her. It's like in those mystery stories where they take off the monster's mask and it's just a cranky old man or some shady merchant underneath. There are no ghosts but those who dwell in our minds, Dmitri said. The sources of the lights in the castle's windows have flesh and blood, and we shall spill that blood to punish their trespasses. When everyone had settled into their rooms, Didya found Edelgard and Vul and took them aside into his bedroom for a private meeting, closing and locking the door in their wake. Research facility Tau is within the castle basement, he said to the two of them. Under no circumstances should the rest of the class be allowed inside. Is it? Vul asked, reacting with mock surprise. That seems especially dangerous. Though I suppose we lacked a means to construct a new underground facility quickly and silently enough. It also means that somebody forged a letter to draw us to the facility, Didya said, his gaze growing icier. Somebody who knows of its existence wishes for us to find it. That is possible, though exceedingly unlikely, Vul admitted, and though he hid it well, Edelgard could hear a nervous tremor seep into his voice. Vipar and I will occupy ourselves with searching the basement while the rest of the class stalks the upper levels. We shall see to it that nobody discovers the facility. Edelgard spoke up. You deal with the stupid little apes we call classmates, she said. Leave the facility to us. Of course, Didya said. His eyes seemed to pierce her very heart, as though he could lay bare her soul and read her lies like an open book. Your work so far has been exemplary, Vipar. A far cry from Kronia and her offensive pantomime. In public, sometimes I forget that you are anything but Lady Edelgard herself. His tone was deadpan, but it felt oddly mocking for a moment. Edelgard felt naked, as though her deceit had become the proverbial emperor's invisible clothes. Vul cleared his throat. Expect nothing less from my protégé, Didya. I dare say she could do just as good a job replacing you. Didya's eyes narrowed as he ruminated on the thinly veiled threat in Vul's statement. Of course. Are you ever afraid, Didya? Edelgard asked him. He seemed momentarily stunned by the sudden line of questioning. To be afraid is not one of my duties. Fear has no place in my mind. Doesn't it worry you, though? Doesn't it weigh heavily on your mind that when the truth comes out and it will all these friends you've made will turn their backs on you? That they'll hate you? For a split second, there was a vulnerable, yet guarded frown creasing his face that made Edelgard's heart ache. She hated that her disguise required her to be so loathsome and confrontational, especially since that momentary lapse in his stoic demeanor answered her question for her so conclusively. His heart ached with the same pain she had once felt, and yet she was forbidden from offering any kind of comfort. No, Didya said to her coldly. To be hated, to be seen as a betrayer and a monster, that has been my reality as long as I can remember. There was a knock on the door, and they along with the rest of the guests were called down for dinner. For supper, they were served fried Caledonian crayfish on a bed of greens and a seafood lentil soup consisting mainly of simmered white trout and chickpeas served with a white wine. Edelgard had often heard that fried Caledonian crayfish looked better than they tasted, so found herself taken aback by how delicious these ones in particular were. The golden breading around the tail was crisp and well seasoned, pairing perfectly with the slightly sweet meat within, and she found that she didn't even mind getting bits of shell stuck in her teeth. The soup, too, was surprisingly filling and tasty considering its few ingredients. Edelgard assumed that Ash's siblings had probably gotten plenty of cooking lessons from him and must have passed everything on to Lonato's servants. Flayn, of course, was in heaven. And she got along quite well with Ash's siblings, as despite her insistence she was roughly the same age as the typical student they, like Hedwig and Pascal, were closer to her in terms of maturity. Voul, much to everybody's surprise, was quite an animated conversationalist during the meal, with a genuine smile that lit up his face as he spoke with Ash's siblings. A few of the students seemed bemused by his behavior. Edelgard had to admit that it didn't, in her opinion, seem to be a very Seath-like way to behave. When not conversing with Jasper and Laura, he all but doted on Ingrid. My, Seath, Manuela said after dinner while their empty plates and bowls were whisked away. You're so gregarious tonight and on only one glass of wine. I've never seen this side of you before, she added, leaning closer to him to better flaunt her assets with a flirtatious come-hither look in her eyes. Flustered, Voul seemed to finally realize he'd been acting a little out of character. What can I say? It is rare that Flayn and I share a meal like this with such good company. Well, perhaps I need to invite you to more dinners, then, Manuela said, lazily sipping the last sips of her third glass of wine. Now that I know what a lightweight you are. If I am not too busy, perhaps, Voul said, excusing himself. After everyone had retired to their rooms for the night, Edelgard took Voul aside and met with him in her guest room. I'm worried your performance tonight may have been a bit out of character, she confessed to him. I understand, he said, chuckling and shaking his head. I simply could not help myself. Ash spoke so fondly of his brother and sister. I have been looking forward to meeting them myself for over 300 years now. And Ingrid? You seem to be spending a lot of time around her. I've never known Seath to play favorites. Were you aware that Ash named one of his daughters after her? He and his wife had originally agreed to name her after her grandmother, but when he saw the baby's golden hair, he fell to his knees and begged. Were you there? I was. I was godfather to her and one of his sons, in fact. He was smiling. It must seem strange to you that this town holds such memories for me. All the more reason to foil the enemy's plans here, then, Edelgard said to him. I hope Didu doesn't start suspecting that something is afoot from this. It would be a shame, he said. Didu is a good man and a good friend, but as long as we are working at cross purposes, we must be careful around him. He opened the bedroom door and stepped out into the hall. Sleep well, Lady Edelgard. Tomorrow we go ghost hunting. Edelgard closed the door on his back and started getting ready for bed. She'd only just slipped into her pajamas, though, when there was another knock on her door. She opened it and found Hubert standing before her. Hubert, she said, is there something you need to tell me? Yes, Lady Edelgard. He knelt before her, bowing his head. I beg of you, please forgive me. She was nonplussed. What do I have to forgive you for? For speaking out against you and shirking in my duties as your retainer. It was wrong of me to snap at you. Whether I like it or not, you are Lady Edelgard, and it is my place to serve you and do as you command. He took a shallow breath and let it out just as quickly. It was clear he'd been holding in his words for days, perhaps, waiting for the courage to say them to come to him. No matter the circumstances, my behavior was unconscionable. I ask that you forgive me, and from this point on, I shall serve you to the ends of Fodlan. Hubert, stand up. He lifted his head, looking for all the world like a confused puppy. I do not follow. Stand up, Hubert. You have no need to grovel. She offered him her hand, and when he took it she pulled him to his feet. You told me something I needed to hear. You are absolutely right. If anything, I need your forgiveness. Hubert's shoulders slumped, as though his body was rebelling against the fact that he was a foot taller than her. Lady Edelgard, that is simply ridiculous. I hardly think so, she said. Stand up straight. So, do tell me, what brought on this change of heart? Those few days you spent away from the monastery. I began to worry, he said sheepishly, that a sudden storm may spring up and put you in danger. And would you have stopped the storm? Or perhaps you could have been waylaid by bandits or worse. I began to fear I'd made some horrible mistake by leaving your side. As well, he added, Ferdinand took notice of our separation and began to ask questions. Since I could not, of course, reveal your circumstances, he demanded that you prostrate yourself before me and beg for forgiveness. Not in such dramatic language, Hubert said, but yes, he was quite irate. And on top of that, what example have I been setting for my younger sister? I didn't think you got along. I do not, I find her annoying. But still, my father aside, family is still family. And my eldest brother Victor would be ashamed if he knew of my attitude. Enough of that, Hubert. Edelgard sighed and let Hubert into the guest bedroom so the two of them could converse in more privacy than the hallway allowed. If anything, you deserve an apology from me, she said, closing the door behind the both of them. I can hardly blame you for being disgusted that I would shape you to be more like your counterpart. Hubert's cheeks turned red. I am sure the other Hubert is a good man in his own way, he mumbled. My Hubert is a man who has suffered and lost more than I hope you ever do, Edelgard told him. That hardship shaped him into the man who could do whatever I needed of him. I cannot ask you to fulfill the same responsibilities, and I'm sorry that my doing so has damaged your faith. As for my own actions here and my disregard for your Edelgard's life, I do feel sorry. Unfortunately, things have gone too far for me to back down. Hubert was silent for a moment, then furrowed his brow. Lady Edelgard, what have you done now? Those who slither in the dark believe that I have been killed and replaced by another agent, just as Cronje replaced Glenn and Solon replaced Tamash. She watched Hubert's face fall. It collapsed slowly, like a calving glacier. Now they believe I am one of them, she added. And accordingly, I must see to it not to arouse their suspicions. That was why I had to pretend to let Happy die. Pretend? So she is not dead? Edelgard nodded. Lady Edelgard, Hubert hung his head. So your situation has worsened. You are being called to do wicked things. And it is because of an assassin they sent for you, whom they believe succeeded. My failure, then, is worse than I could have imagined. Don't think of it that way. This was a tactical decision. I'm now privy to their plans. This can help us stop them and find a way to send me home. But what if you cannot trick them the next time they order you to commit some heinous deed? I know it is perilous, and I know it is wrong of me to endanger your Edelgard, but I have no choice. My situation demands actions I wouldn't want to do otherwise, but I must. I'm sorry that I placed myself in this situation to begin with, but that is in the past. I wish things were different, but it has to be this way. I understand. He nodded. I should not thank you for apologizing. You have every right to make your own choices. I am not your advisor or your brother, but your humble servant. But I do thank you for your sympathy toward your counterpart. Thank you for understanding. He bowed to her and turned his back on her, reaching for the doorknob. One more thing, Hubert. He stopped and looked over his shoulder. Yes, Lady Edelgard. Your counterpart has always had difficulty being honest to me. If he disagrees with the course of action I wish to take, he isn't above subverting my will behind my back, but won't dare criticize me to my face. I've been telling him for years that he need not mince words with me, but he still struggles to express himself. I'm glad you have no such compunctions. In some ways I believe you to be a better man than him, or at least a more mature one. Hubert smiled. To hear such a compliment from you, Lady Edelgard, is an honor among honors. The next morning the Blue Lions set out for Castle Gaspard, all armed and armored. The castle loomed over them, lonely and silent as a tomb. No banners were unfurled over its ramparts, no signs of life save for roosting birds graced its grounds. Edelgard wondered what would happen to the castle. For now, it was abandoned, bereft of its lord, a microcosm of Gaspard territory itself. Over dinner, Jasper and Laura had revealed that in the absence of any living remnants of House Gaspard fit to inherit the house, while the two of them were slated to come into House Gaspard when they came of age, as stipulated in Lonato's will, that was still about 4 years away, Count Ro had gained temporary control over the territory and managed it from Arianrod, occasionally sending knights from Ro County to deal with problems that sprang up. The land was as headless now as the house that ruled it. Venturing through the gatehouse and into the dead and snow-covered courtyard, hearing nothing but silence save for the crunch of snow under her classmates' boots. It was actually quite easy to believe, if Edelgard had been the superstitious type, that the castle might have been haunted. "I really hope the Death Knight is here, no matter what the kids say," Manuela said, grimacing and clutching her side. "This wound aches terribly sometimes. I want him to pay for putting such an ugly scar on my beautiful skin." "I have the strangest urge," Sylvain quipped, "to say something like, 'All right, gang, let's split up and look for clues.'" Byleth nodded. "We can cover more ground that way." "Good idea, Sylvain. Professor Manuela, you take half of the class and search the east wing, I'll take the other half and search the west wing." Manuela eyed Raphael and Ignatz. "Professor, do you mind if I temporarily take back the students you stole from me?" "Not at all. Lady Edelgard and I shall search the basement," Voul said. Byleth arched her eyebrows, concerned. "Just the two of you?" "It's less ground to cover," Edelgard said. "I believe we will be sufficient." Hubert gave her a concerned look, but didn't offer to join her. He knew what she and Voul were doing and knew he couldn't be a part of it. "Are you sure, Seath?" Manuela asked. "Your leg has healed up marvelously, but if you run into trouble—" "I trust Lady Edelgard to protect me," Voul said. "Oh, all right. Just don't put any more scars on that handsome face of yours." Manuela chided him with a wag of her finger. "The eye patch is quite enough." The class split into 3 groups and went their separate ways. Byleth led Dimitri, Didu, Felix, Ingrid, and Annette to the west wing. Manuela led Ignatz, Raphael, Hubert, Sylvain, and Bernadetta to the east, and Voul and Edelgard descended into the castle's depths. Edelgard couldn't say she relished the thought of venturing into a castle's deepest bowels, especially not its dungeons, but what awaited her and Voul were not the typical dark and stifling corridors she had expected. They hadn't gotten far before a pair of guards in black robes and beaked face masks appeared out of the shadows to stop them. Voul stepped forward and dropped his disguise, trading Seath's emerald locks for a feathery ice blue mane and his warm complexion for ashen white flesh and blank white eyes. The mages, knowing he was one of them, did not impede him in the slightest and allowed him to lead Edelgard past them. She left her axe propped up against the wall and he left his spear. Beyond the posted guards lay the castle's dungeons and cellars. Those who slither in the dark had turned them into a bright and almost impossibly clean place. The walls and floor were just about scrubbed clean. There wasn't a rat or any other kind of vermin to be seen. Long, thin lanterns embedded in the ceilings hummed as they shone with a light nearly as bright and as white as the midday sun, and wires branched out from them and ran across the ceiling and down the walls. Machinery Edelgard couldn't even begin to fathom the purpose of. Esoteric devices of burnished steel and copper coils in multicolored wires, purred in odd, thrumming resonances that rattled her bones. Many of the basement's walls had been knocked down to create a wide-open expanse, at the center of which was a massive ring exactly identical to the one that had stood in the facility underneath Remire. Neat and bold yellow lines had been painted around many of the machines, including the ring, and none of the mages milling about the floor seemed willing to step over them. "Ah, the production floor," Voul muttered under his breath. "It almost makes me homesick." One of the personnel standing in the middle of the room was unmasked and wore a wide-brimmed, peaked hat pulled down low across his brow. Edelgard recognized Myson instantly and, sending a chill up her spine, he recognized her. "Voul. Vipar." Myson approached with a sneer on his face, the hem of his ornate and feathered warlock's cloak swirling around his ankles. "What a welcome surprise. What brings you down here?" "We need to observe the status of the project," Voul said, his tone of voice calm and collected. "I don't recall Thales requesting your observation." Myson tipped up the brim of his peaked hat and glared suspiciously at them, his beady black eyes narrowing at them and his brow furrowing. "Extenuating circumstances prompted an impromptu visit," Edelgard spoke up, keeping her own voice level and her tone diplomatic. "Whoa there. No need to talk like a princess down here, lady," Myson chuckled. "You can take that disgusting mask off, too." "She finds it helps to stay in character whenever possible," Voul said. "The idea of us coming unannounced doesn't bother you, does it, Myson?" Edelgard asked, turning the tables. "I do hope there isn't something down here you're trying to hide from Thales." Myson's face couldn't have turned any whiter, but somehow it did. Beads of sweat dotted his brow. Of course not. He knows we are progressing on schedule. We have nothing to hide. Cost overruns, delays, unexpected setbacks, all natural things, Vul said, joining in with Edelgard and increasing the pressure on him. Nothing to be ashamed of. Be honest with us and we'll see to it Thales gets a favorable report. Beads of sweat dotted Myson's brow. Thales is well aware that our linear accelerator needs a new plasma window. A replacement has been salvaged from Shamhala and is on its way. But he doesn't know our compact tokamak is at 1/5 efficiency. We're running on batteries right now. We'll have it fixed ourselves by the end of the week, just keep mum about it. Vul nodded and raised a finger to his lips. So, Myson said with a smile he couldn't help but make look extremely wicked, how would you two like the grand tour of the production floor? As I recall, Vul, you weren't able to see the Remire facility before. He stuck out his tongue and blew a raspberry. No, unfortunately, my duties at Garagmok kept me far away. Please, do show us around. Spare no detail. Myson happily obliged to show Vul and Edelgard every single inch of their facility, showing off his familiarity with the facility by turning around to face them and walking backward through it. You're really selling your character, Your Highness, Myson sneered at her. You look just like one of those dumb apes would if they caught a glimpse of Shamhalan technology. Edelgard collected herself. Like Vul said, it helps to remain in character whenever possible. He sighed. I'll never understand you method actors. I do have a question, though, she said. I'm no scientist, but there is something I've been curious about. I have heard that it is possible to transmit one's consciousness from one timeline to another. Is that true? And, she gestured toward the ring. Can it be done with something like that? I'd tell you to ask Solon if he hadn't gotten his idiot savant self killed last month. He was the expert in alternate timelines. It is possible, but our system here isn't designed for it. Is there a system that is? Myson arched his eyebrows. Curious, aren't you? He asked with a sly smile. There were prototypes in Research Facility Epsilon, but I don't know if they ever worked. That site hasn't been accessible since the Fell Star Wars anyway. I don't even know if it still exists. Edelgard could have sworn she'd heard that facility's moniker before. Hadn't that been the place Claude and Hilda had found in the Almiran Desert? She would have to question Hilda about it when she returned to the monastery, if she could get herself back on speaking terms with her. A black-cloaked mage interrupted Myson's tour. Sir, we have a problem. Intruders in the castle. Fucking pieces of shit. Where are they? Searching the upper levels now. It's the Blue Lions class, Edelgard said. His Majesty insisted on investigating the castle's ghosts. Didu and the two of us are seeing to it they don't reach the basement. Myson rolled his eyes. I'll need more than a mud person's assurance of that. He turned to the mage. Activate and send up the Death Knight. Let it deal with our rat problem. Exterminate them. The mage nodded and hurried off. The Death Knight. Vul gasped. The Death Knight is here. Where else would it be? This is the most sensitive site outside of Shamhala itself. It must be protected at all costs. Turning the Death Knight on the class will only reveal our presence to them, Edelgard said, feeling a leaden lump form in her stomach. Her guts twisted around it like a knot of writhing snakes. Not if we kill them, Myson sneered. You can't kill Dimitri, she said. We won't have to. He'll be a useless, blubbering wreck once we dispose of his friends. They'll just think he's gone mad again and lock him up in some asylum. And good riddance, we don't need him anyway. You cannot do this, Vul said. Don't let your disguises get to your heads, Myson shot back. You two may be the church's second-in-command and a princess of Adrestia now, but you have no jurisdiction here. Thales will know. He will know I did the right thing to protect this site. Maybe he'll even give me a medal. Another mage approached Myson. Sir, Thales will be expecting another tidal surge this afternoon. We need to divert power to the gate. Myson rolled his eyes again and let out an aggrieved sigh. I'll head to the back room and override the power grid. You two, he pointed to Edelgard and Vul, don't touch anything. Don't go outside the yellow lines on the floor. So much as trip over a wire and I'll have your fucking guts for garters. Got it. They both nodded, and Mycen hurried off with the mage and vanished into a side room on the other side of the production floor. We need to destroy this place, Vul whispered to Edelgard. Immediately. I think I know where they keep the Semtex. We'll plant it, set it on a timer, and evacuate the class before the Death Knight catches up with them. Edelgard glanced at the ring what Mycen had called the gate. If the facility explodes at random, they'll expect foul play. What if we made it seem as though the gate's activation caused the explosion? Good thinking. We'll have to time the explosion to the test. Come with me. Edelgard followed Vul across the production floor to a gated-off area made from one of the dungeon's cells. With every step she took, she could feel the Death Knight drawing closer to her classmates. Would Mercedes still pull her punches this time, now that she was explicitly under orders to kill? They reached the gate, only for one of the mages on duty to step in front of them. Excuse me, this is a restricted area. We have permission to be here, Vul said. We need to inspect the explosives for any visible signs of deterioration just in case you need to self-destruct the facility. The mage crossed his arms and peered skeptically down the long nose of his beaked face mask at him. Thales sent you. Thales sent us, Edelgard said, nodding. I haven't heard anything about explosives inspection. It's a surprise inspection, Vul said. You're not meant to hear about them in advance. I'll have to clear it with Mycen first. We don't have time for that, Edelgard snapped, you purulent idiot. The Death Knight has been mobilized. This facility may be discovered, and if it is, we need to be certain that your self-destruct procedure is in working order now, Vul added. Clear it with Mycen if you want, but he is quite busy and I doubt he will appreciate being interrupted in the middle of tidal surge preparations. Do you honestly think that this is time for the chain of command? That seemed to strike fear into the mage's heart, and he produced a keyring and opened the gate to the cell. Very well, sir. I'll see to it he knows you requested it, he said, ushering them through. Well, don't hover over our shoulders, Edelgard snapped at him, and he left the keys with her and scurried off. This is delicate work. The mage left them alone as they settled amid the explosives. Edelgard was accustomed to black powder explosive barrels. The Empire had almost exclusively made use of them during the war, as the Church of Ceros forbade the production of black powder as a heretical replacement for fire magic, and the Church had only broken its own prohibition once near the end of the war out of desperation, but the cache she and Vul found was nothing like them. What Vul called Semtex was a brick of a red-orange substance that looked as soft as molding clay or cheese. There were over a dozen of the bricks in the cell, along with a collection of small metal devices with tiny clocks and dials on them. Wires protruded from them, capped with tiny oblong metal cylinders. These blasting caps, Vul explained, rifling through the tiny devices, are the triggers for the explosives. Like the fuse to a barrel of black powder, Edelgard surmised. Exactly. The plastic explosive itself is completely inert until a powerful shockwave detonates it. You could play football with one and not set it off. Vul picked up one of the bricks, hefted it in his hand, and casually tossed it to her. Recalling how gingerly her soldiers had handled black powder, Edelgard's heart hammered against the inside of her breastplate as she caught and fumbled with the brick. Her pulse raced and gradually slowed as it sat in her hands, inert. She noted it smelled almost exactly like marzipan, which somehow just made her feel even more ill at ease. Black powder had a metallic, sulfurous odor that at least warned people that it wasn't safe. The idea that an explosive would smell like food was disturbing. What you're holding is very rare. These bricks may be half of the entire supply of plastic explosive on the planet. Shamhala doesn't have the capability to synthesize it in mass quantities yet. The way he said yet unnerved her. So those devices are explosives as well, she asked him, observing with unease the blasting caps he was examining. Yes, but they will not reduce your internal organs to a fine pulp. You won't even lose a finger, he said, wriggling the metal stumps of the two severed fingers on his mechanical left hand. He appraised one of the devices like a jeweler appraising a diamond. Mycen's voice carried across the facility. It was amplified tenfold. There was a tinny and metallic ring to his projected voice as though it was coming from a larger version of Vul's radio. Trial Lorentzian bridge generation in T-30 minutes. Power down all non-essential systems, he barked. The lights overhead dimmed to a dull amber and then turned blood red, casting the entire dungeon in ghoulish red and black chiaroscuro. I'll set the bombs to Myson's countdown, Voul said to Edelgard. He took the Semtex brick from her and squeezed it, leaving imprints of his fingertips on the brick's surface. This much materiel should lay waste to everything within the castle walls. Find the others and lead them out. With the Death Knight on their tail, I doubt they will want to do otherwise. I'll be right behind you. Edelgard nodded and the two of them left the cell. Voul slipped the explosive and blasting cap under his cloak, and while his back was turned, Edelgard decided to take a brick and blasting cap of her own and hide it in her satchel, just in case it might come in handy later. She couldn't let all of this bounty of advanced technology go to waste, after all. She hurried off of the production floor and into the dark corridors, leaving Voul to his work. The prospect that he might fail weighed heavily on her mind, but not as heavily as the prospect that today, the Death Knight would be playing for keeps. Hey, one of the guards said to her as she took her axe up from where she'd left it and hurried past them, weren't there two of you? I've got urgent business upstairs, she huffed, not even sparing them a glance, so fuck off, you troglodytes. That felt surprisingly good. She needed to find more excuses to curse. She wasn't sure what a troglodyte was, but she recalled Kronia calling her and her friends that once or twice and assumed it was probably very insulting. She found the cellar stairs and made her way to the Great Hall, then to the courtyard, and surveyed the area. Byleth's team was in the west wing, Manuela's in the east, but the Death Knight, the true, authentic Death Knight, could only be in one place at a time. Where was she now? Who was she pursuing? How could Edelgard collect both teams and evacuate them in under half an hour when they could be anywhere in the castle? A lance of violet light tore through the east wing, bursting out of the inner wall and shooting across the courtyard with a deep and rumbling roar. The lance carved its way through the wall and angled its way through the roof, cutting through stone and wood like a hot knife through butter before dissipating. Stone crumbled away and the roof caved in on both sides of the partition. That, at least, told her where the Death Knight was. At least Manuela was getting what she wanted. Now, Edelgard figured, she needed to draw everyone out. The courtyard would be a good place to draw the class toward. All she needed was a signal. She raised her hand, conjured a fireball, and launched a flare into the sky. It lit up with a blinding red glare in the sky just above the courtyard that for a few seconds turned the snow bright pink, visible from every inward-facing window in the castle. Then a window in the east wing shattered and an indistinct black mass was thrown out of it, falling like a stone to the ground. The mass broke apart into two shapes: one, the Death Knight in her black and spiny armor, the underlayer beneath the segmented plating glowing fiercely violet; the other, Raphael, his armor singed and stained with ash and flecks of blood staining his golden hair. He lifted his gauntlets. How's that for a second helping? Oh, hey, Edelgard. Another two windows on the east wing shattered and Edelgard saw two bows, arrows nocked, protrude from each of them: Bernadetta and Ignatz. The Death Knight raised an arm to them, the crossbow-shaped device mounted on her armored forearm folding open and spitting violet sparks. Edelgard struck at her back to distract her. Before she could whirl around and turn on her, Raphael grabbed her arm and twisted it upward. The shot went wide and another lance of violet light tore through the air, moving in a slow and ponderous arc as the Death Knight struggled to wrest control of her arm from him. The lance, sharper than any blade, cut a horizontal line through the castle keep. The wall slowly began to slough off, stone grinding against stone. The Death Knight's crossbow split apart and reformed into a wicked scythe. With one fell swoop and an arc of scarlet blood she pushed Raphael back. He stumbled, a hand pressed to his gut as blood spurted from a smoldering gash in his breastplate. Your end has come, the Death Knight intoned, breathing in heavy rasps. I am no longer here to toy with you, as I once was. Too bad, you're great at it. Raphael grunted, backing away as Bernadetta and Ignatz shot at the Death Knight. The arrows bounced off her armor. Edelgard struck at the Death Knight again to distract her, the head of her axe reverberating against the haft of her scythe and rattling her bones. She forced the scythe down and planted her boot against the flat of the blade, pinning it down. She felt the Death Knight's inhuman strength struggle to overcome the downward force and felt her own strength start to give out. In one motion, she took one hand off the haft of her axe and hurled a fireball at the Death Knight's face. The Death Knight reeled back, her gauntleted hands losing their grip on the scythe and allowing Edelgard to wrench it away from her. "Lady Edelgard." Hubert's voice rang out across the courtyard as he and the rest of Manuela's half of the class came running from the Great Hall. The Death Knight retreated, gliding backward across the snow in a wide arc and putting a healthy distance between herself and her prey as Manuela rushed to tend to Raphael's wound. "Listen, you're a big guy," Raphael called out to the Death Knight as she recovered her momentum and her arc changed to bring her closer. "How about you take off that armor and come join us? Casper and I'd love you as a sparring partner." "I am sorry. But there are things we all must do," the Death Knight said, orbs of black miasma coalescing in her hands. "I must fight, and you must die." A fireball exploded on her shoulder, knocking her off course and forcing her to stumble. A blossom of ice burst open in the same spot a moment later, putting deep cracks in the black armor plating. Edelgard grinned. Hubert still remembered that strategy from Riemeyer, and it seemed he'd filled Sylvain in. Edelgard tossed aside her axe and grabbed the scythe, rushing toward the enemy. The scythe felt like no weapon she'd ever wielded before. Its head was heavy, but far lighter than she'd expected, and the haft was neither wood nor metal. She closed in on the Death Knight and struck her in the shoulder, shattering the damaged pauldron. A gash formed in the strange crystalline underlayer, spitting out a shower of sparks. It seemed this scythe was the only weapon she'd encountered so far that was strong enough to damage it. The Death Knight let out an anguished roar and retreated further. "Keep going," Edelgard told her, knowing she'd just wounded a dear friend. "Leave this place. Whatever you're here to protect is not worth your life." "Oh, but it is worth yours," the Death Knight said. "All of yours and more. I'm sorry, but I have no choice but to kill any who intrude on this place." A long dagger burst from her armored forearm and buried itself in Edelgard's shoulder. The intense, jaw-clenching pain so bad it made her want to vomit. It must have been a poisoned blade was enough to make her drop the scythe, and the Death Knight snatched it up, folded it in on itself, and reaffixed it to her arm. The next thing Edelgard knew, she was staring at the Death Knight's armored fist while the crossbow affixed to her arm began to glow with a violet-white light. At point-blank range, the light consumed her vision. "Death Knight, stop!" Dmitri bellowed. A window shattered. Stone crumbled. Armor crumpled against an iron fist. The Death Knight was thrown to the side, her heavy boots stomping on the ground as she stumbled and staggered. Her shot went wide and burned a hole in the ramparts. Dmitri curled his arm around Edelgard's waist while she pressed a hand to her shoulder to staunch the bleeding. "Death Knight," he commanded, "I am Dmitri Alexander Bladded of the Kingdom of Faerghus. I order you to stop this attack." "I'm sorry, Your Majesty," the Death Knight said, "but I mustn't." 2 arrows burrowed in the gash Edelgard had made in the glowing armor layer what incredible eyes Bernadetta and Ignatz had, and found flesh to bury themselves in. The Death Knight shot another lance from her crossbow, targeting the snipers. The bows retracted as Bernadetta and Ignatz beat a hasty retreat, and the wall exploded in a shower of stone and dust a moment later. "Are you all right?" Dmitri asked, propping Edelgard up against her. The pain was great enough that Edelgard found herself seeing through a haze. Her vision doubled. For a moment, she saw 2 Death Knights closing in on 2 Huberts. "We need to get out. This castle is going to be destroyed in less than half an hour," she gasped, spitting the words through gritted teeth. The rest of Byleth's class must have found their way down to the courtyard, because Edelgard felt Ingrid's hands pull her away from Dmitri, and Byleth's voice ring in her ears. "Where is she hurt, Dmitri?" She felt Byleth's hand take her by the wrist and open up the wound in her shoulder. The open air made it burn twice as hot and a charge of soothing healing magic run through it. "Byleth," she gasped, nearly delirious for a moment. The pain still throbbed in her bloodstream, but was significantly lessened. Still, though, the heat burrowed into her brain and throbbed in tune with the rapid beat of her heart. The poison was still within her, working through her veins. Her legs were going numb. "Flank and corner him," Byleth ordered her students. "Don't let him get away." The courtyard became the most one-sided battlefield Edelgard had ever seen, with the foe outnumbered over 10 to 1. But the Death Knight, though injured, was still swifter and stronger than any of the Blue Lions and, as she had said, she was no longer toying with them. Sylvain was struck in the side and thrown to the ground, blood spewing in a crimson spray from a gash in his armor. Hubert narrowly parried the Death Knight's scythe with his lance and barely managed to avoid one of her hidden blades. Ingrid struck at the Death Knight with a mighty blow, crumpling her breastplate, but wasn't fast enough to duck under a swing of her scythe. If Didu hadn't been near her and hadn't been able to grab her by the scruff of the neck and yank her back, she would have lost her head. The sword of the Creator cut through the air, its segmented blade blazing like serpentine fire, and struck the Death Knight again in the chest. The Death Knight grabbed the end of the blade with both hands, the permanent grin on her Death's head mask seeming to grow even wider and more sinister, and bolts of black and violet lightning crawled swiftly up the blade and into Byleth's hands, exploding in her face and throwing her clear across the courtyard. The Death Knight was panting now, huffing and puffing, the voice modulation device in her helmet turning her gasps for breath into sinister death rattles. The Blue Lions had to be wearing her down, Edelgard thought. She'd never exhibited this much stamina before. She had to be reaching her limit. Edelgard felt Dimitri rush her across the battlefield to Manuela, who was up to her elbows in triage. Annette and Hubert had managed to drag Sylvain over to her. "Professor," Dimitri breathed, panting, "Is she dying?" Manuela snapped, pressing bloody hands to the wound in Sylvain's side and wreathing them in a healing glow. She was as ragged and disheveled as anyone else, blood trickling down her forehead from a wound in her scalp that had turned her graying mousy brown hair dark red in places. "The wound's healed," Edelgard said. "But the poison?" "I've got antitoxin in my bag," Manuela said to Annette. "Be a dear and—" "Yes, ma'am," Annette said, rummaging through the bag and tossing a glass vial filled with pale violet liquid into Dimitri's hand. Loath to be holding such a delicate thing, he handed it off to Edelgard and let her pop off the cork and pour it down her throat. Within seconds, the last of the pain faded to a dull throb and her head cleared, the strength returning to her legs. "Thank you, Professor," she said. "Just doing my job." "Where's Seath?" "I thought he was right behind me. We turned around and came back up as soon as we figured out the Death Knight was coming for you." Edelgard took a deep breath. "Get everyone out of the castle. It's dangerous here." "Everybody out of the castle!" Dimitri shouted out, his voice ringing over the tumult of battle. "Retreat!" Across the courtyard, the Death Knight escaped from Ingrid and Didu and made a beeline for the triage team. "I'm on it!" Annette shouted out, conjuring a blade-sharp gale of wind and hurling it at the Death Knight to slow her down and let the others catch up. "Dimitri, be a dear and help me with Sylvain and Raphael," Manuela said, lifting Sylvain to his feet. "What about your revenge, Professor?" Sylvain muttered weakly, mustering a pained smirk. "Oh, I got a solid hit on him. That's plenty revenge for me. Besides, if I die here, Hanuman will probably conduct a séance and summon my spirit just so he can say he told me so one last time." As Manuela and Dimitri made for the gatehouse with Sylvain and Raphael, Edelgard tested her arm. Her shoulder still ached terribly, but the arm could move. "Hubert, we need to clear a path for the others," she said. Hubert took up his lance and conjured a coating of magical ice around its blade, glistening frost creeping up its haft and coating his gloves. "As you wish, Lady Edelgard. Assuming you can still make fire, I strike on your command." She and Hubert charged in, forcing the Death Knight back as the others began their retreat. Fire and ice caused more and more damage to the Death Knight's black armor plating, cracking the lustrous obsidian-colored steel and shattering the complex network of segmented armor plates as one might crack the shell of a boiled lobster. The chaos of the battlefield did not lessen, no matter how many combatants had exited it. The Death Knight was keeping her distance now, staying well out of melee range and resorting exclusively to magic attacks that tore through the castle's crumbling ramparts. Ignatz and Bernadetta rushed out of the castle, turning to fire a few last parting shots at the Death Knight as they reached Byleth and helped her out. A sharp bolt of blue lightning tore through the air and struck her on the chest. Arcs of electricity coursed across her armor, leaping across the gaps in the spiny black outer layer and crawling across the luminous inner layer. The Death Knight jerked and spasmed, momentarily immobilized long enough for Felix to dart in and drive a saber through the gap in her shoulder armor. Blood spilled down the edge of the blade. Annette pumped her fist in the air. "All right, Felix. You did it," she crowed. Evidently, he'd had plenty of trouble mastering Thoron. The Death Knight, wounded and winded, swatted Felix aside with a heavy gauntlet as the luminous inner layer of her armor turned dull and gray and her segmented armor began to seal itself up. She seemed to shrink at least a foot as the armor compacted. "Now's our chance," Edelgard called out to Hubert, Annette, and Felix. "Everyone, to the gate." "Wait, what about Seath?" Annette asked. "He's right behind us," Edelgard said, though she wasn't sure he was anymore. What if something had happened to him? Had Mycen caught him planting the Semtex? Had his cover been blown? Had hers? "I'm not leaving until the Death Knight is defeated," Felix said, drawing a second saber from his hip and wiping blood from a split lip on his knuckle. "He's humiliated me once enough. I'm taking him down." The Death Knight chuckled, or was it more of a giggle? "That's cute," she said in her impossibly deep modulated voice. "I've humiliated you many more times than that, Felix." "Who cares?" "Felix, let's go," Annette protested. Felix didn't listen. Instead, he beat the Death Knight back with a flurry of quick, savage slashes of his blade, scoring the Death Knight's weakened armor. "Come on. Is this the best you can do now, Death Knight? You're boring me." The Death Knight backed away and summoned a cloud of dark spikes and hurled them at him, but he nimbly dodged every single one of them. Those dancing lessons really had made him more agile. He followed up by striking her with another blast of lightning, momentarily paralyzing her again and giving him an opening to draw her back in. His sword split her breastplate, revealing underneath, married to the armor's inner layer, the unmistakable glint of a hero's relic. Set in gold inlaid with sapphires and bronze was a creststone that bore the crest of Lamine Mercedes' crest. The Raphael gem, relic of the ancient hero Lamine, had been incorporated permanently into the Death Knight's armor. A hero's relic. Felix gasped, shocked. "What the fuck are you?" The Death Knight took advantage of his confusion to grab him by the throat. Before she could squeeze, he cast another thunder spell and sent an arc of lightning through her wrist, forcing her hand open long enough for him to rip the saber in her shoulder free and beat a hasty retreat. Edelgard and Hubert leaped into action and struck the Death Knight with magic, forcing her back and giving Annette and Felix a chance to turn tail. With every flurry of bitter cold ice and searing flame that struck the Death Knight's battered armor, the Raphael gem glowed as though it were feeding on the magic and drawing it away from the armor's wearer. The Death Knight, of course, continued to leer with its forged-in iron grin. She had to be running on fumes now, but she was still indomitable. As she held the Death Knight back, Edelgard glanced at the gatehouse for just a split second. "Hubert," she said, "the gatehouse, if we can get on the other side and drop the portcullis, we might be able to delay the Death Knight long enough." "Long enough for what, dare I ask?" he asked. "For the explosives in the dungeon to ignite and bring the entire castle down." "Explosives? Like what the Amirans use?" "But Seath." "I know." Edelgard hated to suggest abandoning Vul, but she and Hubert were on their last legs. The Death Knight was stronger now than she'd been at Remire, and even in her weakened state she was winning a war of attrition. "We cannot," he protested. Edelgard sighed. She'd forgotten, too, that Hubert didn't know about Vul. A spike of dark magic tore through Hubert's side, lodging itself between his ribs and bursting in a shower of sparks. Hubert dropped to his knees, his face wrenched in agony, so anguished that he could not even scream in pain. As he fell, Edelgard grabbed him by the shoulders and hauled him back up to his feet, dragging him back. "Make your peace," the Death Knight said, bearing down on them. "Your fate was to die the moment you set foot in here, and my fate was to kill you. There is nothing any of us can do about that." "Leave me, Lady Edelgard," Hubert gasped as Edelgard carried him away. "Save yourself. You carry on your shoulders the lives of 2 Edelgards. I only carry one." Blood spilled from his mouth, his eyes were hazy and unfocused. "Never," Edelgard hissed as the Death Knight pursued her. "There are some lives I can't sacrifice, Hubert." She entered the gatehouse and looked to the mechanism that raised and lowered the portcullis. The Death Knight continued to advance. When Edelgard had just barely crossed the line where the portcullis came down, her legs gave out and she collapsed in a heap with Hubert on top of her. The Death Knight closed in on her. A taut rope tied to a toothed wooden pulley and hand crank kept the portcullis up. Edelgard hurled a fireball at the rope and severed it, sending down the heavy wrought iron grating suspended above the entrance between the jambs. The Death Knight caught the spiked bottom of the portcullis in her hands before it could hit the ground and, her arms and legs buckling from the strain, lifted it over her head and stepped across the threshold, letting it slam on the ground with a deafening thud safely behind her. Edelgard felt Dimitri and Ingrid rush to her side and grab her and Hubert and drag them away. The Death Knight pressed on, slowed considerably but still single-mindedly pursuing her targets. "Get lost!" Annette shouted out, barreling forward with gleaming gauntlets strapped to her fists and leaping over Edelgard and Hubert. She struck the Death Knight in the face, razor gusts of wind circling her gauntlets and cutting through the steel Death's head. The metal skull split and flew apart, the Death Knight's back slammed against the portcullis and rattled the heavy wrought iron lattice as she slumped to the ground. "Woo! All right, Annette!" Raphael cried out, clapping. Annette, Dimitri, and Ingrid pulled Edelgard and Hubert the rest of the way out of the gatehouse, hurriedly dragging the two of them out of the castle and into the field where the rest of the class was waiting. Byleth and Manuela instantly seized on Hubert for emergency triage, while Ingrid and Dimitri dealt with Edelgard. Dimitri gasped, panting. His pale face was beaded with sweat, his snow-white hair lank and damp. There was a dazed look in his icy blue eyes. "Edelgard, are you all right?" Ingrid, slightly more lucid, asked her. Annette let out an ear-splitting scream that tore through the air. The Death Knight had gotten back up and continued her inexorable march, now sans mask. At last, the face beneath the grinning Death's head was fully visible. Annette was first to see it, hence the scream. Everyone else saw it a second later. Mercedes. Her pale face was gaunt, her long white hair tied back and vanishing into her helmet. The dark gray crescent moons under her violet eyes were darker and deeper than ever, hollow and sunken, and veins bulged on her brow, glowing constantly with the energy of an activated crest. Her eyes were bloodshot and glassy, like a doll's eyes. There was a blank look on her face, as though someone was wearing it as a mask itself. "The end is nigh," Mercedes said. Without the mask modulating her voice, she spoke her lines in the same breathy, soft voice she always had. "Make peace with," she stopped, as though suddenly realizing that her voice and face were no longer disguised. Her brow furrowed. Oh dear." Sylvain's mouth traced the words "what the fuck," but no sound came out. "Mercedes," Byleth gasped. "What are you doing here?" A faint, bitter smile crossed Mercedes' face. "I'm sorry, Professor. It's just something I have to do." Annette let out another terrified, heartbroken wail. "Merci," she bawled, tears streaming down her cheeks as she stared at the gaunt and sickly face of her best friend, gaunter and sicklier than it had ever been. "Merci, no, please tell me this is a sick joke or something. What did Cornelia do to you?" "Annie," Mercedes' bitter smile curled into a frown. "Oh, Annie. I wish I could have told you. Why? We all have our fates. Mine is to be here. Mine is to be this." She fell to one knee, planting her hands on the ground to keep herself upright. The fiery glow faded from her veins. Her breathing became ragged, her chest and shoulders heaving, and blood trickled from both nostrils over her lip and down her chin. "It looks like I'm spent. Even with the upgrades, I just couldn't keep up with you all. You've taught our class so well, Professor. I don't think I'm in any shape to kill any of you right now, not even Sylvain. I suppose I'll have to go." "No, don't." Annette tried to run up to her, only for Didu and Ingrid to hold her back. She kicked her feet impotently against the ground like a child throwing a tantrum, kicking up plumes of snow. "No. Merci, I don't want you to be the Death Knight. I want you to be my friend. Please, take that suit off and come back to us." Mercedes shook her head. "I'm afraid it's not that simple. I can only live like this now. I'm too far gone, this suit of armor is the only thing keeping me alive. But, Annie, I will always be your friend, and I will always treasure you." She held out her hand, a tentative smile crossing her sickly face. "If you come with me, maybe everything will be okay." We can bake sweets together and do each other's hair and all sorts of things we used to do. Wouldn't that be nice, Annie? Didu and Ingrid kept holding Annette back. Annette shook her head wildly and vehemently. No, 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 this isn't possible, Merci, please tell me this isn't possible. Please tell me that this is just pretend, you took a ghost story too far, just, please, for the love of the goddess, Merci, please, her voice gave out, but her mouth kept moving, her lips tracing wordless please. Mercedes, Byleth said, laying a hand on Annette's shoulder while the poor girl whimpered and sniffled, we can protect you from Cornelia. Even if you're trapped in that armor, you don't have to serve her if you don't want to. Professor, dear, I wish I could believe that, but I'm afraid I know better, Mercedes said. No, Mercedes, our professor is right, Dimitri said to her, snapping out of his trance state. Cornelia is an enemy to all of us. Come back to us. With your strength, we can defeat her together. She let out a laugh. Oh, Dimitri. How you've grown, you don't need your big sis Merci anymore. I'm so proud of you. Mercedes, Edelgard added, no one has their path in life chosen for them. There is no fate but what we make for ourselves. Whatever is tethering you to this role you play, can you truly say that it is inescapable? Can you truly say you would rather be on its side than ours? As wise as you can be, you're surprisingly naive sometimes, Edelgard, Mercedes said. She slowly turned her head from side to side, observing the whole class student by student. My blue lions, you've all become so strong. I'm so proud of you all, my dear friends. But when we next meet, I'm going to kill every last one of you. She smiled. No hard feelings. It's nothing personal. It's just the way things have to be. Keep looking after the class for me, Edelgard. She vanished into a column of red light, leaving behind nothing but heavy boot prints in the snow. No. Annette ripped herself free of her classmate's protective grip and rushed to the spot where Mercedes had knelt a second ago, falling to her knees and sobbing. Merci. Merci, no. Merci, please come back. Annette wept unabated. Everyone else save for Edelgard and Byleth was too stunned to comfort her, so the two of them held her and gave her as warm an embrace as they could for her to cry into while the rest of the blue lions licked their wounds. A morose silence descended on the class as they all processed what they had witnessed. I can't believe it, Manuela muttered, dazed. If I'd just put my foot down when Cornelia came to collect her. That's what I should have done. I could have treated her just fine on my own without any help from that witch. A dry sob wrenched itself from her throat. Oh, goddess, what have I done? No one answered her. A few minutes later, a long rope fell over the parapet and down the castle wall. Voul slid down it to the ground, wincing and wringing his thoroughly burned hands when he reached the bottom. He was back in his disguise as Seath, of course, and there was a dark stain on his side. Seath. Manuela rushed to his side, galvanized into action. Where have you been? What happened to you? Oh, nothing, Professor Manuela, he said, slipping easily back into Seath's clipped and no-nonsense tone. I simply fell on a dagger. It is merely a flesh wound. Well, let me see it, she said, pulling back his cloak and rolling up his shirt to reveal a blossom of crimson on his undershirt. It is nothing, he insisted, pushing her hands away and pulling his shirt back down. Now, I think we should put a bit more distance between ourselves and this castle. 2 horses and a Pegasus carrying 3 young people raced to the scene, and Jasper, Laura, and Flane dismounted. Brother! Flane scolded Voul. This is why I wished for you to bring me with you. Professor Byleth, Professor Manuela. Laura exclaimed. What happened here? We saw those strange lights. Was it ghosts? Jasper asked, trembling. Were the ghosts real? Oh, honey, Manuela said as Flane separated her from Voul. It wasn't a ghost. It was just the Death Knight. Her casual tone of voice sounded especially fragile, the way it would when one of her romantic exploits blew up in her face and she would try to sound as though everything was fine. Now why don't we load the injured onto the horses and march back home? They did so, but the Blue Lions and Ash's family hadn't gotten very far before the earth beneath their feet trembled and a deafening roar tore through the air. For a few seconds afterward, Edelgard could hear nothing but a high-pitched ringing in her ears, and when she turned around, she could see a thick plume of grey smoke billowing from Castle Gaspard as the castle keep, already destabilized from the battle, folded in on itself and collapsed. Debris fell from the air like stinging hail and a fog of dust settled on the snow. Watching the billowing column of roiling smoke rise into the air, Edelgard thought about the brick of Semtex in her satchel and felt a pang of awe and dread crawl up her spine. The Blue Lions remained in Gaspard for a few days longer while those who had been dealt the worst injuries in the battle recuperated. Just their luck, a snowstorm blew in the evening after the encounter with the Death Knight and deposited half a foot of snow over the town. When everyone was fit to travel again, the Blue Lions said farewell to their hosts and left for Garreg Mach, cutting southwest across the river through Arundel territory and then into the Okama Mountains via the remnants of Riemeyer. There was a strong north wind both days that turned the freshly fallen snow into a hail of icy needles. Vul, Ingrid, Flane, and Dimitri flew low to the ground to keep the rest of the class in sight. The skies became clear, though it was no less cold, when the Blue Lions reached Riemeyer, promising an easy and uneventful final leg of their journey as the sun fell low in the sky at the travelers' backs. Nothing remained of Riemeyer still, but some brave and enterprising soul had constructed a lonely inn on the edge of the debris field. The inn, flanked by the woods that blanketed the foothills, was humble and small and didn't seem like it had the space to comfortably hold the entire class, but it beat camping outside. The owner was a gregarious and fiery-haired merchant named Anna whom Edelgard could swear she'd seen in Garreg Mach's marketplace. While the travelers who'd flown stabled their Pegasi and wyverns and the rest stabled their horses, Byleth went to speak with the inn's owner about the whereabouts of Geralt, who had stayed there after his expulsion from the monastery with the Blade Breakers for a short while. Far from ideal weather for flying, Vul commented, rummaging in his saddlebags for spare blankets and offering one to a shivering Flane and the other to Ingrid. "Take this. You two must be cold." "It's fine, Seath," Ingrid said, pausing to blow into her hands to warm them and holding them to her cherry-red nose to warm it. "But thank you." Flane, of course, took the blanket. Edelgard stabled her horse, keeping close to her side the satchel she'd stowed her stolen brick of Semtex in. Hubert stuck to her like glue, fussing over whatever lingering injuries she might have still had from the battle. Aside from an intermittent ringing in her ears and a twinge in her shoulder, she wasn't aware of any. Annette, usually the first to unload and start helping others unload their mounts' burdens, was unusually slow and subdued, still more in shock from Mercedes' revelation than anybody else. Edelgard decided to help her. "Are you all right, Annette?" she asked. "Fine," Annette squeaked, her voice muffled by the scarf wrapped tightly around her nose and mouth to ward off the cold. Her eyes were red-rimmed and puffy. She'd been letting herself cry whenever she thought no one would notice. Everyone had, though, but no one wanted to make her feel worse by pointing it out. "Thank you, Edelgard." Edelgard chose to ignore her words and picked up one of Annette's bags herself, slinging one of her own over her shoulder to free up her hand. "Hubert, would you care to take her other bag for her?" she asked. "If Her Highness wishes it, of course," he said. "Oh, that's not necessary, really," Annette stammered. "I can carry my own bags just fine." "You're burdened with enough right now," Edelgard told her. "This is the least we can do." She nodded and acquiesced, allowing Hubert to take her other bag. The class regrouped with Byleth and Manuela outside the front door to the inn. "They won't have room for all of us," Byleth said to her students, "so we'll have to double up, 2 per room, at least one group of 3. Most of the rooms only have one bed, so some of you will be on the floor." "Only one bed, huh?" Sylvain asked with a dreamy smile on his face, clearly trying to force some levity into a group still thoroughly rattled by their encounter with the Death Knight. "Dimitri, you should have asked that girl you've been making eyes at to come along." Dimitri's face, already reddened by the cold, turned even redder. "Girl? What girl?" "There is no girl," he sputtered. Felix bared a sardonic smirk. "Oh, does the boar have a sow?" "She is not a sow." "So there is a girl," Sylvain teased Dimitri. "Come on. Fess up. What's her name?" "Knock it off," Ingrid chided him. "This isn't appropriate." "Just trying to lighten the mood." "I don't mind if we all get the floor, as long as it's indoors," Ignatz said, accustomed to the more temperate winters of Leicester and southern Adrestia. Seath, if you don't mind, perhaps we could be the group of three. Manuela asked Vul, drawing closer to him. If you do not mind sleeping on the floor, he said curtly. The bed, of course, goes to Flayn. I could bunk with one of Professor Byleth's students, Flayn suggested with a smile, prompting Edelgard to wonder if she had noticed Manuela's advances on her brother and was trying to set them up. No, Flayn, Vul chided her, glaring at some of the students he thought might have less than wholesome interactions with her. We shall share a room. Annette, Hubert, and I will be the group of three, Edelgard offered, keeping an arm over Annette's shoulders. Byleth nodded. That works. Everyone else, pair up, and settle in. We've only got a few hours travel left to go tomorrow. As the rest of the travelers milled around and gradually paired themselves off, Vul put a hand on Flayn's shoulder. Let us go to our room, Flayn. I fear it shall only grow colder out here. Before they could go inside, the world and everything in it seemed to come to a sudden halt as a blood-curdling and bone-chilling scream, an almost bestial bellow equal parts terrified and furious, an outcry in the shape of a far too familiar voice, tore through the air and shattered the placid calm of the snowy woods. Flay-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a. A man emerged from the woods, disheveled and bedraggled, haggard, almost more of a beast than man, covered in dirt and grime with bits of twigs stuck in his hair. A tattered and rough cloak was draped over his shoulders to hide a body marred by old wounds and once fine clothes that had been reduced to mud-stained scraps. 2 fingers on his left hand terminated in stumps wreathed in old and yellowed bandages. He dragged one leg lamely a step behind the other in a halting and uneven gait. A swath of cloth wrapped around his brow and covered one eye. His remaining eye was as wild and furious as an enraged beast's. His once neatly trimmed chin-strap beard and shoulder-length hair had grown into a long and scraggly mountain man's mane, its emerald green color dulled and darkened. Flayn, he called out again, his voice hoarse and cracking. He dragged himself nearer. Tears from his good eye cut a path through the dirt caking his cheek. Get away from that monster. Now. All heads turned to Vul, who stared ashen and wide-eyed at the face of the man he had replaced. Flayn carefully extricated herself from his grasp and backed away, looking from one Seath to the other with a look of dawning horror on her face. Chapter 34, Mirror Image, Mirror Darkly. The blue lions stood between 2 Seaths where there should only have been one. Flayn looked horrified as she looked from one to the other, her lips moving wordlessly as she struggled to rediscover her voice. Ingrid's horrified gaze slowly shifted from Seath to Vul, her fingers slipping from the blanket he had given her as a shawl and letting it slough off her shoulders, and one by one, the other students' heads turned toward the impostor as well. Edelgard knew that their thoughts were turning to Solon, expecting Vul to throw aside his human mask and reveal to them a ghastly visage. Even Dida looked shocked. Byleth was stricken. Edelgard knew she'd been worried about Seath's safety, in any other circumstance would have been relieved to have found out he was alive, but now was the worst possible time. Flayn, Seath gasped, his voice hoarse. He fell to his knees, his injured leg crumpling under his weight, and lost consciousness, lying motionless in the snow. Another man came out of the forest behind him, holding a gnarled stick in his hand. He looked as though he could have been a mercenary, tall, wide, chiseled, with a hard and sharp face and wiry black hair. He had a large bag slung over one shoulder and a well-used hand axe at his belt. Underneath his cloak was a patchwork of leather and iron armor of varying degrees of craftsmanship and wear. Geez, Seath. You're pretty fast on that busted leg. You dropped your walking stick. He looked at Vul, then looked down at Seath. Huh. Why are there 2 of you? He asked him. Seath? Buddy. He knelt down and gently prodded him with the butt of the walking stick, then started feeling for a pulse. I can explain, Vul said, raising his hands, as Ingrid tackled him to the ground and pressed her forearm against his throat. Flayn let out a frightened scream as Felix and Sylvain grabbed her and pulled her away. You dastard! Ingrid spat, driving a knee into his chest. What are you? One of them. Get a grip, Ingrid, Felix said. You're acting like the boar. Please, Vul protested, his voice squeaking through his crushed windpipe. Ingrid, please, let me go. Ingrid, let him go, Byleth said. Ingrid let him go and pulled herself up to her feet, sheepishly dusting the snow off her knees. Them. Vul asked, sitting up and gingerly massaging his throat. You must be referring to Brother Tamashiar, Solon, and his ilk. Well, I can assure you that I am who I say I am, he said, looking to Seath and his companion, which I suppose makes him an impostor. Edelgard could tell that saying those words was killing him inside from the way the light left his eyes. Dimitri's gaze landed on Seath, the real Seath, and he couldn't help but wrinkle his nose in disgust. Dida was also closely studying Seath from afar, though his discomfort seemed to be rooted in something much different. Flame looked between the two Seaths again, unsure of who to believe. Her eyes were still wide with terror. Well then, we should restrain this other Seath for when he awakes, Dimitri pronounced. And question both of them. Only one of them is the impostor, obviously. I mean, it's possible that both of them are, Sylvain said, but that'd be a real clusterfuck. Watch your language around Flame, Vul snapped at him, making an admirable attempt to stay in character. Yes, sir. And apologize. Sorry, Flame. Apologize as though you mean it. I'm sorry, Flame. Didu, Dimitri said, get a rope from the stables. Manuela looked at him as though he had grown an extra head. You can't tie up an injured man. Here, let me have a look at him, she said, rushing to Seath's side. He at least deserves that much, no matter who he is. She looked up at his companion and smiled. And who might this handsome young fellow be? Together, she and Seath's mysterious companion brought him into the light that spilled over the snow from the inn's well-lit windows. Flame inched closer to them, but orbited them at a distance. Hey, everyone. Name's Balthus. Pleased to meet you, the other man said. So, what exactly is going on here? Any idea why there's two of Ol Seath running around? Doesn't look like he's happy to see you, he said, looking at Vul. I have a few, Felix muttered. The door to the inn opened and Anna stepped out. So, I've talked with the cook, and we just barely have enough of our perpetual stew for all of you, so in exchange for half portions each I'll throw in a slice of bread and a baked potato free of charge and an egg and toast tomorrow morning. Hospitality is the name of the game, but you happened to catch us at a bad time. Her voice trailed off as she took stock of the scene. Those two'll cost extra, she said, pointing to Seath and Balthus. And if you break any furniture, it goes on the bill. Thanks, Anna, Byleth said. Come on, everyone. Let's go. Hubert grabbed Edelgard by the arm and pulled her closer as the class filed into the inn. Lady Edelgard, he whispered, do you know what is going on here? He looked to Vul. Is that man? I don't know, Hubert, she whispered back, fearing someone might overhear her if she was honest. I hadn't thought for a second that he could be an impostor. Neither did I. His brow furrowed and lips pursed in a grim scowl. All this talk of impostors. I fear something terrible may happen to you, Lady Edelgard. So do I, she admitted. Once everyone was inside the inn and standing in the common room out in front, Manuela laid Seath down on one of the handful of tables scattered around the room. You know, I really can't believe that this Seath would be the fake, Balthus commented, scratching his head thoughtfully. I mean, he remembered me. How exactly did you and him become acquainted? Edelgard asked him. Well, a couple weeks ago I was camping out through the foothills a bit north of here, minding my own business, and found him half frozen on the bank of a river. I thought to myself, he looked a little familiar, so I carried him to camp and cleaned him up a bit. A bit, Manuela said, plucking a twig from Seath's snow-glazed beard. Imagine my surprise when I found out it was Seath. I mean, I never thought I'd see old Mr. Stick Up the Ass again. Vul cleared his throat. Ahem, he said, gesturing toward Flame, who was keeping a healthy distance away from him. Oh, you must be Flame. Seath would hardly talk about anyone else. I think I might have seen you at the monastery back then. You must have been, what, 10? 11. Balthus scratched his chin. You don't look much older. Guess you've got one of those baby faces, huh? Flame stared at him, bewildered, for a few minutes. Yes, she said. I simply look very young. I am roughly the same age as the average student. Her voice trembled more than it usually did when she was dusting off that old, unconvincing lie. When did you last see each other? Edelgard asked Balthus, hoping her probing would give Vul some ability to continue pretending to be Seath. Although if he successfully convinced everyone that Seath was an Agarthan replicant and not him, what would be done with Seath? After all, Vul had gone through the trouble of sparing his life. Now would that kindness simply amount to having to dispose of him in an even crueler manner later on? She couldn't say she envied Vul's situation at all right now. It was probably more dire than her own by an order of magnitude. But she supposed she was in it as much as he was. "Oh, about 7 years ago when I graduated," Balthus said. "Ah," Vul said. "I thought you looked familiar." "My, Balthus, how you've grown. Would that it were under less unique circumstances, but I am glad to make your acquaintance again." Balthus looked down at Seath, then back to Vul. "You sure this guy's pretending to be you? I mean, he remembered what classes I took and everything." "I am sure he has been observing me for a long time," Vul said. "One would have had to in order to develop an accurate profile. I am, after all, quite a private person." "You were a student?" Byleth asked Balthus, distracting him. It was a smart move. He threatened to be quite a bit more quick-witted than he looked. "Manuela and I are both professors. I just started this year. And I came to the academy about 6 years ago," Manuela chimed in, "so we must have just missed each other. I must say, if this Seath is an imposter," she added, gesturing to Vul, "he's a damn good one." "Language," Vul said sternly. Balthus raised his thick black eyebrows and grinned, looking over the two women. "Whoa. Are all the professors as good-looking as you two now?" "Oh my," Manuela stammered, blushing and letting out a disarming little laugh. "I'm sorry, but no, Professor Hanneman still teaches the Black Eagles." "That old stick-bug? Ha. Good to know he's still kicking." "Yes, it's a joy having him around," she muttered dryly. She continued to look Seath over, her good mood dissipating. "He's burning up." "Balthus, did you bandage these fingers?" "Yeah, why? I'm pretty used to wrapping up my knuckles, so I figured it wasn't much different." "It is," she sighed. "Some of his wounds might be infected." "And did you heal this leg?" "Yeah, I've got a bit of a knack for healing magic." "Not the kind of thing you'd expect from the undisputed king of grappling, huh? You didn't set the bone right before you healed it." "I'll have to." Manuela looked over at Flane and lowered her voice. "Break it again so it can heal properly." She focused on her host. Anna, was it? I know you're short on food, but how about beer? I could use a stiff drink." "Plenty, but it'll cost ya," Anna chirped back. "Name your price." "You'll pay the bill, right, Byleth?" "I could use a drink, too," Balthus added. "My flask ran dry a long time ago. This old hickory stick damn near drank half of it in one swig when he woke up. Never see the guy knock back a drink like that. Didn't ever think he had it in him." "So, there are two Seaths," Raphael pondered, thoughtfully scratching his head. "And one of them is fake and probably evil, but we don't know which. This isn't the kind of problem to solve on an empty stomach. We need food." "Hey, miss, how about that stew?" he asked Anna. "If this one doesn't wake up tonight," Byleth said, looking down at Seath, "let's put both of them in separate rooms and keep watch over them in shifts." "That means more people bedding 3 or 4 to a room," Felix grumbled. "Fine, as long as you don't stick me with the boar." "I don't think this one would want to wake up, he must be in a lot of pain," Manuela said with a sad shake of her head. She went rummaging in her bag. "I should give him something to keep him down." "As long as we don't know who the fake is," Sylvain suggested, "we should keep both of them down." "I suppose it only makes sense that we would both be kept under surveillance," Vul said. His eyes flitted uneasily toward Dedu. "I consent. You can interrogate us both to your heart's content tomorrow morning." He looked to Flane, who'd wedged herself between Ingrid and Raphael and was staring at him as though he were a stranger. "And Flane, please. I beg of you to trust me." Seath's unconscious body was moved to one of the bedrooms in the back so that Manuela could treat his wounds in private. Vul was restrained and kept under the class's watchful eye. Byleth kept Balthus trapped in conversation, which required quite a Herculean effort from her, given her usual laconic nature, to keep him from bothering Vul. The mood was fraught as everyone settled into the common room and had supper. Meager half-ladlefuls of stew slopped into bowls had to suffice. This little inn was indeed ill-suited to handle over a dozen guests at once. The blue lions filled the tables and more, and quite a few of them were reduced to standing as they ate. Edelgard couldn't quite say that the stew was that good, and the small portions only made the experience worse. Perpetual stew, a staple of inns across Fodlan, was, as its name suggested, a constant work in progress. The pot was never allowed to cool and never allowed to empty completely, instead taking in more water and broth and more ingredients as quickly as the travelers passing by consumed it. Once, during the war, Edelgard had been forced to have the entire Black Eagle strike force quarter themselves at an inn in southern Hrym Viscounty that had kept the same pot going, as the innkeeper had dubiously claimed, for over 40 years. It was a chimera of a dish, never tasting the same from day to day in the same inn, let alone from one to another. Some tastes would linger for weeks, others forgotten in days. Sometimes it would be surprisingly good, sometimes nearly inedible, but always interesting. In this batch, the gamey taste of rabbit and the overwhelmingly pungent odor of boiled cabbage melded not particularly nicely with a strong fishy aftertaste, and while some might have appreciated the unique mélange, Edelgard was most definitely not among them. But it was more food than rations were, and hotter too, so she dug in. It was a sign of the tense atmosphere that Ingrid and Raphael, of all people, were only picking at their food. Ignatz struggled to find another classmate to pawn off his food to, and for once Edelgard couldn't tell if it was due to his usual sense of guilt or if the food was just that bad. "I know the taste is far from harmonious," Edelgard said to Ingrid, standing to offer her the stool she'd been sitting on, "but surely it can't be that bad." Ingrid didn't take it, but a smirk lifted the corner of her mouth ever so slightly. It was a smile so slight and so bittersweet that it looked as though she'd bitten into a lemon, but nonetheless it was the first time she'd smiled since the Death Knight had been unmasked. "I just don't have much of an appetite tonight. Here in Remire. I know it sounds strange, but I can almost feel Ash's presence lingering here, like a lost spirit that cannot find its way back to the goddess. I still miss him." "So do I. And then there's Seath." Ingrid's gaze drifted across the room to where Vul was sitting. "Honestly, Professor Manuela and everyone else can say he was just the same as always, but I feel like I'm the only one who thinks that when Seath returned, he was different. We'd spoken a bit before he and Flame left and got along well enough, but when he returned, he just seemed drawn to me. He was so open and kind when he spoke to me about Glenn. And a few nights ago, the way he acted at dinner with Ash's brother and sister, he was so friendly." "That's strange evidence of him being an imposter," Edelgard commented. "You said it yourself that an imposter might have strange attitudes." Ingrid slipped a forkful of stew into her mouth, chewed thoughtfully for a long time, and finally swallowed. "If he's an imposter like Solon, that means he's connected to Solon. Remire. Mare the Death Knight. Maybe he led us to Gaspard so the Death Knight could kill us." Vul was connected to the events in Remire, but not in the way Ingrid suspected. "You sound as paranoid as Her Highness, Ingrid," Felix spoke up. "We know he's an imposter because the real Seath screamed bloody murder at him and fainted. It's not complicated. Although if I was an imposter who ran into my real self," Sylvain said, "I'd scream bloody murder and accuse him of being the imposter." Felix rolled his eyes. "What? You know, I think I like this Seath a bit better, anyway. He lets Flame get out a little more instead of holding her up in their quarters all the time." "I know it's not a settled matter," Ingrid responded, shooing them both away, "and I suppose I should give both Seaths equal benefit of the doubt. But after finding out the truth about Mercedes, I don't want someone else who was good to me to end up hiding a dark secret. I suppose I'm wary of people who are too kind." "Well then, I hope I am just kind enough," Edelgard said, calling to mind her own dark secret. She managed to force yet another tiny, weak smile out of Ingrid. "I think we should be careful to withhold our judgment," she added. "If we must take any lessons from our encounter with the Death Knight, it's that nothing is as it seems. We need to be wary not of people who are kinder than we expect, but of anything that seems simpler than it appears. Think of all the simple truths you take for granted. Behind the veneer you'll find something much more complex." "There you go again, Edelgard." Ingrid sighed and rolled her eyes, but in a good-natured rather than frustrated way. At least I know you're still you. After dinner, the Blue Lions drew lots to decide who would keep watch over each room, timing their shifts by the hour using the clock in the hall, and then parceled out the inn's 6 available bedrooms between them. Seath and Vool were kept alone in separate rooms, and so the students and professors had to split themselves up to fill the remaining 4 rooms. Byleth and Manuela took Flane with them to the first room, Edelgard, Annette, Bernadetta, and Hubert took the second, Sylvain, Raphael, Dimitri, and Dida took the third, Felix, Ignatz, and Balthus took the last. Edelgard and her roommates settled into their room for the night. The inn's rooms were small and homely, 1 bed each. This inn was dramatically underprepared for large travel parties, though Edelgard supposed it wouldn't have been easy to build something larger in just 2 months in the middle of winter, and so they would have to decide who got the bed. The anxious tension that had blanketed the rest of the inn did not follow into the bedrooms. Instead, as soon as she set foot in the room, Edelgard felt weary down to the marrow of her bones. It had been a long day's travel on top of the stress of Seath's sudden appearance. She was exhausted in body and mind, and only when she had been separated from the majority of her classmates and the situation with Vool did she finally feel it. Annette was especially lethargic. She had been ever since the battle with the Death Knight, but now she could barely even lift her feet off the floor, shuffling languidly like the living dead. Hubert set Edelgard's bags on the bed. "Lady Edelgard." "Annette gets the bed," Edelgard told him. Annette perked up at the sound of her name. "What?" No, Edelgard, you're the princess." "I've no qualms against the floor," Edelgard told her, nudging her toward the bed. "Well, maybe Hubert wants it," she said. Hubert shook his head. "Or Bernadetta." Bernadetta looked to Edelgard. Edelgard shook her head. I am fine with the floor," she said to Annette. "No way. I can tell you haven't been sleeping well, so just take the bed." "I haven't been sleeping well? Every time I've laid awake these past few nights, you've been there longer," Edelgard said, nudging her further. "Am I going to have to force you into bed?" "Hubert, take her by the arms while I pull the sheets aside." "I don't need any special treatment," Annette insisted as Hubert grabbed her and Edelgard forcibly tucked her into bed. "I won't hear another word of it," Edelgard said, drawing the covers up to her chin and firmly tucking the edges of the bedsheets under the mattress. "If you won't take care of yourself, then at least let your friends do it." Annette closed her eyes and sighed. "That's what Merci would tell me," she muttered, her voice small. "Any good friend would tell you the same." "Why, Edelgard?" She took a deep breath and swallowed down a lump in her throat, choking back tears. "Why her? Out of everyone in the world it could have been." "Out of everyone in the world," Hubert muttered darkly, "she had the misfortune of being Cornelia's child. I just want to wake up and have her here with us. But next time we see her, she's gonna try to kill us. We'll have to fight her." "I know," Edelgard said, resting the back of her hand against Annette's cheek. "War, in its infinite cruelty, far too often turned friends into murderers." She and all of her closest friends, Annette included, had all spilled the blood of people they had once gone to school with, shared meals with, studied with, gossiped with. There was nothing harder than the first time friend became foe. Should I have known? Should I have suspected her? She was always missing when the Death Knight was around. I feel so stupid. I didn't start to consider the possibility until after Remire, Edelgard admitted, but I dismissed it just as quickly. The thought that the suit had been counteracting her failing health never occurred to me. And now Seath might be an imposter. Can we trust anyone anymore? I hope so, Edelgard answered. She, Hubert, and Bernadetta laid their bedrolls on the floor and snuffed out the lamp, all of them settling in for the night as much as they could. Darkness fell over the room, blanketing everything in its smothering embrace, and as Edelgard laid on the floor and stared up at the ceiling, her eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness. None of you think Bernie's suspicious, do you? Bernadetta spoke up. No, Bernadetta, Edelgard told her. Just asking, she said, because, Mercedes knew all those ghost stories, and well, people have always thought I was spooky. I did tell the scariest story when we all went fishing together, after all. Are you afraid we might start suspecting you of being an evil spirit? Hubert asked. Both of you, quiet, Edelgard told them. Annette needs her sleep. We all need it. Nevertheless, Edelgard wouldn't have been the least bit surprised if anybody had trouble sleeping that night. In fact, she had initially thought she'd be hard-pressed to find someone who could sleep. Not only was the inn more than a little drafty, she'd had to get up and take her cloak to use it as a blanket. Seetha's sudden appearance weighed heavily on her mind. If Voul's cover was blown, there was no telling what could happen next, but it wasn't hard to imagine a total cascade failure following in its wake. Her delicate balancing act would collapse in on itself, taking with it the cover of darkness concealing Did's secret liaisons and the skeletons in Dimitri's closet. As she found herself tracing the shadows on the ceiling and the phantom shapes that congealed out of the barely visible whorls on the wooden slats of the roof, she resisted the urge to catastrophize as best she could, but she had to admit that she felt trapped like a rat. Perhaps even Byleth's powers wouldn't be enough to protect everyone. Somehow, her roommates managed to fall asleep. Edelgard knew Hubert, Bernadetta, and Annette well enough to know what their sleeping sounded like: the slow rhythm of their breathing, the occasional snore or incoherent murmur, and they, somehow, were fast asleep within an hour. As the minutes ticked by and Edelgard waited for her turn to watch over Voul, she could hear faint and indecipherable snippets of furtive conversations bleeding through the walls. There was a knock on the door. Edelgard slipped out of her bedroll and picked herself up off the floor. It had been hard to make Annette take the bed, but few things could get in the way of an insistent Edelgard, stepped over Hubert, and made for the door, cradling a single candle-sized flame in her hand to light the room. She opened the door and found Flane on the other side. She held a tiny spark of white light in her hand to light the way, and the way it lit her face from below, casting long shadows up to her brow, made her look even more troubled than before. Weary exhaustion dwelt in the deep and thick shadows under her eyes. Her cheeks glistened in the light. "Edelgard," she said. "I hope I did not wake you," she whispered, her voice soft and wavering. "No, I haven't been able to sleep," Edelgard said to her. "Are you all right, Flane? I can't imagine this is easy for you." No, not at all," Flane said with a sad shake of her head. "I hope I am not troubling you, but, as we are friends, may I please confide in you? I fear I have no one else to speak to." "Certainly. Come in," Edelgard told her, stepping back and beckoning her inside. "Be careful not to tread on Hubert. He is a light sleeper." Flane crept into the room with her, giving Hubert a wide berth and sitting down on the floor beside Edelgard's bedroll. "Please, speak not a word of this to anybody else," she said as Edelgard took a seat on the floor next to her. "You have my word and my silence." She clutched at the hem of the blanket she held over her shoulders and drew it tighter to ward off the cold. Cold crept into this inn, into every room, like steam seeping out of a covered pot. All the way from Magdridway to the Okama Mountains, I was with Seath. I could have sworn it. I helped him walk. I carried him when he could not. I healed his wounds as best I could. I tended to him and bandaged his wounds and changed the bandages. I treated him when he was feverish. Never did I ever suspect. Her voice cracked and she choked on her next words. "Never did I ever suspect," she repeated, her voice barely a squeak now, "that he might not be him. But if the other one, the one who cried out my name with such fright and anguish, if he is really my brother, then I must be a horrible sister," she sobbed. Edelgard took her in and held her close, patting her gently on the back and letting her dry her tears on her shoulder. "Shh. Flane, you are not a horrible sister. But I cannot tell which of these two men is truly him. How could I not be able to tell? How, Edelgard, could I be anything but a failure when I cannot tell apart the man who has raised me, who has been at my side my entire life?" she cried, her voice muffled. "Flane, no. You haven't failed in any way," Edelgard assured her, recalling from the sound of her tears the same horrible way she'd felt around the brothers and sisters she was supposed to know so intimately. These two Seaths, aside from one being far scruffier and far more severely wounded, they are indeed identical. Not a pore on their skin is out of place. They even have the same fingers missing in the same places. Recalling the damage to Voul's artificial metal arm, Edelgard supposed he must have mutilated himself to exactly match Seetha's injuries when he'd been captured. His dedication to the craft was indeed impressive, his singular lapse in judgment aside. Beyond that, he must have keenly observed the two of you for quite some time. Whichever of them is the impostor, he has gone to every length to ensure that not even you could tell him apart. It is not an indictment of your feelings for your brother, but a testament to the impostor's skill, whoever he is." Flame sniffled and pressed herself closer to her, burying her face in her shoulder and wrapping her arms around her waist. She held that position for a long while, faintly weeping, until the candle flame Edelgard had conjured burned itself out and flooded the bedroom with darkness once again. "Edelgard, do you recall when I told you about how I once slept for such a long time?" "Yes. Long ago, there was a terrible war and my mother, my brother, and my uncles fought in it. I wished to help, but I was wounded so severely that I fell into a coma. My mother died from the wounds she sustained in the same battle." "I'm sorry," Edelgard said. "War exacts a heavy toll on children." She knew that well. She'd seen more than enough orphans created from her crusade to prove it. "The ones we fought. I encountered them again when the Hurricane King kidnapped me, and again when we were driven from our shelter. They captured us. They wished to do terrible things to us." Flame shuddered. "What have they done to my brother? And why must they keep pursuing us? Why can we not live our lives in peace?" "It seems to me the only obstacle you face is that faction," Edelgard said. She wondered what war Flame was talking about. A war that Seath and others like him had fought in. What could she be referring to but the War of Heroes? "If they are crushed, then no one will stand in your way." "Do you think that is possible?" "I will make it possible." With a little laugh, Flame pulled herself away and dried her eyes on the sleeve of her nightgown. "You are too good a friend for the likes of me, Edelgard." "Thank you. I should return to my room before anybody worries about me." She left, leaving Edelgard alone with nothing but her thoughts for company until it was time for her shift. Felix and Sylvain returned from Voul's room to their own room as Edelgard and Didu took their places. Voul's room was lit by lamplight, the better to keep an eye on him, and he was sleeping, or at least pretending to sleep, while sitting on the floor at the foot of the bed with rope binding his wrists behind his back and his ankles. He lifted his head and opened his eyes the instant the door had swung shut behind his new guards. "It is our turn to watch over you," Didu told him. "A welcome change of pace," Voul said quietly, looking up at him. His mouth was drawn in a tight, neutral frown and his eyes betrayed no concern or anxiety. "I have questions for you. The interrogation does not begin until morning. I cannot ask these questions in public." Didu frowned at him, then looked to Edelgard. "Vipar, correct me if I am wrong. But is it not your policy to terminate those you replace?" "It is," Edelgard admitted, knowing what Didu was going to ask next. "Then why," he asked, looking back down at Voul, "is Seath still alive?" "That's what I'd like to know," Edelgard said. "Voul, this could ruin everything. Have you no sense at all?" "I assure you, Vipar, Didu, I can explain," Voul told her and Didu. "He was meant to be terminated. Somebody failed to carry out my orders to do so." Didu raised his eyebrows. "Perhaps," he added with a hint of dry sardonic wit coloring his cold voice, "the same somebody who sent that mysterious letter." "That is a possibility." "So, Didu," Edelgard asked him, "shall I go to the next room over and slit Seath's throat? Or do you want to do the honors?" He glared at her, as though he could not stand to be in the same room as her. "Of course not. If either Seath is murdered, then this situation becomes no less dire for us. An investigation of false identities becomes an investigation of murder. Well, we can't have two of them running around." Edelgard crossed her arms and fumed. "I'm beginning to understand why Namtara turned that daughter of hers into a beast. We could tie up this loose end quite easily if we could simply do the same to Seath." She glanced down her nose at Voul. "Or Voul, since he's apparently as stupid as one already." Voul smiled at her as though to say he was proud of her performance as Vipar. "However," Didu added, "if Seath dies of natural causes, a corpse cannot be interrogated." "And how, pray tell, do you propose we kill him naturally?" Edelgard asked him, very much not liking the direction this conversation was headed in. "All medicine is poison with the correct dose. Administer an excess of the concoction Professor Manuela used to keep him asleep and free of pain and he will pass peacefully," he said. His eyes were piercing as he studied her, as though probing for a sign of weakness. His injuries were grievous. He is weak. No one will suspect foul play. Stealing medicine from Manuela would be easy enough. Manuela slept like a baby when she'd had enough to drink, and she and Balthus had nearly drank the whole and dry between them. And no one would blame Manuela if the medicine had an unforeseen adverse reaction. Everyone would just assume that he'd been far worse off than had been apparent. But getting herself alone in a room with Seath, on the other hand. See to it that Seath is dead by dawn, Vipar, Dida told Edelgard. But he's under just as close watch as I, Vul spoke up, voicing her concerns. I will see to it you have an opening, Dida said. Go and procure Professor Manuela's medicine. Edelgard crossed her arms. What's the magic word? He looked just about ready to kill her himself. Oh, you don't like that, do you? She asked, taunting him. I suppose you don't like me, either. Or him, for that matter, she said, nodding at Vul. Or Nemtera, or Thales, or any of us. You'd kill every last one of us if you could, wouldn't you? After everything we've done to you, to your people, to His Majesty. She could tell that he was forcing his scowl not to deepen, lest he betray his true thoughts. A subtle twitch of the eyebrow betrayed him. She knew he despised those who slither in the dark. She knew he would get rid of the whole lot of them if he could. Looking at him was almost like looking into a mirror. What a loathsome role she had to play, spitting out the same taunts she and Hubert had once endeared themselves to a kindred spirit. What if, she wondered, she and Vul presented themselves to him as saboteurs? Would he turn a blind eye to them as he had turned blind eye after blind eye to Edelgard herself? Or was the time for allowing failure after failure to slip past his notice long past? After all, he'd already had her killed. Perhaps, just as Edelgard's plots had required the war Thales had been longing to fight for 400 years, did his plots, whatever they were, required Operation Antediluvian. Edelgard was beginning to realize what it felt like to be in the unenviable position of standing against herself. Herself, and Hubert, for Dida was in this world both at once. Please go and procure Professor Manuela's medicine, Dida said, frustrated. Very well. She made for the door. Don't be too gentle with him, she said to him, gesturing at Vul on her way out. But make sure he lives. Thales will probably want to kill him personally. I wonder if you're almost enjoying this, Vul said to her as the door swung open and she stepped out into the hall. Edelgard took a deep breath once the door had swung shut behind her. When she was out of sight, she pressed her palm to her eye and rubbed it until it stopped hurting. The thought occurred to her that with Dida and Vul in the same room together, the latter might not survive. She wouldn't have been surprised if Dida had been the mysterious figure who'd killed Kronia, and now she was giving him a golden opportunity to kill yet another turncoat Agarthan. Perhaps he knew how to make it look like natural causes. If the worst came to pass, she supposed Byleth could turn back time and do something, but that was quite a gamble to make. She found the room Manuela was staying in at the other end of the hall, adjacent on the left side to Edelgard's room, and slipped inside. Manuela shared the room with Byleth and Flayn, and all three of them were asleep. Byleth was as quiet asleep as she was awake, as was Flayn, but Manuela snored like a saw blade cutting through a tree trunk. Edelgard crept past them, controlling her breath the way Shamir had once taught her so that she could stalk as silently as possible. She knew Byleth was a light sleeper, and possibly Flayn as well. In through the nose, out through the mouth again. She cupped her hand around a tiny tongue of flame to keep the light from spreading and found the bag of Manuela's medical supplies, and within it, a vial of syrupy blue-green liquid. Edelgard had used it for insomnia often enough in her world. About a quarter of an ounce of it would be enough to put somebody to sleep for a good 8 to 12 hours. She didn't know how much of it would be enough to kill someone, especially someone who wasn't even human, but she was sure it could be done. Calm the body too much, slow its heartbeat down enough, and eventually everything just stopped. Hubert had told her that once. She took the vial. It was half empty, and with a single dose being about a quarter of an ounce, it had about 4 doses in it. There was a change in the air. Edelgard. Byleth mumbled. Edelgard saw her shadow rise from one of the bedrolls laid out on the floor. Professor, Edelgard gasped, so shocked she nearly dropped the vial on the floor. Excuse me, I just... Byleth looked at the vial. I can explain, Edelgard whispered. Annette and I cannot sleep. When my shift is over, she and I will take just a little bit, enough to get some rest. In the light from the flame, she could see Byleth frown and purse her lips thoughtfully. Forgive me for not asking permission, but I didn't think I could rouse Manuela after everything she drank. But the insomnia, I fear, is unbearable. My eyes, my head, she put a hand to her brow. They're throbbing like a second heart. Byleth nodded, knowing she was lying and knowing she had reason to. All right. Just bring the vial back in the morning. Thank you, Professor, Edelgard said. Oh, and I fear something terrible might happen tonight. Perhaps a premonition from the goddess. Byleth nodded again, picking up on her intentions. I hope you can do something this morning if the worst happens. Byleth's powers were, hopefully, unimpeded. With the latest plans of those who slither to plunge daggers into the tapestry of time foiled, it would be a while before more of their tests began placing barriers around the power of Suthies. With a slow nod and a wink, Byleth retreated to her bedroll and returned to her slumber, allowing Edelgard to leave. As she crept out of the room, she heard low voices on the other side of the door, and out in the hall she saw the door to Seath's room opened a sliver and Balthus standing outside it, his back to Edelgard, speaking to Dido. Dido looked over Balthus' shoulder, spied Edelgard, and gave her a subtle all-clear nod before asking Balthus another question. Picking up on the signal, Edelgard slunk down the hall and sidled through the door into Seath's room, quietly closing it behind her. The room was dark and quiet, dimly lit by a candle at its occupant's bedside table. She stood over Seath as he lay in bed, his chest slowly rising and falling. As disarmingly and uncharacteristically rugged as Vul had first looked, Seath looked even more out of character in his current state, wild, untamed, almost as much a beast as a man. He was gaunt, his uncovered eye sunken, the candlelight made deep canyons and trenches of the weathered contours of his bruised and scarred face. Though it looked as if his fever had broken, he still looked near to death. No one would be surprised if he didn't survive the night. The vial felt like a lead weight in her hand as she stood over him, dragging her down to the bowels of the earth. What was she doing here? Was she really going to do this? Her mind raced to find possible ways out, ways to fail without failing, just like before. But her mind, perhaps as a result of weariness, found nothing but dead ends and drew itself back to the path that lay before her. Edelgard had never assassinated a man before. She'd ordered assassinations, yes, but she had never done the deed herself, and while she'd executed men on the battlefield, standing over a sleeping man with a vial of poison was quite different. She had always kept on her conscience the lives Hubert had taken in her stead and by her command as though she had done the deed herself. She would have, of course, if Hubert did not insist on being her red right hand. But she had to admit that to be the one holding the murder weapon herself, to have such proximity, was different than she'd expected. It made her feel filthy in a way she hadn't felt since the last time she'd worn the mask of the Flame Emperor. Could she sanction the cause for which she did this? If Seath died here, then Vul's cover could be maintained indefinitely. No one would ever have to know the truth. Dido was waiting outside for her. She couldn't delay. To fail would mean exposing herself to danger as well. Those who slither in the dark would question her competence, and from that point onward all things would fall apart. But there was still a damp patch on the shoulder of her nightshirt where Flame had cried in her arms earlier that night, and the closer she came to doing the deed, the colder it felt against her skin. Her throat was dry, her nerves inflamed, her heart pounded loud enough, to her ears, to rouse the dead. She could not bear to kill Seath. But there was no time to plan a clever ruse the way she'd done with Happy's fake execution. She was alone, and could not leave this room until the deed was done. She would not get another chance. Once it had been Byleth who had stayed her hand, the last time she had been given a chance to kill this man. It had been different then, though Seath had been an enemy combatant at the time, over 5 years into the war against the Church of Ceros, the Immaculate One, and her brood of beasts which through the church controlled the land in human guise. Of course, Seath did not look like a beast right now any more than Flame did, and even if he had, that wouldn't have diminished the crisis of conscience Edelgard now felt. Once it had been Byleth who had stayed her hand, and now she wished Byleth was here again to do the same. But right now, that was like hoping from a miracle from on high. What if, Hubert had asked her the other night, you cannot trick them the next time they order you to commit some heinous deed? Seath cracked open his eye, a roomy film glistening in the lamplight. His lips parted and his mouth opened. Edelgard, he whispered, his voice a weak and breathy hiss. Edelgard was speechless. Her heart leaped into her throat. Flayn, he rasped. He weakly raised an arm above the bedsheets, his fingers curled like talons as he reached out and pawed at her. Flayn, is she safe? Tell me. Edelgard, what has that monster done to her? Go back to sleep, Seath, Edelgard whispered back to him, getting down on her knees at the side of the bed. I have medicine that can help you sleep, if you... He shook his head. Tell me. I beg of you to tell me. Is she in peril? Flayn is fine. That other man hasn't hurt her. In fact, he's been treating her just as you would. Has she really mistaken him for me? He has been doing a very good job. Everyone was fooled. There was a glint of fear in Seath's eye. Countless times these men have separated her from me. Countless times they have caused her and myself immeasurable, the word lodged in his throat like a bitter pill. Immeasurable anguish. Countless times they have taken our worlds from us. Lady Edelgard, not all monsters are enormous beasts. Some take the shapes of men. Seath, hear me out, Edelgard said. You need to remember. The man who replaced you, he was meant to kill you, was he not? Yet here you are, alive by his mercy, though it has caused him incredible harm. She took a deep breath. His name is Vul. He is a good man, one who has renounced the wickedness of Agartha. He has been nothing but kind to everyone, and you have nothing to fear from him. In fact, he has been practically saint-like. Seath stared at her, as though he couldn't comprehend what she had said. She could see in his face that the mere mention of the name Agartha had awoken a great fear in his heart. He shook his head in denial. He chose not to have you killed, and the price of that failure may be his death. He chose to do the right thing knowing that he would only suffer for it later. Can you not see the virtue in that? The scriptures speak so often of virtue without hope or promise of reward, of virtue in extremis, surely you of all people can quote chapter and verse, she said. But he must live. We can see these monsters vanquished for good, if only you would trust him. It is the only way you and Flayn can truly live in peace. Seath, please. I need your help, she said, hearing earnest words she'd never thought she would say spill from her lips. With that, he acquiesced, and she spoke to him, asking for his cooperation. He thought for a moment, seemingly more lucid, then slowly nodded in assent. Edelgard let a few drops of the vial's contents fall into his mouth, enough to let him rest a few hours more, then emptied the vial out under the bed. She would feign surprise when he awoke in the morning and chalk it up to his physiology if Dida grew suspicious or doubted her competence, simply protest that she couldn't be blamed if his secretly inhuman physiology rendered him immune to an overdose of sleep medication. She sneaked out of the room, silently opening the door and slipping behind Balthus' back, and let Dida glimpse the empty vial in her hand before slipping back into her own room. She stayed there until he knocked on the door to signal that the coast was clear. That took longer than I expected, he said to her flatly, a suspicious eye falling upon her. She didn't envy him for having to keep Balthus occupied for so long. He'd never been much of a conversationalist, while Balthus was quite convivial. He woke up, Edelgard said. I had to calm him down before I could administer the medicine. I thought he might scream if I forced it on him. Dida nodded, satisfied with her response, and the two of them returned to Vul's room. Vul, to her surprise, had what appeared in the dim and dusky lamplight to be a smug smile on his face. It vanished when he looked up at Edelgard from his vantage point on the floor, though, and turned into a pained frown. Just from seeing her, he must have known that she had done as she had been ordered to, that she had destroyed the life he had spared at such an extreme cost to himself and rendered moot that act of mercy and self-sacrifice. I've corrected your mistake, Vul, she said to him. Vul nodded grimly. My conversation with your counterpart, Dida told her, has been interesting. We have agreed on a partnership of sorts, Vul explained to Edelgard, squirming against his bonds as he forced aside his crisis of conscience. Yes, that is right, Vipar. I have informed him that we are both united in our secret agendas. The three of us will now work together to depose Thales once he has outlived his usefulness to us. Edelgard nodded, looking from one conspirator to the other. You've taken quite a leap of faith, Vul, she said. If you had been mistaken, you would have signed your own death warrant. I already did that when I permitted Seath to live. And as for you, she said to Dedu, it seems I was right. You do hate us. I would never be so small-minded, he said. Oh, I'm certain you've stabbed more than one of us in the back before. He simply put a finger to his lips. She held her relief within her, grateful at least for this. She had threaded a very dangerous needle yet again tonight, just as Vul himself had done. She wouldn't have been surprised if, come morning, she started finding prematurely gray hairs among her chestnut locks. Morning came, and with it, the Blue Lions gathered in the common room to deal with the question of the two Seaths. Flayn stood amid the students, an unusually stern and hard expression on her soft face, her arms crossed, as Byleth brought Vul out from his room and sat him down on one of the stools, his wrists and ankles still bound together to limit his movement. Moments later, Manuela came out of Seath's room with Seath at her side, quite alive and well. He favored his injured leg, leaning on the professor as she led him to an adjacent stool. Dedu shot a suspicious glare at Edelgard. She shrugged as if to say, how should I have known it wasn't a lethal dose? Vul, too, looked shocked and relieved, if Edelgard was reading his face right to see Seath alive. Vul and Seath sat next to each other. Side by side, the two of them were mirror images, even identical twins were not this identical. The only differences between the two of them were purely circumstantial. Vul's hair was smooth and straight in his beard, though Manuela had persuaded him to keep it a bit more rugged than normal, neatly trimmed, and only a few lingering scars were visible on his bare skin. Seath, on the other hand, was ragged and haggard, his hair matted and beard long and scruffy, the bruises and scars on his body were fresher, his complexion was still somewhat pallid, and he was thinner, half-starved and likely malnourished. There was a hollow, distant look in his eyes that made Edelgard fear he may have been delirious when she had spoken to him in the middle of the night. Flayn stepped forward. Brother, she said, her tone of voice curt and clipped. She sounded surprisingly like Seath. Yes, Flayn, both Seath and Vul answered at once. I am going to ask you a question only the real Seath would know, she said. Seath, both of you, what is mother's name? Vul was silent. Flayn, Seath said sternly, his voice still weak and trembling as much as his hands, you know that we do not speak her name in front of. Speak it here, she snapped, sounding almost angry. He hung his head and looked down at the floor, as though ashamed to meet her eyes. Aethelion, he whispered, his voice cracking as the name slipped from his lips. Flayn clasped her hands over her mouth and stepped back, bumping up against Raphael's girth as she stared at the two of them. There was a sharp, shuddering intake of breath, her chest heaved. Oh. Oh, no. FFF. Fa. Flayn, no, Seath said, but no more words escaped his mouth before Flayn rushed to him and hugged him, sobbing wordlessly into his chest. Flayn, Manuela cautioned her, turning a nervous eye to Vul as she gently tried to pry her off of Seath, he's still weak, try not to bruise a rib. That's simple, huh? Sylvain muttered. Then who's this guy? Everyone stared at Vul as his gaze drifted from one student to another, lingering on Ingrid. A tense silence, broken only by Flayn's muffled sobs, filled the room. I suppose, he said, there is no further point in pretending. Edelgard remembered the moment she had spoken the fateful words to her classmates in the Black Eagles, I am the Flame Emperor. The looks of hurt, shock, and betrayal, heartbreaking to see on those she'd found herself growing especially close to. She could see those same looks on the faces of the Blue Lions now, and the faltering furrow of Vul's brow captured what she had felt on the inside at that moment. The revelation had hardly sank in before a maelstrom of violence had swept through the Holy Tomb, and with everything that had happened next many of her classmates had had little chance to react until Hubert had spirited them away. Far from the monastery, Edelgard had stared at her classmates, all of whom had followed her in a daze they were only just snapping out of, and had worried that she had avoided being cleaved in twain by the Immaculate One's ivory talons only to be torn asunder by her own fellow Black Eagles. They had followed her only because Byleth had, and once the panic had worn off and the haze of battle had lifted, they'd all had questions. Caspar, in particular, whose impulsive and hot-headed personality melded with an unshakable sense of justice and fairness, had questions he'd wanted to ask with his fists. If Byleth hadn't kept the peace that night, they might have come to blows. People were surprised to find out that Byleth had such a knack for teaching, considering her previous line of work and her unconventional, to say the least, upbringing, and they were even more surprised to find out that she was a natural mediator as well. Even long before Suthies had awakened within her, she had spent her childhood, quiet and withdrawn, reading people like books. She studied people as diligently as her students studied their subjects. And so, the moment Vul removed his disguise and revealed his face to the Blue Lions, it was up to Byleth to step out in front of her students and hold them back. Fortunately for him, though, there was one key difference between Vul and Edelgard: he had been a good man. "My name," Vul said, no longer speaking with Seath's voice or imitating his stern and formal manner of speech, "is Vul. My face might be frightening, but I come in peace, as a friend." Flayn unburied her face to catch a glimpse of him, and at first sight, the face she saw was in no way friendly. A shocked and repulsed scream tore itself from her throat. For an instant, Edelgard thought she could see a flash of scales and talons. "What the hell are you?" Balthus asked Vul. Like the rest of the students, he was transfixed by the sight of his corpse-pale skin and corpse-blue lips, the arcane tattoos which ran across his face, the empty white eye that somehow still saw. "I can explain," Seath said, holding Flayn close in a soothing embrace. "Last night, I was feverish to the point of delirium when I encountered you all. My fear and concern for my sister, in my delusional state, must have gotten the better of me. However, this man saved my life, and I now see that he has been watching over Flayn with all of the diligence and care I would have hoped for." "So, there isn't an evil Seath?" Raphael asked. Ingrid still had a disgusted look on her face, a sour curl to her lips. She wasn't the only one. Every student could see the more than passing similarities between Vul's complexion and inhuman visage and that of Solon. "Are you sure you are not still running a fever?" Felix asked Seath sharply. Seath shook his head. "Please, Felix, I would prefer if you did not speak with such impudence." He let out a sharp and painful-sounding cough. "When Flayn and I were fleeing from the Hurricane King's soldiers, we were captured and imprisoned. I helped Flayn escape, but failed to free myself as well and encouraged her to return to Garreg Mach alone instead. Vul was meant to disguise himself as me and dispose of me, but I now realize that instead of killing me, he gave me a chance to escape. Unfortunately, due to my wounds, it was only by the current of a nearby river I fell into that I was able to put some distance between myself and my pursuers. And that's when I found you," Balthus said. "We headed south for Garreg Mach, some asshole stole my horse, and so on." "Yes. Thank you, Balthus. That's how I remember it as well," Vul said. "The parts I was there for, at least. Thank you for vouching for me, Seath." Ingrid stepped forward. "The people you work for," she spat at him, "have caused us a lot of pain." "I'm well aware," he answered. "Why else would I have defected? I used my cover as Seath to distance myself from Solon's ilk. I currently operate as something of a double agent." "Solon is dead," Dimitri growled. "Our professor slew him herself. Who do you answer to now? Cornelia? Are you her lackey, as the Death Knight is?" Seath had a perturbed look on his gaunt face. "I feel," he said, "as though I need a great many things to be explained to me. What, for Macule's sake, has happened while I was away?" The Blue Lions had little to do while Seath retreated to the inn's washroom to catch up with the months of news he had missed and tidy himself up, with a great deal of assistance from Flayn and Manuela. Little to do but pack their bags in preparation for the final leg of the journey and process the revelation the morning had brought with it. Many of the students were dumbfounded, not sure how to react, and gave Vul a wide berth. Only Dimitri was willing to speak with him, with Didu at his side. "I feel so bad for Flayn," Ignatz said, fiddling anxiously with his glasses. "I can't imagine how she must be feeling right now. I mean, how would any of you feel if you found out that a family member had been replaced and you hadn't even noticed?" Raphael scratched his chin thoughtfully, his eyes downcast. Bernadetta shuddered and pulled her hood over her head. Annette, her head bowed and shoulders hunched, let out a forlorn sigh. Unsurprised, Felix huffed. Well, I can't exactly criticize him for not killing a guy, Balthus said. Good on him, I say. I mean, back at the academy I can't say I never entertained the thought of giving Seath a good walloping for all his nagging, so I guess this Vool guy's got a good heart. Anyway, what's a Solon? Sylvain watched Vool like a hawk. Is it just me, he asked, or is there something familiar about that guy? He's been pretending to be Seath for a month, Ingrid said, still disgusted. He's still using his body language. No, it's his voice. I swear I've heard it before. He looked to his class. Edelgard, Hubert, Professor, what about you? He does sound familiar, Byleth agreed. But where, Hubert asked, have we met another one of Solon's ilk, face to face? He stopped short, though, as though merely asking the question had brought him to the answer. At Remire, Edelgard said. That's right, Sylvain. I hear it as well. I believe Vool might be the very same man we met underground, the one who helped Ash destroy that machine. He was at Remire, Ingrid murmured, clenching her fists and taking a deep breath. Professor, if it's all right, I'd like to check in on the horses. Byleth held her back. He fell into the machine with Ash, Hubert said. So how did he find his way here? Do you think he ended up in the past with Ash? Sylvain wondered. Don't be ridiculous, Felix said. That would make him over 400 years old. Yeah, and Solon looked easily a spry 900. Ingrid relaxed, staring again at Vool with new eyes. You think he knew Ash? Hubert stared at the blue lions, his jaw agape and eyes bulging. I beg your pardon. He looked to Edelgard, a helpless and lost look in his eyes. Lady Edelgard, is there something else you have neglected to tell me? Visibly dissatisfied, Dimitri broke away from Vool. Edelgard wasn't surprised he had found his conversation to be a disappointment. Didu and Vool had hashed out the terms of their partnership, and the most stringent condition was that while Vool could attest to the existence of Thales, he could not say anything about his secret identity or whereabouts. Edelgard still wondered why Didu was so hell-bent on hiding the truth about Rodrigue from his liege. Perhaps, she theorized, it was not some nefarious purpose after all, but rather an attempt to protect him. Rodrigue was a savior to Dimitri, like a surrogate father, and the truth might devastate him. Nor could he reveal that Edelgard had been replaced. Vool has little to say about Solon's particular brand of filth, Dimitri huffed, returning to the rest of the class with a stormy look on his face. Then maybe you should ask him something else, Bor, Felix said. Maybe something about Ash. A quizzical expression knitted Dimitri's snowy eyebrows. Ash? What do you mean? Vool followed in his wake and placed a hand on his shoulder. So you figured it out, he said to Felix. Well done. Ash had always said that you and Sylvain were especially perceptive. Ingrid sat down, as though she'd suddenly lost the strength to stand. So it's true that you knew him, she asked. Knew him? I owe him my life, Vool answered, smiling for the first time since dawn. He was my first and best friend. I wish he could be here today to see all of you, but I suppose you'll have to make do with me in his stead. The mood in the room softened considerably as he told the Blue Lions of his history with Ash over breakfast. Are all terms at Garreg Mach this exciting now? Balthus asked between bites of a slice of toast. Man, when I was in the Golden Deer the most exciting thing we did was sink a pirate ship off the coast of Derdriu. Not that that wasn't awesome, but damn. I think it's just our house's misfortune, Ignatz said. Yes, Hubert said. By comparison to the other houses, the Blue Lions are especially cursed. After the class had gotten to know Vool, Seath returned from the inn's washroom refreshed and rejuvenated, his hair freshly washed and trimmed to an acceptable length and beard neatly manicured. Another few passes of healing spells across his body courtesy of Manuela and Flane's white magic had faded the bruises and scars still marring his skin. And since his own clothes had been reduced to rags, he had taken a spare uniform from Vool's supplies. He looked like his old self, albeit thinner, paler, perhaps 50 pounds lighter and still unsteady on his feet. We should set out for Garreg Mach now, he said, observing the class. There was renewed strength in his voice, though it was still hoarse and weak and at times he struggled to catch his breath. We have no further business here. I do hope you have been keeping diligent records of your work in my stead, Vul. I would hate to find myself with a backlog, given my current constitution. I also hope you have another disguise you can wear. It would hardly be proper to wear my face, and of course, if you come as you are, Lady Rhea will have you executed on the spot. Vul was shocked, like most students, surprised by the very suggestion that he might accompany the class to Garreg Mach. Flayn stared at Seath, aghast, perhaps wondering if he was yet another impostor. Brother, you are not inviting him back to the monastery. I am, Flayn, he said, if only to properly repay him for his kindness. I must say, I've grown accustomed to your face, Vul quipped, stroking his chin. It's quite a handsome face. Isn't that right, Professor Manuela? Manuela looked away from him, as though intensely embarrassed by the thought that the man she'd been hitting on hadn't been Seath at all. But, of course, you're right, we can't have two of you running around. I've discovered that most of the student body thinks one is far more than enough. He snapped his fingers, and in an instant his body changed yet again. The feathery mane of icy bluish hair retracted into a short, swept-back blonde haircut, a warm and lively complexion spread across his corpse-pale skin, and the arcane markings on his face faded away. The bare metal of his false arm and leg was replaced with flesh, however illusory it might have been, and a blue iris appeared ringing a black pupil in his undamaged eye. Seath nodded. That, I suppose, will do. Nevertheless, Flayn continued to glare surprisingly venomously at Vul. Well, Balthus said, stretching, I guess this is where we part ways, old buddy. It's been a wild ride. Treat yourself to the biggest dinner you've ever had tonight. Goddess knows you need it. You are welcome to accompany us as well, Seath told him. I owe you a debt of gratitude as well. And it does pain me to see an alumnus living like a vagrant. You do not even have a horse, let alone a single gold coin to your name. Rub it in, why don't ya? Balthus sighed. Got a bit of a debt to the church, actually. Not of gratitude, of money. You give me room and board, and that just means more debt. I'll take the vagrant life, thanks. Fresh air, no rent. Seath gave him a scandalized look, as though shocked he had somehow made it through an entire term at the officers' academy. Absolutely not. Consider your room and board paid for, at least until you are back on your feet. It is shameful to see a man of your pedigree half-starved and pawning the shirt off his back for beer. Ugh. I thought you were asleep when that happened. Well, I can't say no to a guy I dragged through the mountains. Fine. You win, Seath. But in return, I'll sit in on a few of these professors' classes. For what it is worth. Professor Manuela, how many weeks are left in this term? About 3 or so, Manuela said. All right, Byleth said, let's head off. I'll settle the bill with Anna. Edelgard, Ingrid, check up on the horses and etc. On it, Professor, Ingrid said, and she and Edelgard headed for the stables adjacent to the inn. The 2 wyverns penned in there were curled up to conserve body heat, the Pegasi had their wings tucked to their sides to do the same. The horses stood by, the twitching of their ears and flicking of their tails making them seem almost impatient and eager to get back onto the road. Ingrid sighed. I'm hardly one to complain, but, what a morning. Might I ask what you think of Vul? Edelgard asked her. Your opinion of him seems to have changed several times in the past hour. I might have killed him when he first showed his face, she admitted. When I saw him like that corpse-like complexion, so much like Solon, I thought about Ash, and I felt the same way I feel when I see someone from Duscur and think about Glenn and Dimitri. I felt such hatred, but I'm glad Professor Byleth was there to defuse the tension. She rifled in her satchel for a curry comb and set to work grooming her mount. Edelgard, you were one of the first people to criticize me for my prejudice against Duscur. I've realized that no matter what they did, there are still good men among them like Didier who don't deserve to be tarred with the same brush. I suppose the same must be true of Vul and his people, whatever they are. Edelgard smiled as she joined Ingrid in tending to the horses. It sounds to me as though you've admitted you were wrong about something. I suppose I shouldn't let Sylvain know, or you'll never live it down. Ingrid laughed in spite of herself. I'd rather admit I'm wrong to you than to anyone else, she said. The other day, before we set out for Gaspard, I had a lively conversation with Felix. You remember that one tactics lecture we had, where he suggested clear-cutting a forest and stealing an enemy base's horses? I'd never been prouder of him. Those were genius tactics. Once again you demonstrate that you don't see much difference between genius and insanity. But it did get me thinking about unconventional warfare. I was reading an essay about ethically challenging battle scenarios when he ran into me, and I decided to discuss it with him whether he liked it or not. I assume he didn't like it. No, he didn't. Anyway, there was a passage in the essay proposing that your commander gives you orders to put your hometown in extreme danger. Would it be proper to carry out the orders, or protect your hometown? I'm aware of the essay you speak of, Edelgard said. It's a difficult question, to say the least. Many of her close friends, especially the transplants from the other houses, had found themselves struggling to answer it as the war swept deeper into Kingdom and Alliance territory. I believe it depends more on the purpose of the commander's orders. There's nothing salvageable about committing unpleasant deeds for the sake of indefensible goals. The proper thing for a knight to do, of course, would be to follow orders without question, Ingrid said. But if there was ever a war, and Prince Dimitri asked me to rout an invading army through Galatia for whatever reason, or Ash's hometown, or cut down someone I knew from the academy, I'm not sure I could commit myself to following that order. If someone else tried to carry it out, I might even try to stop them. At least, I'd like to imagine so. I see, Edelgard said. Perhaps Ingrid would have chafed under her command, if in her world the two of them had joined forces. But she had expected the same from many of her fellow Black Eagles only to find them committed to her ideals and her vision for a better Fodlan, so who was to say? The essay concluded that the true virtue of being a knight is to be true to one's heart and do what one believes is right, not necessarily to hew to fealty at all costs. I'd never read anything that said such a thing about chivalry. In fact, the first place I'd heard such an idea had been from you. Perhaps I'm a time traveler myself, Edelgard coyly suggested, and I wrote that essay precisely so you would one day read it and realize my righteousness. Ingrid laughed. I suppose I can't exactly say something like that is impossible. But more to the point, that's what I think Vul did. He followed his heart, no matter the consequences. Whatever plot he was a part of that made him impersonate Seath, revealing his true face has probably ruined it. Knowing Solon and Cornelia's wickedness, I wouldn't be surprised if his life is forfeit now. To think that someone who once worked for Solon could have become so chivalrous, she trailed off. Perhaps there's hope for us all, Edelgard suggested. Ingrid chuckled. Flayn and Seath drew closer to the stables. Edelgard could hear them coming not by their footsteps, but by their arguing. I still do not understand, Flayn said, why he must come with us. You have seen what he is just as I have. You, who have told me time and time again to be wary of the world's dangers. I do not believe I am endangered by many things, but this. True as that may be, Flayn, Seath said, pausing to let out a dry and chest-rattling cough. Vul, at least, has looked after you as diligently as I myself would have, and he has clearly been kind to you in my stead. I have worried for you every day and feared the worst every night. I must thank him for making my greatest fears unfounded. Brother, please. I see faces such as his in my nightmares still. It is because of their lust for our blood and bones that I left you alone for so long, that we have lost Mother, that merely 5 of us remain when once we filled Xanadu. Mind your voice, Flayn. We mustn't speak freely. Well, if it will assuage your fears, then I will have him stay far away from you. But I feel it is entirely appropriate to reward his good deeds, especially when such deeds have not endeared him to his kind. The two of them rounded the corner, caught sight of Edelgard and Ingrid, and immediately ceased their conversation. Flayn's face was flushed red with embarrassment. Ah! Edelgard, Ingrid, Seath said, leaning on his walking stick and hobbling forward. Flayn and I were going to see to our mounts. I fear I am in no condition to fly on my own, and so I shall ride home with Flayn on her Pegasus. He paused to cough again into his sleeve. If Vul may ride with one of you, I can ask his wyvern to fly back to its roost on its own. I'd be happy to offer him a ride, Ingrid said. She offered him a polite bow. I'm sorry for these difficult times. If there is anything Edelgard and I can do for you, just say the word. Seath nodded. You have my thanks. I have nothing to ask of you at this time. Later that morning, the Blue Lions departed from the ruins of Remire and made for the spires of Garreg Mach emerging from within the mountains ahead. Flane and Seath, Ingrid, and Vul, and Dimitri flew on ahead of the ground convoy as Byleth and Manuela led the class up the winding, hilly path that stretched up the slopes of the wooded foothills homeward, the sun in their eyes. As they rode, Didu positioned his horse adjacent to Edelgard and drew as close to her as he could. She slowed her mount to match the gait of his and allowed the two of them to fall to the back of the group. Vul can no longer complete his mission to spy on Lady Rhea and undermine the Knights of Syros, he said to her, his voice low. The tiniest hint of a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. But Thales does not need to know that. What he doesn't know, she agreed, nodding, won't hurt him. He returned her nod. Until we want it to, he added. Didu, she said, smiling, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. The sun continued to rise over the mountains as the morning ceded ground to noon, and as it approached its zenith Edelgard and her classmates could see the shadows behind their backs shrink away and dwindle to nothing. Chapter 35, The Beasts of Garreg Mach. With no further sightings of the Hurricane King in weeks and the Death Knight last seen in Gaspard territory, the curfew over Garreg Mach was lifted, which came as a relief to all of the students who had been counting on access to the library or other facilities past sunset to prepare for their final certification exams. It also made it easier for certain conspiracy-minded students to further advance their secret treaties under cover of darkness, and so the very same night the Blue Lions had returned to the monastery, after Edelgard had made certain Volkhard, Pascal, and Hedwig knew she was safe and sound, she was free to pay Happy a visit without anyone bothering her. Where've you been? Happy muttered, staring at her in the disinterested, aloof way cats did from an alcove she'd made into a little nest of spare blankets and pillows as Edelgard took a conjured flame and set it to the torches mounted in the wall sconces around this stretch of bony corridor. At first glance, especially wreathed in the shadows of the catacombs, she looked perfectly human, like a beggar sitting on the side of a city street. But with each successive torch lighted and each shadow chased away, her monstrous nature became clearer, first the curled ram's horns, gleaming like polished onyx, sprouting from her brow, next the pointed ears, long, sharp, and red-furred with black tufts on the tips, poking out from her tangled mane of scarlet hair, then the paws that stuck out from the cuffs of her tunic's two short sleeves, black-furred and capped with gleaming black claws, with fingers and thumbs as long and dexterous as a human's but nowhere near as nimble. Last, the long and bushy tail curled around her side, its tip occasionally twitching and flicking. Only her face was entirely human, save for the reflected discs of light in her eyes and the faint bulge her fangs made behind her lips. Please pardon my absence, Edelgard said, slowly creeping closer down the catacombs' winding corridor so as not to startle her. We had a few days setback during our mission. She knelt at her side and offered her hand to her. Even huddled in a corner, Happy loomed over her. Happy sniffed it skeptically, then rubbed her cheek against it and lowered her head, allowing Edelgard to rake her fingernails across her scalp and scratch behind her ear. You're pardoned, she said. I hope Catherine and Eloise have been treating you well in my absence. Meh. Her neutral tone belied her purring. They gave me some pillows and stuff and throw some food down here every day, at least. Her stomach growled, competing with the satisfied rumble in her throat. Not enough. Not nearly. And I think I've nearly cleared this place out of rats. Rats. Edelgard felt a chill run up her spine. She knew there were rats down here, but she didn't like being reminded of it. You've been eating rats. Raw. That, she supposed, explained the crusty little bits of what on closer inspection looked to be dried blood around her mouth, and her rank breath. No, I roast over a fire and season with exotic spices. Happy rolled her eyes. She seemed to be much more lucid now than the day she'd transformed, more like her old self. Yeah, raw. It's not like they taste bad or anything. Just nothing to write home about. Edelgard supposed she should have counted herself lucky Happy had never left a dead rat in front of her door as a gift. I'll bring you what I can from now on. I miss chocolate. Bring me some. As I recall, it's poisonous to cats and dogs. Happy sat up and lifted her leg and, with a stunning display of animal flexibility, used her paw to scratch behind one ear. Human. Mostly. Edelgard would not have called her mostly human in her current state. Mentally, perhaps, she was human save for a patina of animal instinct, but physically she still had far too much fur under her clothes and too many claws and scales to be mostly human, and too much of a taste for raw meat. I'd rather not risk making you sick. With a sharp and squealing mewl, a ball of orange and white fluff crawled out from the nest of pillows and blankets and laid its tiny paws on Edelgard's thigh. It looked up at her with bulbous green eyes filling its tiny face. She smiled. "I see Eloise gave you your babies back," she said, putting her hand to the kitten's head and ruffling its fur. Its head was so small that she could wrap her hand around it. "Would you mind if I pick this one up?" "Go ahead, but be careful." She took her other hand and slipped it under the kitten, lifting it up off the ground and cradling it. It purred, its entire body vibrating in her hands. "Have you named any of them yet?" Happy shrugged. "I mean, do cats name their babies?" Edelgard examined it. It was, like 3 of the other kittens, a Regan tabby and seemed to be a male. "If I might make a suggestion, you could call this one Ferdinand." Happy laughed. "All right. If you say so." Jealous of the attention Ferdinand the Regan tabby was getting, the rest of the litter left the nest and crowded around Edelgard, squealing and pawing needily at her lap. Edelgard set Ferdinand on her lap and picked up another kitten, one of 2 snow-white Ord lions. "This one, you could call Lysithea." "I could," Happy said, "but I don't really need to call them by name. I just sorta make a little rumble in my throat and they come running." Edelgard supposed that she couldn't be surprised Happy spoke fluent cat now. She tended to the rest of the kittens as they piled in her lap for a few minutes until Ferdinand, much like his namesake, let out a long, loud, plaintive squeal, begging to be given the attention his siblings were getting. Happy brushed a few of the kittens aside, stretched, and laid her paws and her head on Edelgard's lap. "Don't hog your auntie Edelgard," she told the protesting kittens. "Mommy wants attention, too." Edelgard felt the tip of one of Happy's curled horns press into her stomach. "Auntie Edelgard." "Yeah. You got a problem with that." "It's just that when you were a beast, you treated me like a helpless kitten," she said, setting down the tentatively named Lysithea atop Happy's head and letting it knead her mane in its tiny paws. Happy laughed. "Really? So that makes you these kittens' stepsister?" Prompted by Happy's joke, Edelgard recalled that, technically, Cornelia was her stepsister now, which made Happy her niece by adoption. And Mercedes as well, if one were to go down that rabbit hole. "You really don't remember?" "Sort of. It's like, right now, everything from when I was fully a beast or fully human just feels like a dream I've woken up from. You know how the details just leak out faster the harder you try to hold on to them. But you remember me, and Byleth, and Geralt. Sometimes dreams stick with you. Do you remember Mercedes?" Happy blinked. "Mercedes? Gimme a hint." "Your adopted sister." "Oh." She thought for a moment, slowly closing her eyes and sinking deeper into Edelgard's lap, the tips of her claws very gently curling inward and pressing into her thigh. Her paw pads were as icy as the stone floor and the cold bled through Edelgard's skirt. With one hand Edelgard scratched behind Happy's ear, with the other, she pulled up the hem of her tunic to reveal the row of gleaming black scales running down her spine to the base of her tail and the swath of scarlet fur that spread across her back, and out of idle curiosity she let her fingertip trace the patterns of black rings and rosettes marking her pelt. "You still don't remember, do you?" she asked her. Happy could no more recall her life under Cornelia's thumb, it seemed, than she herself could recall her own distant past. In the liminal state between human and beast, Happy's memories of both lives were like the liminal state between waking and dreaming, just as Edelgard could almost never clearly remember either her carefree childhood days when everything had been rosy and idyllic or the depths of the dungeon where everything that had made her human had been torn away from her. "Nah, I think I got something. Mercedes. She was nice, I guess," Happy answered. "Wasn't allowed to talk to me. I wasn't allowed to talk to her, either, or anyone else. But she'd sneak me a pastry or candy every once in a while, though. Do you think she knew how Cornelia treated you?" "Probably not. Happy yawned and then rolled over onto her back, curling her paws over her chest. She stared up from Edelgard's lap, her scarlet eyes looking past Edelgard's. Details are kinda hazy. And I don't wanna think about Cornelia right now, anyway. I understand. Edelgard curled her finger under Happy's chin. Happy closed her eyes and tilted her head back, purring louder. Edelgard could feel the resonant vibrations under the skin of her throat, traveling up her arm the way the reverberations of clashing swords rattled one's bones. It was nice. She just wished Happy smelled better instead of like, well, a beast. You need a bath, she told Happy. Nah. I got that covered, Happy said flippantly. How? Oh, you know. I lick the back of my paw and rub it all over the places I can't reach otherwise. That is not sufficient, Edelgard told her, trying as hard as she could to push a very unwelcome mental image from her mind. It is for cats. I am going to have Catherine and Eloise bring a big basin of water down here and a bucket of soap. The two of them by themselves. Happy laughed. I'd like to see em try. Edelgard kept running the tips of her fingernails up Happy's throat and chin, lightly scratching the skin. She had to admit she had never done this before to someone who was, well, roughly humanoid at least, but since Happy seemed to enjoy it, she wondered how good it might feel to a human, such as herself. Or Byleth. Whenever she could sleep with her again, what would she have to do to convince Byleth to let her do this to her? Happy pulled away from her and the next thing Edelgard knew, a set of sharp fangs were digging into the flesh of her hand enough to hurt, but not enough to do anything more than leave dimples in her skin. Edelgard tried to pull her hand free of Happy's mouth. Happy let go, but only for an instant before biting down again. If you want me to stop, she said, you need only ask. The next thing she knew, she was lying on the floor, the kittens had scattered, and Happy was on top of her, staring at her with dilated eyes like pools of ink. Edelgard lifted her hand and Happy all but attacked it, clapping her paws over it and biting down on her finger. It was only when Happy was looming over her did Edelgard fully realize just how much bigger she was than herself. She wasn't moose-sized anymore, but in her half-beast form she was easily 7 feet tall. A moment later, Happy let go of her and scampered back into the alcove, her cheeks flushed almost as red as her fur and her tail lashing back and forth. Sorry, she said, huddling in her makeshift nest of blankets and pillows. I guess I got bored. Edelgard looked down at the little pock marks Happy's teeth had made on her hand and the sharp gashes and faint red scars that now crisscrossed her sleeve and her forearm. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can play with you. If you leave too many marks, certain people who are scrutinizing me very closely might get suspicious. You are supposed to be dead, after all. And I'm supposed to be responsible for it. Yeah, Happy said, bowing her head dejectedly. Not much to do down here, though. Except hunt rats. One of the orange kittens, probably Ferdinand, but there were several, squeaked at her. Yeah, and make sure you and the rest of the Moron Brigade don't get into trouble, too, Happy said, patting it on the head. Edelgard picked herself up and returned to her side, resting her head on her arm. She could feel the fur under the sleeve of Happy's just barely fitting tunic. I'm sorry. I'd stay down here all night if I could. What's stopping you? If my fiancé comes over to wake me up in the morning and my bedroom is empty, the worrying might be enough to strike him dead on the spot. She felt Happy's fluffy tail curl around her and rest in her lap. So what? Happy said. You drive a hard bargain, Edelgard said, stifling a yawn. Unfortunately, I can't sleep down here. But you remember that my mother taught you to read, don't you? Kinda. Yeah. A bit. I think I can still read. Haven't done it, but, yeah. Perhaps I can bring a few books from the library down here, provided you take good care of them. Just make sure they're exciting ones. Happy closed her eyes and curled up in her nest. And easy ones. I don't remember how much your mom taught me. Good night, Edelgard. Good night, Happy, Edelgard said. At least, if there was one thing cats were good at, it was sleeping. Still, the sight of her curled up against a wall deep underground in such a dark and rat-infested place broke Edelgard's heart. Nobody deserved to live without sunlight, least of all her. Happy cracked one eye open. Something wrong. Edelgard realized that her eyes had been stinging and wiped them on her sleeve. I just wish you hadn't been forced into this place. Yeah. But it's for the best, I guess. I liked Geralt and, what's his name, that one guy Claudister set me up with. It'd be nice to be with one of them. But it's not so bad here. No one comes down here, Happy said, so I don't need to worry about endangering anyone. If I sigh and a monster breaks in, it's just survival of the fittest, and I can just kill it and eat it. Have you done that? Edelgard asked, perturbed. Once by accident, Happy answered, closing her eyes again and pulling Byleth's old grey coat over one shoulder. Once when I was really hungry. It's kind of funny, though the monsters that show up don't seem so big and tough now. Well, all the same, I'm going to see to it you are brought more food, Edelgard told her. Happy sank deeper into her nest. Okay, she murmured drowsily. Edelgard left the catacombs. How wonderful it would be, she mused, if she could sleep as easily as a cat as well. Due to the few days setback during the mission to Castle Gaspard, the week was awash. When Edelgard woke up the next morning, it was already Friday. After several months that seemed to have crawled by with agonizing slowness, it seemed the Pegasus moon was eager to wrap itself up as swiftly as possible. There were only a few weeks left in the term. The final certification exams would be held in the first week of the lone moon, and the graduation ceremony the next week. There was a loud, frantic knocking at her door that roused her from her bed, though she usually didn't need much help doing that. She pulled the bedsheets off of herself and slipped her feet into a pair of slippers resting on the rug, draping her cloak over her shoulders to hold in the warmth. Who's there? She called out. It is I, Ferdinand, Ferdinand answered from the other side of the door. And your brother? Edelgard had hardly cracked open the door before Ferdinand, followed by Anselm, winnowed their way inside. Edelgard, dear, darling, oh goddess, Ferdinand breathed, wrapping his arms around her and pressing her to his chest. He looked as though he hadn't slept, or at least hadn't slept well. His carrot-red hair was mussed and unkempt, his eyes bloodshot, his cheeks and chin dusted with the day's stubble, and he was still in his pajamas. Forgive my impropriety. Hubert told me what happened in Gaspard last night. No wonder you were delayed a few days. I wished to rush to your side immediately, but I knew you would need a good night's rest. Were you seriously hurt? Is anything sore? Edelgard extricated herself from his grip. I appreciate your concern. I was struck in the shoulder, but the wound is healed. It only aches a little. She looked to Anselm. I assume you've been informed as well. Of course. It is my business to know what threats there are to my favorite little sister's life, Anselm said with a smile that did not offset the concerned warmth in his eyes. He was much more well put together than Ferdinand, though of course he wasn't staying right down the hall and thus had to make himself look presentable. I'll tell Hedwig she isn't your favorite. You wouldn't dare. Anyway, it does my heart good to see that your fiancé is so attentive. Well, what kind of a husband must a noble be, and a scion of House Aegir no less? Ferdinand boasted. I must show the world how a wife should properly be treated. We nobles must set the standards by which the world abides. Your commitment to noble ideals is quite admirable, Anselm said. I would be honored to work alongside you in some capacity when you become Prime Minister, whether I become Emperor or not. Ferdinand smiled. Anselm's flattery worked far too well on him. I do believe I may have misjudged you, Anselm. Though your bid for the throne is most uncouth and far from the righteous path of a proper noble, I cannot feel entirely uncharitable to a man such as yourself. You are, perhaps, not so bad. Although if I may offer a suggestion. Ferdinand, why don't you go to the dining hall and bring my dear sister breakfast in a kettle of fresh tea? She has been through so much, why not give her a more leisurely morning before classes begin? An excellent idea, Prince Anselm, Ferdinand said, and with a quick and polite bow, he darted out of the room. Without Ferdinand to impress, Anselm's demeanor instantly changed. He was in some ways as mercurial in his ways as Voul. Over a week buttering him up, and the best he can be is not entirely charitable, he scoffed, rolling his eyes dismissively at the door. It seems your charm can only take you so far, Edelgard said. My future husband can be quite foolish at times, but he's no fool. Anselm smiled. I see your point. Anyway, getting to business, I must once again ask if you can write a letter to Burckhardt testifying to Cornelia's wickedness. While you were gone, I finally persuaded Uncle Volkhard to pen a letter urging caution and for Professor Hanneman to write a sworn affidavit regarding his experiences with her. Captain Catherine has also pledged to provide testimony of her own. You, and perhaps Professor Manuela as well, must contribute. He may pass off a letter from one relative, especially me of all people, but he cannot discount the word of half a dozen of us. Are you that keen on convincing him to annul his marriage to her? Edelgard asked. If the great houses of Adrestia balk at their union, it sounds like that would be best for your ambitions. News of this is already spreading through the empire, Anselm said, and if he was speaking truthfully, then Edelgard figured it was likely him and his allies doing the spreading. The damage to his prospects has been done. I feel confident that nobles who had previously been ambivalent will now flock to me. But if we can persuade him to annul the marriage on his own terms, he can pass it off as ignorance on his part and salvage some small part of his reputation. I do not like Burckhardt, but I do not want him to die in disgrace. I see, Edelgard said. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. I wonder, wouldn't you prefer if we all participated in this effort to change his mind and nothing happened? If he is too enchanted by her wiles to see reason, then even some of his die-hard supporters might deign to endorse you. True, Anselm said, shrugging. But this is about more than a crown. What emperor would I be if I refused to save my brother's soul out of political expediency? Most certainly not a virtuous one. How can I champion the cause of the goddess if I condemn my brother to infamy? I'll see about writing a letter, Edelgard said, relenting. She let out a put-upon sigh and tried to will tears to her eyes. But, oh, Ansi. I just. Mercedes was a dear friend to me and to many of the Blue Lions, and I'm afraid I've just such evil is. With a frown and furrowed brow, Anselm swept her up in his arms and held her close. Oh, Elle. I am sorry. I hadn't realized how personal this matter is for you. It's all the more reason that the truth needs to reach our eldest brother, but I see you are in no position to help. He cupped her chin in his hand and lifted her face so that her eyes would meet his. I will pen our letter myself and tell him how terribly traumatized you have been by Cornelia's wickedness. If that does not move him, then he is lost. He spent the next few minutes stroking her hair until Ferdinand came back with a plate of, rapidly cooling, breakfast in one hand and a steaming kettle of tea in the other. Edelgard took her breakfast in bed on her brother and fiancé's insistence, but had no interest in sitting out the morning's lecture from Byleth. Ferdinand left to prepare for Hanneman's morning lecture with the Black Eagles, Anselm left the room to give her sister some privacy, and Edelgard dressed herself in a fresh uniform and took her bag and her notebooks. The bag felt heavier than usual, even before she'd put anything in it, and then she remembered the brick of Semtex she had stolen. Her throat grew dry at the memory flashing past her mind's eye of Castle Gaspard crumbling to the bowels of the earth. This, more than anything, was something to use wisely. She left her bedroom only to find Anselm waiting for her. He offered her his hand in a brotherly smile. "May I walk you to class?" he asked. "I don't see the harm in it," she said, taking his hand. The two of them left the dormitories. "I hope your professor won't mind if I sit in on her lecture," he said. "Everybody speaks so highly of the enigmatic Professor Byleth Eisner. I'd like to know what all the fuss is about. I'm sure she won't mind, as long as you behave yourself. I am nothing if not housebroken." In no time, they reached the Blue Lions' common room. Most of the class was there, save for a few of the students, but Byleth was yet to arrive. Bernadetta stood in front of them, oblivious to their arrival. "Oh, great, Bernie's not late," she muttered to herself as she ambled to a free desk. "Plenty of seats in the back row, just how Bernie likes it. No one to bother, no one to do the bothering. I think I'll take a seat in the back row," Anselm said, smiling coyly as he stepped over the threshold, "just to make sure I don't disrupt the class." "Hello, Bernadetta." Bernadetta let out a yelp and shot out of her seat, hastily scrabbling at her books and scooping them up in her arms. "Oh, on SS second thought, I learn much better up front." She noticed Felix and Sylvain in the front row and realized she was trapped. "On Third thought. Don't mind me, dear, Anselm said, sitting with one empty seat between himself and her. Daydream to your heart's content if you like, I'm not here to judge you. I'm assuming the new and improved Edelgard sits up front. She does, usually, Edelgard said, surveying the class. There was still time left before class started, but not much. She'd have expected Annette to be sitting up front by now, but Ingrid was currently where she usually sat. Dimitri and Dido hadn't arrived yet either, though they were usually punctual. As she drew closer, she could hear Sylvain and Felix talking among themselves. Crazy idea, Sylvain was whispering, but hear me out. Ever since we unmasked Mercedes, I've been thinking about the Hurricane King. The real one, not the fake one. What if he's... If we ever run into that beast and you start flirting with it, Sylvain, I swear to the goddess. No, I'm serious. What if he's... His voice dropped out of earshot as he leaned closer and lowered his voice, putting a hand in front of his mouth to dampen the sound and foil any would-be lip readers. Felix laughed. You think he could pull off a disguise like that? He's strong enough to be the Hurricane King, but the boar doesn't have the wits to pull off a secret identity. Sylvain frantically held a finger to his lips, panic-stricken, but it was too late. Ingrid stood up and slammed her palms on the surface of her desk like a thunderclap. You two can't be serious. How can you even entertain the thought of that vile, murderous monster being Prince Dimitri? What vile, murderous monster? Edelgard asked, pretending not to have overheard. Nothing, Ingrid said, glaring at Sylvain. It was just a theory, Ingrid, Sylvain said, trying to deflect her anger. Theories can be wrong. It's just that we can't really rule anyone out, except the people who were there the first time we met the Hurricane King. Dimitri wasn't with us. He was with Mercedes. You can't say that about him. It's slander, Ingrid bit her lip and balled her hands into fists. I'm with you, Ingrid, Felix said, crossing his arms. It's a stupid idea. Who's to say our first encounter with the Hurricane King was the real Hurricane King to begin with? Edelgard posited. Who's to say there is a real one to begin with, for that matter? We can't just start wantonly accusing classmates. For all we know, he could simply be a gang of complete unknowns, random men like the one we fought in the sealed forest who take turns wearing the costume. Ingrid sighed and unclenched her fists. Thank you, Edelgard. See, Sylvain. Forget it, Sylvain said, slumping over in his seat and resting his head on the desk. I said it was a crazy idea. If we carry on like this and start doubting everyone simply because of Mercedes, Edelgard added, we'll all eat each other alive. We need to trust each other now more than ever. Byleth entered the class with Dimitri and Dido in her wake. Edelgard was glad the situation had been defused before any of them could have overheard it. Who knew what consequences could stem from Dido worrying that his liege's cover had been blown? Annette slipped into the classroom as Byleth took her position up in front of the well-worn chalkboard, and much unlike herself, slipped into the empty seat between Bernadetta and Anselm. Everyone here? Byleth asked, surveying the class as everyone took their seats, took out their notebooks, and inked their pens. Okay, good. I know it's been a hard week for us all. But there's not much time left and we've got a lot of work ahead of us. Anyway, today we'll finish up last Friday's analysis of, she trailed off. It sounded like her heart wasn't in it. You in the back. Are you new to this class? Anselm stood up and bowed. Pardon my intrusion, Professor Byleth. I'd heard such great things about you and wanted to sit in on one of your lectures. Anselm von Hresvelg, 8th Prince of Adrestia. Oh. Byleth raised her eyebrows. Nice to meet you, Anselm. Anyway, last Friday we were talking about the Almiran invasion of 961. Today we'll look at Fodlan's Locket and how it countered the Almiran military's tactics. After that, we'll have a mock battle in place of our usual battalion drills to get a first-hand feel of the tactics employed by both sides. As glum and demoralized as the Blue Lions had been, at the very least the morning's mock battle got their blood flowing and their hearts racing. In the heat of battle, with half of the Blue Lions on the defenders' side and half on the attackers' side and one of the battalions available for rent split between each side, they could forget their troubles for a moment. Felix and Dida were placed on the side of the attackers, both taking to the Almirans' hit-and-run attacks like a duck to water, and as expected, Dida only became a more formidable foe when his allies had fallen and the forces under his command had been whittled down. If Edelgard and Sylvain hadn't been on the defenders' side to counter the attackers' tactical edge, they might not have stood a chance, even with Dimitri's strength and Ignaz's swiftness and accuracy on their side. Edelgard's shoulder, which still throbbed on occasion in the spot where Mercedes had stabbed her, ached particularly fiercely as she and the rest of the class marched with the battalion they'd rented from the guild and the horses they'd taken from the stables back to the monastery. "Allow me to take a look at that," Anselm said, laying his hand atop hers as she pressed against the aching spot and channeling a wave of healing magic through it. His skill with faith magic spoke for itself. If he weren't a prince with a cutthroat sense of ambition, he would have made a great physician. While he'd sat out and watched the battle from the sidelines along with Byleth, Edelgard had sworn he had cast a physic spell on Bernadetta to keep her from being killed at least once. The ache faded away. "Thanks, Ansi," Edelgard said. "It's nothing. You were amazing out there, El. You even improved from your performance at Gronderfield. I would hope I'd improved since then." "You did well today, Bernadetta," Dida said. "Your endurance has improved." "Yeah," Raphael chimed in. "You got a second, maybe even a third wind out there." Embarrassed, Bernadetta shrank away from them and glanced over to Anselm with a look on her face that suggested she knew exactly what he had done. The only person who didn't seem exhilarated was Annette, for whom the thrill of battle and sport seemed to have subsided much more quickly. She plodded along near the back of the group, her head bowed and eyes downcast. Her training gauntlets dangled from a leather strap over her shoulder, swaying with every lethargic step. Her mage's robes seemed as heavy on her as a full suit of plate armor. While Edelgard slowed down to match Annette's pace, Anselm sped up to catch up with Byleth. "So, Professor," he said to her, "I can see that your reputation doesn't do you justice. At which school did you study tactics and strategy? You're too young to have attended here as a student, not without running into me or one of my elder siblings, that is. One of the other officers' academies, perhaps." Byleth shrugged. "I've been taking point on strategy for my dad's mercenary company since I was 14. We'd play a lot of board games in our downtime." "Board games?" Anselm muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Edelgard took Annette by the hand. "Annette. Are you all right?" Annette looked up at her, then down at her hand, as though she hadn't noticed until that instant that it was being held. "Oh. I'm fine," she said, slipping her hand out of Edelgard's grip. "I've just got a lot on my mind. I want to write to Constance and let her know about Merci. I had all the words ready last night, but as soon as I put my pen to paper, I just couldn't do it. Is there anything I can do to help? Perhaps I could dictate the letter for you." Annette's cheeks, already rosy from exertion, turned redder. "Oh, no, that's you do so much for me already, Edelgard. Besides, you have enough on your plate without piling my problems on top." She sighed. "It's just, with so little time left, I've got to work harder than ever, but it's hard enough to focus as it is. I already felt like my schedule was slipping away from me before we went to Gaspard. I feel like I let everyone down here." "You're doing fine. Things can be better," Edelgard said, patting her on the back. "Can be. Everyone says, things are going to be fine," she explained to a doubtful Annette, "or, everything's going to be okay, or, the best is yet to come, but I've always found those to ring hollow. No one knows what the future will bring, for good or for ill. To speak with such certainty smacks of false confidence and naivete. What matters is knowing that the possibility exists for things to be better. There is always a possibility. No matter how slim of a chance, there is a chance, and you can be as sure of that as you can that the sun will set in the west and rise in the east." Annette smiled. It was short-lived, but it was a smile nonetheless. "Thanks, Edelgard. It's just that Merci. It's hard to think about anything or anyone else. I feel obsessed. I just can't take my mind off of how much it hurt to see her face." She paused for a while to chew her lip, wringing her hands. "I wish I'd just ran away that day. There are so many things I could have done differently that wouldn't have ended in unmasking her. I didn't have to find out. What's done is done, Annette, Edelgard said. Our actions are final. The past can't be changed. The only thing we can alter is our future. Even Byleth had limits. Annette nodded. You can depend on me for anything, Edelgard assured her. The class returned to the academy grounds, stabled their mounts, and returned their weapons and armor to the armory while the battalion they'd rented returned to their barracks. The students would go their separate ways after lunch to study their own subjects in accordance with the paths they'd chosen. Some would attend afternoon seminars taught by the faculty and off-duty nights, while others would spend their time in the training hall or the library. While the class took their lunch, Ingrid took a seat next to Edelgard in the dining hall. Edelgard. I hope you don't mind. Not at all, Ingrid, Edelgard said, setting her spoon down into her bowl of soup. Do you need something? Well, I was wondering if you'd like to join me in the training hall after this. I'd love to practice my lance fair against someone as good with axes as you. Sorry, but I need to focus on magic. Anselm insists on tutoring me. I know how pushy older brothers can be. Ingrid paused to have some of her soup. But actually, there's something else I want to ask you about. It's about Annette. With whom I hold hands is nobody's business but mine and the whom in question, Edelgard said, giving her a coy smirk. That's not what I mean. I just think we should do something for her. What did you have in mind? While Ingrid silently pondered her response, Edelgard blew on her spoon to cool the broth. Okay, this sounds silly but a part of me is thinking about that party we threw for Mercedes the night before she left. Annette's so social. If we could organize something like that for her, maybe it would help her deal with the grief. Edelgard almost snickered, which would have made her choke on her spoonful of soup. Instead, she kept herself composed as she swallowed her food. You want to throw a party for Annette? It's all I can really think of. But I know I'm not much of a frivolous person, so I'm not really sure where to begin. And you ask me? The second most uptight girl in the academy. Ingrid's brow furrowed. Who's the excuse you? Anyway, since you used to be so laid back, I thought you might know how to have fun. I really can't think of any other person here who's as much of a ray of sunshine as Annette, though. Maybe Hilda. You want me to go to Hilda for help? Why? Have you had a falling out or something? She looked glumly into her bowl. Oh. It's because she saw you dancing with me, isn't it? Oh, no, nothing like that. It's just that Hilda doesn't plan things. She's the laziest girl in all of Leicester, and her only ambition is to be the laziest woman in all of Leicester. Ingrid chuckled. Well, maybe with her sense of fun and our organizational skills combined, we could set something up. The two of them turned their attention to their meals, both ruminating on the plan they had been discussing. You think Hilda's fun? Edelgard asked as she used her bread roll to sop up the rest of the broth in her bowl. Well, objectively speaking, more so than the two of us, Ingrid said, doing the same. She makes charms and necklaces, is good with fashion, and is always doing things with nail polish and makeup. It's not my idea of fun. But your idea of fun is hitting people with swords. Alright, I'll ask Hilda the next time I see her. I must warn you, though, she will pawn off as much of the labor involved as possible on us. I'd like to see her try. Ingrid took a defiant bite of her broth-dampened roll. You will, Edelgard said. The two of them finished their meal, returned their bowls and plates, and left the dining hall. Before they could go their separate ways, though Edelgard to meet Anselm in the library, Ingrid to find a sparring partner in the training hall, they ran into a familiar face. Vuul met them in the great hall wearing his new human disguise. Tall, thin, and pale but no longer inhumanly so with swept-back blonde hair, he towered over them. He wore an azure velvet cloak over a set of formal clothes that must have been recently acquired. Considering Seath had taken back all of his clothes, Vuul's new disguise was taller and thinner than Seath anyway, so none of them would have fit. The eye he'd hidden with a patch while disguised as Seath was uncovered, but unlike his other eye, which was an icy blue, it was a pale amber. Oh, Ingrid said, surprised to see him. Vu. I don't think we've been properly introduced, Vuul said, cutting her off. He bowed to her and Edelgard. Lady Ingrid Galatea, Lady Edelgard von Hresvelg, it is an honor to make your acquaintance. My name is Albus Duer. Of course, Ingrid said. Of course we know your name, Albus. What are you doing in the monastery, Albus? Edelgard asked him. I'd have thought you would have settled in town. Well, I can hardly do my job from over there, can I? Voul smiled. Seath has brought me on as his assistant in clerical matters. Until he's recovered, he can't keep up with the routine paperwork and administration associated with the church and academy. There are mountains of it. Speaking of paperwork, Edelgard, I need to discuss some documents pertaining to your enrollment with you. Enrollment? Edelgard feigned worry. There isn't something wrong, is there? I'm sure it's nothing, just a transcription error. But I might as well straighten it out while you're here. If you'll just come upstairs with me to my office. I was headed upstairs anyway, she said, so I don't mind taking a detour. Excellent. Right this way, Your Highness, he said, leading her away. She followed him upstairs to a small office that was little more than a cubby hole with a chair and desk in it. They couldn't give me the best accommodations, he said, sloughing off his cloak and hanging it on the rack next to the door, but it'll do. Watch your head. Edelgard was in no danger of bumping her head against the ceiling, nor was Voul, but the office was so cramped and stuffed with books and loose pages that it felt much smaller and more claustrophobic than it was. Shut the door, he told her. These documents are confidential, you might have embarrassing secrets in them. Privacy is paramount. Edelgard closed the door behind her. So, what's this about? Well, I was going through the application your uncle submitted on your behalf before the start of this term and noticed that your admission fee has yet to be paid. She laughed. Are you serious? No. Actually, I need to tell you that Thales wants us to call him again tomorrow night. Dida will be coming along. She eyed the documents spilling over the desk. It seems you'll have quite a lot to tell him. Yes, these documents are quite helpful. Voul tapped on one of the books. Now I know exactly what not to tell him. Is that why Seath agreed to let you act as his assistant? To run interference on Thales? For the most part, yes. But it's also so that he can extract information from me. The Agarthans are an enemy the church has presumed to be extinct for nearly 1,000 years. He wants to know everything about us. Edelgard felt the soup she'd eaten curdle in her stomach. Aren't you worried about what Rhea might do when she finds out? Yes. Like all of my people, I share a healthy fear of the Immaculate One, Voul said. That is why, in most matters, I am feigning ignorance. The only information I care to give Seath is whatever concerns Operation Antediluvium. What exactly do you have against Thales? Edelgard asked. Is it only because of this time travel plot? No, there's more to it than that. Voul sat down at his desk and ran a hand through his hair. I have told you what a replicant is, correct? I think you've made it clear the term refers to people like you and Cronia. As far as Agartha is concerned, we are not people. We are artificial constructs. You might consider us golems or homunculi. Our bodies are the only thing Shamhala has any real manufacturing infrastructure for, if you can call the arcane rituals which produce polymimetic quantum matter manufacturing. We're weapons. Tools. But one tool has risen above the rest, Voul said. Thales is a replicant as well? Does that mean he's just a pawn of Agartha's human leaders? Edelgard asked him. No, he said. Agartha has no human leaders. We did for some period after the Fell Star flooded the world and drove us underground, but at some point there was a coup within the city and its government was deposed. The replicant military took control of all internal operations. Thales is one in a long line of tyrants which have presided over the Council for Agarthan Restoration. You could call it the equivalent to your Hresvelg or Bladdid dynasties, except instead of rule by monarchical or imperial bloodline, it is rule by military oppression. Think of it as though your land has been conquered by an invading army, except it is your own army doing the invading forever. I had no idea, Edelgard said. Her mind started to race as she thought about Shamir's report from the assault on Shamhala and her world, that tens of thousands of humans, pale-faced and gaunt, had lived in that underground city far from the light of the sun, that a large proportion of them had happily killed themselves on Thales' orders as the citadel had been breached, that they were so deeply brainwashed that many chose death before liberation. That was the order Thales wanted to create across all of Fodlan, a world where human life had as much value as that of his tools. And what, may I ask, do you have against him? Voul asked her, leaning forward, a curious gleam in his blue eye. Edelgard remembered the blood, the pain, the screams. It's personal, she said to him coolly, forcing down the rising tide of memories. And a very private matter. He arched his eyebrows. Forgive my curiosity, he said, and he stood up and left his desk, making for the door. What is so desirable, though, she asked him, about Agartha's human government? By your account, under their reign your kind were nothing more than objects. Is that any different than how you're treated now? Voul stopped, his hand hovering just above the doorknob. I suppose not, he admitted. But that doesn't matter much to me. Humanity deserves its freedom. Defeating the Immaculate One is immaterial if humankind simply trades one oppressor for a far worse one. I suppose we are in agreement there, Edelgard said. Voul opened the door and escorted her out. Well then, Lady Edelgard, it seems all your documents were indeed in order. Thank you ever so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to correct this oversight. So I won't have any trouble graduating now, will I? She asked, stepping into the hall. Well, you do still have to pass your final certification exam. Which one are you working toward? Valkyrie. The two of them found Flayn waiting for them in the hall. Or rather, not quite waiting, but more standing in place with a bit of a confused, lost look on her face. That confused, lost look on her face vanished when she caught sight of Voul. Oh, she said, scowling. You. Hello, Flayn, Voul said, taking a step toward her and baring his teeth in an awkward smile. She took a step back to match his step forward. Keep your distance. Mr. Albus. His smile shrank and dwindled away to nothing. Flayn, Edelgard said, is there something I can help you with? Oh, Edelgard. I was just looking for my brother. Have you seen him? He is not in his office, Flayn said with strained pleasantness. I believe Seath is in the infirmary with Professor Manuela, Voul said. I'm sure he will be glad to see you. I suppose you must be sure, Flayn replied frostily. She spun on her heel and took off down the hall. There was a crestfallen look on Voul's face as he watched her go. Edelgard wondered if he had actually developed an attachment to the girl while he'd been pretending to be Seath. She also wondered whether Flayn still hated and feared him, if she were projecting her own self-loathing over being misled onto him, or some combination of both. She patted him on the shoulder. There, she said. Just as Flayn turned the corner into the infirmary, another visitor came down the opposite side of the hallway. Edelgard, there you are, Anselm said, striding up to meet her and Voul as they turned around to face him. You're late. I'm sorry for her tardiness, Voul said, bowing to him. I needed her help to correct a mislabeled document. You are Prince Anselm von Hresvelg, correct? Lady Edelgard's older brother. One of many, I'm afraid, Anselm said. And who are you? I haven't seen you around here. My name is Albus Duer, Voul said. He said the name as though he were very proud to have come up with it. I was just recently hired as a clerical assistant to Seath. I see, Anselm said. So, church matters, or administrative matters? Yes. By the way, where is he? I know he returned with the Blue Lions yesterday, but nobody's caught more than a glimpse of him. He is under Professor Manuela's care, I'm afraid, Voul said. The Death Knight struck him with a poisoned blade that made him very ill. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. In a span of days he must have lost nearly 50 pounds. He'll live, Edelgard assured Anselm, noting the aghast look on his face, but it'll be a long and hard recovery. Anyway, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, it's nothing, Anselm said, taking her by the arm and gently tugging her away from Voul's side. But you really cannot dawdle. You need to reach basic proficiency with this spell soon if you'll have any hope of impressing your exam's proctor. Come along. Let's see more of that incredible work ethic you've developed. Hilda, as Edelgard had suspected, still wasn't talking to her. Edelgard would have to find some other way of convincing her to help set up a surprise party for Annette. And so Saturday morning, when she was assigned to laundry duty with Dmitri, she decided on an indirect approach. Edelgard said as she helped him hang freshly soaked and scrubbed bedsheets on the clotheslines, I have a question for you. Ask away, El. Ingrid and I have been talking about doing something nice for Annette. Oh. She thinks Annette might appreciate a surprise party, something fun, light-hearted, that will lift her spirits. That sounds like an excellent idea. If you need my approval as house leader, you shall have it. I will inform the rest right away. There's just one problem, Edelgard said, heartened to hear Dmitri's enthusiasm. Ingrid and I, well, both of us admit that we aren't the most fun hosts. You two are fun, Dmitri countered. Thank you, but I think our idea of fun doesn't quite involve parties. I'm not sure I even know where to start. Well, I doubt I would be much better. But there is something you can do to help. Hilda, I think, would be very good at setting up the event. But she and I are not quite on speaking terms anymore. Could you ask her to help? Let her know Ingrid came up with the idea. I see. Dmitri laughed. You can be very duplicitous sometimes, El. Thank you. Well, you can certainly count on me. I will even go and see if anybody else from other houses might wish to help. Feel free to invite anyone you see fit, Edelgard said, smiling. For example, a certain blue-haired girl. Dmitri's face turned bright red. I mean. Certainly, you understand that. Perhaps I could invite her for you. He stopped babbling. Why, yeah, I couldn't ask you to perhaps. Yes, perhaps that is for the best. Oh, come on, Dmitri, Edelgard said, playfully nudging him in the side. Asking her to a party is much less daunting than kissing her, and you've already done that. Dmitri dropped the wet bedsheets he'd been trying to pin to the clothesline. You said you hadn't seen anything, he gasped, the color draining from his face. I'm sorry. I may have seen a little bit. I won't tell anyone. Please do not. Dmitri picked up the sheet and hung it. There. I shall tell her myself the next time I see her. And I shall tell Hilda I need her help the next time I see her. Thank you, Edelgard said. You don't know how much this means to me. I just hope it'll lift Annette's spirits. The two of them finished their work and left the sheets and linens to dry. When their task was done, they headed out. The rest of the day, like most Saturdays, would be free time to do whatever one pleased, just as Sundays typically were, but most students were finding time to study. Edelgard and Dmitri passed by the archery range and saw Didu outside with Bernadetta and Ignatz, and to their surprise, Gilbert was there as well, and on bended knee with his head bowed. A sullen knight stood at his side, arms crossed and head bowed. As they drew closer, they could see that Didu bore a black and purplish bruise blossoming around his left eye. I take full responsibility for this, Didu, Gilbert said. I will see to it that he is disciplined appropriately for his behavior. Didu. What happened? Dmitri asked, picking up the pace and trotting toward them. Are you all right? I am fine, Your Highness, Didu told him. You need not worry about me. He looked down at Gilbert. Sir, perhaps you should stand. It would not do to see your men prostrating yourself before the likes of me. What happened? Edelgard asked. It was one of my men, Your Highness, Gilbert said, rising to his feet and turning to face her and Dmitri. He gestured to the sullen knight standing off to his side. He lost his temper when he saw your retainer in the archery range. I know that it is reprehensible behavior for a knight of Syros. I bear full responsibility for failing to impart to him this lesson. Dmitri looked at the knight, his eyes narrowing and lip curling in disgust. You are from the kingdom, are you not? He asked. The knight lifted his eyes to meet Dmitri's icy gaze. His face had gone pale. Why yes, sir. I was a squire to Sir Richter of the Frildarius Knights before enlisting in the Knights of Syros. Whatever bravado he may have possessed that had made him feel free to assault Didu had fled from him. Edelgard could see his hands starting to tremble. What is your name? Elric Reiner Gideon, sir, of H. House Gideon. To lay hands on my retainer, Sir Elric, is akin to laying hands on me, Dmitri said to him. Your Highness, Gilbert interjected, the burden of his discipline is my own to bear. I am sure you have better things to do. Gilbert, go tend to your daughter, I will deal with this man. To lay hands on my retainer, Dmitri repeated, his voice rising with his temper, is akin to laying hands on me. Would you do such a thing? And no, sir. But the knight glanced at Didu. But he is what? He paused, his jaw agape. And nothing, your highness. He is nothing. That's not what I meant. Dmitri's gloved hand shot out and clamped down on the knight's throat, lifting him off the ground. The knight's feet dangled, the tips of his boots barely brushing against the snow. He gasped for breath and gagged as Dmitri's fingers dug into his throat and sealed his windpipe shut. Ignatz and Bernadetta shouted out in surprise. Your Highness! Gilbert exclaimed. Edelgard laid a hand on Dmitri's shoulder. Careful, she cautioned him. The next time you so much as speak a harsh word to Didu, Dmitri hissed at the knight, know that you will be spitting in the face of your king. I will see you expelled from your house and exiled from my kingdom, provided I allow you to live at all. Do you understand? The knight let out a pitiful gurgle, his face turning red and lips turning blue, and frantically nodded. Dmitri dropped him to the ground. He fell in a crumpled heap, coughing out stale air and panting for breath. You aspire to be a knight of Syros, then be careful not to choke on your aspirations. Get out of my sight. Sir Gilbert, you may do as you please with him now. Gilbert nodded and pulled the sputtering knight to his feet, herding him away. That was unnecessary, your highness, Didu said to Dmitri. Dmitri shook his head, as though to shake the bloodlust from his mind the way a dog would shake water off its fur. It was wholly and entirely necessary. I cannot allow anybody under my rule to believe you can be mistreated in any way. It was only a bruise. I have endured far worse. Didu is right, Edelgard said. You know you struggle with your strength sometimes, Dmitri. You could have snapped that man's neck on accident. And it would have been an accident well deserved. He took a deep breath to purge the bloodlust from his mind, then another, as the angry red that tinged his face softened to a calmer complexion. He looked over Ignatz and Bernadetta, who were both staring at him in shock. I'm sorry. Are you two all right? Bernadetta vehemently shook her head. No, no, I'm fine. We're just glad Gilbert was passing by, Ignatz said. I know I should have done something, but it just happened so fast. Didu, are you sure you're all right? I don't know how you put up with that kind of abuse, doesn't it hurt? I have learned not to mind it, Didu said. He brushed snow off his shoulders. I will be in the greenhouse, he said, looking directly at Edelgard as though to say, and you will be, too. Well, if you will be all right, I have a seminar to attend, Dmitri said, as pleasantly as though he hadn't just came close to crushing a man's throat with one hand. He patted Didu on the shoulder. Take care, my friend. I shall. I do not wish for you to worry about me. While Dmitri and the other students went their separate ways, Edelgard followed Didu to the greenhouse, where the two of them busied themselves with tending to Ash's little herb garden in back. Since Ash's death it had continued to flourish, tended to by both Didu and Bernadetta, and Didu used its bounty often in his cooking. A shame you couldn't have just done as you pleased to that man back there, Edelgard said while they worked. It would have been easy for you to dispose of him, wouldn't it? It would have. But for a knight to be so much as bruised by a belligerent Duskyrite would be bad optics. Sometimes it is best to endure in silence and bide your time until you can strike with impunity. Ah, vengeance. Justice. Edelgard watched Didu collect a few mushrooms and a couple stalks of lemongrass, setting them aside, and recalled his talk of fungus. Of invisible networks spread out for miles under the earth, silent, waiting, impossible to eradicate no matter how many of its protrusions into the surface one rooted out. I can tell that Dmitri cares very deeply for you, she said. Yes. And I him. Then why not tell him the truth about Thales? Wouldn't it be better to bring him into the loop? He could be a powerful asset to us if he were fully on our side. Didu shook his head. The reasons are twofold. First is for his own health. For all his strength, His Majesty is a fragile man. To him, Rodrigue Frildarius is his hero, the man who delivered him from a life of pain and bondage. He is also the only thing akin to a father he has left. The myth of Rodrigue the Savior is his guiding light. You were not here to see the fury he flew into after Remire, when for a short time he lost that light. The truth would break him. Edelgard recalled that fury, though Dido couldn't know that. The truth was that Rodrigue was indeed Dimitri's guiding light, but he had other lights now, ones that could keep leading him onward even if one of them were extinguished. Byleth, for one, and herself. I still think it's unwise to hide it. If you truly care about him, you need to have faith that Dimitri will be stronger than you think. That is what Edelgard would say, if she were still among us. She couldn't quite place Dido's expression. Did he suspect her? I do like to stay in character, she said, hoping that would quell any suspicions he might have of her. The second reason is because we will need Thales until we do not, and Thales likewise needs his majesty, Dido explained. The people of Faerghus are guided by two things. First, their love and devotion to House Bladdid. Simply by his name alone his majesty commands loyalty and respect among the common people. Second, their faith in the Church of Syros and the goddess. It was the archbishop of the time who ensured the kingdom's freedom from the empire. The people of Faerghus will never turn against their faith without a king to replace it. I see. Thales needs Dimitri to be their surrogate Saint Syros. If he turns against Thales, so too will the people. Yes. And Thales would have no way to lead Faerghus against the Immaculate One without him. Our only option is to wait to reveal the truth to him until we are in a position of strength. You mean after you've used us and him to destroy the church? Yes, he said. But more than that. Oh. The nobility as well must be destroyed. Though your people may have delighted in the opportunity the tragedy of Duscur provided them to turn his majesty and myself into their weapons, it was not of their design. It was the greed of House Clymen, which desired our mineral wealth, and other noble houses which feared the extent of King Lambert's reforms and conspired to solve both of their problems at once. All through Fodlan, the nobility oppress and exploit on a foundation of divine mandates. You want to destroy the aristocracy? Yes. Well, I don't care what more you do to this world, as long as you help us get rid of Thales, she said. If only she could have been free to be herself. She knew the passion that burned into his heart like a blacksmith's forge, the desire to twist the wicked plots of those who slither in the dark into a hammer and anvil that would shape Fodlan into a freer, more equal world. But I understand now. I suppose for the time being, Dimitri must remain ignorant. Still, though, this was a different situation, and with Operation Antediluvian looming over her head she still wondered if allying with those who slither in the dark for too long, even if only temporarily, would lead to disaster on a scale only someone like Suthes could fully conceive. She would have to consult with Vul to see if informing Dido of Thales' true plans might alter his priorities. At the very least, she now understood that revealing the truth to Dimitri might foil Thales' plans as much as blowing up a dozen research facilities would. I am glad you understand, he said. He set his collected herbs into a small basket and held it in the crook of his elbow, rising to his feet. I will use these herbs in a lentil soup for Annette. I hope it will lift her spirits. Edelgard followed him up. But it still hurts to lie to him, doesn't it, Dido? It does, Dido said, but I have learned not to mind. And don't you ever feel as though you're using him? As though he were your tool or your weapon? Dido shot her a sour glare. His Majesty has time and time again begged me for an equal partnership between us. It fills him with guilt that I serve him without complaint or question, that I allow him to use me. Nothing I do can dispel this guilt. But I suppose he has nothing to feel guilty about after all, Edelgard said, since you're actually using him just as much as he uses you. As sound as Dido's logic was at face value, she knew what a rationalization sounded like. And she knew that he felt as guilty as his liege, as guilty as she had once felt. That night, she, Vul, and Dido called Thales, meeting in their usual spot at the door to the unused guard tower. Before he began fiddling with the radio, Vul stripped away the guise of Albus Duer and took on the form of Seath once again to make sure Thales still thought his cover was intact. He had to speak in Seath's voice. The radio squealed and squawked and then, slowly, a voice coalesced out of the hissing and buzzing morass. Thales' voice emerged, A sharp and barking growl made sharper by the tinny and metallic edge of the radio's speaker. "We can hear you, Thales," Voul said. "Can you hear us?" "Yes, Voul." "And who is us?" "Myself, Vipar, and Didu." "Good. Now, what can the three of you tell me about Research Facility Tau?" Voul shared an almost guilty look between Edelgard and Didu. "Little, unfortunately, sir. I believe the activation of the gate triggered a shockwave that detonated the Semtex." "So you are saying the facility was destroyed?" Voul and Edelgard both flinched. Edelgard knew that tone of voice. "Regrettably, yes," Voul answered, and all of Castle Gaspard along with it. "It was only by sheer luck that we, the Death Knight included, escaped before the explosion." "Fucking incompetence. Ignoramuses. Buffoons. Do you have any idea how long this has set us back?" Voul smiled enough for his lips to part and show teeth, and Edelgard feared he might sound too happy if he answered, so she interjected. "Not long, I hope," she said. "Wait your turn, Vipar," Thales snarled. "Yes, sir," Edelgard blurted out reflexively. "I can only assume that there was some kind of oversight error," Voul said. "Perhaps the explosives were kept too close to the gate." Thales let out a frustrated sigh. "If it is any consolation, the three of us made certain that nobody discovered the facility's existence, while it did exist," Voul added. "And I think it is likely that the explosion destroyed all of the equipment within beyond recognition. Nothing in there can be traced back to us." "I will have words with Myson for this," Thales hissed through a clenched jaw and gritted teeth. "I hope he managed to escape," Voul said. "I am not aware of anybody within the facility who survived, though the explosion was likely far too sudden." "Humph. I presume all data gathered since the last status report has been lost as well." "Well, Voul, any more bad news to report?" "The Death Knight's identity has been revealed." "I could care less. Hopefully it has given the Fell Stars brats something to cry about." "Oh, it has," Edelgard said. "In other good news, Nemtera's pet is dead. I tricked the Knights of Ceros themselves into slaying her." "What did I say about waiting your turn?" Thales snapped. "You forget yourself, Vipar. Perhaps spending too much time disguised as Edelgard von Hresvelg has made her arrogant insolence rub off on you." "Certainly not, sir," she said. "I merely thought you could use some good news. I am a patient man." "Voul, discipline her." Voul was taken aback. "Here, sir." "Yes. Let me hear it. If she screams, others may hear it. Then see to it she doesn't." Edelgard's blood ran cold. Before she could react, she felt Didu's hand clamp around her mouth and stuff something, a rag or a glove, perhaps into it to gag her. At the same time, she felt Voul's hand find the little finger on her left hand and give it a sudden, sharp, savage twist. There was a snap, sickeningly sharp and sickeningly wet. A wave of white-hot pain sharp as knives rushed from the finger to her hand, up her arm, from shoulder to shoulder, to the top of her head and the tips of her toes. A muffled scream struggled to fight its way to no avail through the gag, tears sprang to her eyes. She stumbled as her legs gave out and her knees buckled, struggling to right herself as Didu's grip held her in place. She was certain her original body had a higher pain tolerance than this one, she thought, blinking away tears and gasping for breath. She'd broken a finger before in her world and it had never hurt like this. Didu pulled the gag out of her mouth and let her fall to her knees. She took a shuddering breath and tried to exhale only for a pathetic sound to escape her lips instead, halfway between a whine and a sob, as she clasped her broken finger and felt the sharp pain morph to a throbbing ache that was no less intense. Her hand shook uncontrollably. She could hear Thales laughing at her. "Ah, Vipar. I feel better already," he purred, euphoric. "You have no idea how pleasing it is to hear that sound, in her voice. It's been so long." His cackling stung her ears. "Voul, now that my mood is improved, do continue. What have you learned of the Church of Ceros operations since your last report?" Voul spoke to Thales and rattled off a list of false but plausible information. Edelgard could barely make sense of his words. Her ears rang and her eyes stung, the one that always bothered her in particular as though she'd had a thumb jammed into it. Dida knelt down at her side, remaining perfectly silent, and swept up a handful of snow from the ground, compressing it in his fist. He took her injured hand and pressed the snow against the broken finger. Through the veil of tears that made the world seem like a watercolor painting with water spilled all over it, it was difficult to see any emotion on his face, but his touch was soft and sympathetic. Eventually, Vuul finished his report. Dida rose up to give his report next, and when he stood up, Vuul lowered himself down to his knees beside Edelgard and cupped his hands over her hand. Her breath was still heavy and ragged, and she wondered if she was breathing hard enough and loudly enough that Thales could still hear her. She fought to push the pain aside, choke it all down, the way she was used to doing it. The pain slowly began to fade, and at last she took a deep, filling, and unimpeded breath of cold night air. It seems, Dida concluded, that some of His Majesty's classmates are growing suspicious of him. The Death Knight's revelation, for as much harm it has done them, has also made them question the Hurricane King's identity. Then make them unsuspicious. Do whatever will be necessary to remove their concern. Wear the suit and unmask yourself before their eyes if you must. We cannot allow the Hurricane King's identity to be revealed until the time is right. I understand, sir. Now, I would ask Vipar to give her report, but I can tell from her whimpering that she is in no condition to deliver it. Vuul, Didu, I assume the two of you between yourselves have more than accounted for whatever she would have to say. Yes, sir. Dida said. Yes, sir, Vuul said, still kneeling at Edelgard's side. Then you are all three dismissed. Vuul, see to it your protégé behaves herself this time. Yes, sir, he said. He stood up and turned off the radio, letting it sit inert, and then adjusted his disguise so that he was no longer mimicking Seath. He let out a relieved sigh, then returned to Edelgard's side and helped her to her feet. I'm sorry, Edelgard, Thales likes a show. You played your part beautifully. She dried her eyes on her sleeve. I wasn't acting, she said. But I'll take the compliment nevertheless. Let me take another look at your finger, he said, taking her left hand. He cupped his hands around it and channeled a weak spark of white magic through it, dulling what remained of the pain. Edelgard felt fractured bones realign before a prickly wave of numbness surged through the broken finger. I didn't know you knew healing spells, she said. Barely, he said. Not a bad skill to pick up, and of course, I had 400 years to learn it, which goes to show how little aptitude I have for the subject. He let go of her hand. It's still broken, but it's a minor fracture now. You'll need to go to Professor Manuela in the morning. Say you banged it in a drawer or fell on it wrong or something. She took a deep breath and exhaled, as though she could expel the last few dregs of the pain along with her breath. I'm going to kill Thales. Just because you're a princess doesn't entitle you to skip to the front of the line, Vuul said, a relieved smile on his face. Now let's get back to our beds before we all freeze. Over the next few days, the Blue Lions, with Hilda's help, planned out their surprise party for Annette. Ferdinand and Lawrence insisted on assisting, on the grounds that to entertain esteemed guests was part and parcel of a noble's duties. It seemed that if Hilda had internalized one positive lesson from her time at Garreg Mach, it had been that many hands made light work. In other words, she was the perfect manager, turning compulsive delegation from a simple character vice to something as artful and sophisticated as Felix's sword play. Wednesday night was, perhaps, an unusual time for a party, but the class had decided that it would just make it even more of a surprise. Edelgard appointed herself in charge of bringing Annette to the common room when the time came, and once everyone had had their supper and retired for the night, the time had come. She did not, though, find Annette in her room. Nor did she find her in the library, one of her common haunts. Mystified and, if she were being honest, a little worried, she combed the monastery's grounds, eventually hearing a tip from one of the knights that someone had seen Annette heading for the training hall after supper. As she approached the hall, she heard an ear-splitting scream from within and the sound of training gauntlets utterly pulverizing a training dummy. Casper! Her ears ringing, she entered the training hall. There stood Casper, bare from the waist up save for a pair of gauntlets and glistening with sweat, looming over a pile of straw and burlap that had once been a dummy. Balthus loomed over him while Annette stood by. Your battle cry is your own name? Balthus asked him, crossing his arms. Yeah, Casper said, panting. Cool, isn't it? Cool. Balthus furrowed his brow. Cool? I'll tell you what it is, it's fucking awesome is what it is. Hell yeah. You know, Ferdinand and Hubert sometimes get on my case about the whole thing, they say it gives away my position, or something like that. What do they know? Kid, I think you've got what it takes to be the prince of grappling. Really? Hell yeah. Alright, Annette, your turn. Let's see what you got. Annette stepped forward, dragging a replacement dummy for the one Casper had punched into oblivion. Do I have to take my blouse off? She asked, staring at Casper. If it helps, Balthus said with a shrug. Edelgard cleared her throat. Excuse me, she announced. Oh, hi, Edelgard, Annette said, waving at her. Sorry, I was just finishing up a lesson with Balthus and Casper here. I'll be with you in a moment. She screamed and punched the dummy in the chest. No, 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 Balthus said, shaking his head. That's not a war cry. It's gotta come from the diaphragm. Like you're singing. See, here's an example. Edelgard's ears popped. Balthus drew his fist out of the hole it had bored in the dummy's torso. There you go. Deep breath, let it out, and let ER rip. Are you a professor here now, Balthus? Edelgard asked him as the ringing in her ears subsided. Nah, he grinned. This is for the love of the game. Well, perhaps you should consider getting paid for your work, if you love it so much. I'm sure Seath would put in a good word for you. Not interested. See, any money I make her would just go toward my debt. Isn't that all the more reason to take a job? He laughed. Job? Nah, princess, that's indentured servitude. It's just slavery with extra steps. Edelgard thought about a rebuttal, but decided it wasn't worth it. She could tell that Balthus was a very frustrating man and resolved to continue keeping her distance from him for her sanity's sake. All right, here goes. Annette said, and with a powerful war cry she embedded her gauntleted fist in the dummy. Balthus and Casper both clapped. All right, Annette said, stripping off her training gauntlets, so what's up, Edelgard? It's getting late, Edelgard said, so I just thought I'd find you and escort you back to the dormitories. Ah, you're so sweet. Thanks, Edelgard, Annette chirped, skipping to her side as best she could. Edelgard could tell, if the sweat soaking her uniform wasn't enough, that she was exhausted. But you don't need to worry about me. I was actually thinking of spending another hour or so here to practice some more of Balthus' grappling techniques. Casper snickered. Edelgard probably just wants to get you back quickly so she can head off to that party. Party? Balthus asked. You knew about that? Edelgard asked. Casper shrugged. Yeah. Raphael said I could come along if I wanted. But tonight's a training night, so I can't make it anyway. You can just go on without me, Annette said. I don't want you missing the party just because you wanted to walk me home. Did any of you not know about the party? Balthus raised his hand. Can I come? Yeah, I got booze there. Yes and no, she said. He lost interest immediately. It's okay, Annette insisted. I mean, no one invited me to it anyway, so I figured I'd just work through the night. That's not. Edelgard sighed and rested her face in her palms. Annette. You weren't invited because it was a surprise party for you. Ah, that's so sweet of you. Annette cooed. What did you think when Hilda told you to come to the Blue Lion's common room after supper? When she what? Didn't she? I haven't seen her all day. Edelgard groaned. One thing. We told Hilda to take point on one thing. All right, Annette, let's go. Maybe I should freshen up and use the bathhouse first. I'm kinda stinky. Oh, but I don't wanna keep the class waiting. Okay, you win. Let's go. The two of them set out against the twilit grounds, crossing the courtyard and the lawn to the house common rooms. Merry, warm lights glowed within the windows to the Blue Lion's class as they approached. I can't believe you put on a whole surprise party for me, Annette said. That's just so nice. She was smiling, and for more than just a few seconds, for the first time since Gaspard. Yes, well, do try to act shocked when we step inside, Edelgard said. They stepped inside. A welcome chorus greeted them, although Edelgard was sure some of the guests outside the house hadn't been told what the party was about because she distinctly heard a few cheers of "Happy Birthday, Annette," mingled with surprise. The desks and benches had all been pushed off to the side, the blackboard and professor's podium stood in the back, leaving a wide-open space for the guests to mingle. An assortment of teacups, tea bags, and a tea kettle stood on one of the desks, platters of candies, pastries, other tiny dessert foods, and a few casks of cider and wine occupied a few others. Colorful banners arced under the ceiling. All of the Blue Lions, Byleth included, were there, along with Ferdinand and Hubert, Lawrence, Hilda, Marianne, Dorothea, and Petra, and Edelgard's siblings. It was, to say the least, a bit cramped. Annette clapped her hands to her cheeks. Oh my gosh! You guys! You're the best! I can't believe you'd do all this for me. I'm so surprised. I had no idea you were doing all of this for me. Felix laughed. Come on. You didn't really think we were having a party and wouldn't invite you to it, did you? She giggled sheepishly as Edelgard herded her inside and closed the door behind the two of them. Yeah, I kinda did, actually. Bernadetta approached the two of them, winding through the crowd and taking one of the platters of sweets from the desks on her way to present it to them. Pascal stood beside her, anxiously teetering in place. Ferdinand, Pascal, and I made treats, she squeaked, thrusting the platter in front of Annette. There were at least 3 different kinds of cookies there, and a few jelly-filled pastries bought from the town baker as well. Why you can, try one if you'd like. Annette took one of the cookies, studied it like a jeweler appraising a diamond, and took a bite. Bernadetta waited with bated breath for her response. Is that nutmeg? It's Bernie's special secret baking ingredient, Bernadetta said coyly, relaxing a bit. It's nutmeg, Pascal said. He looked to Bernadetta's forlorn face. Oh, sorry. I was taught it's not proper to lie to a girl. Sylvain patted him on the shoulder. Poor Prince Pascal. You've got a lot to learn about girls. Yes, Sylvain, Ingrid said, pulling him back into the crowd, but not from you. The students' revelry lasted well into the night. Though the room was a bit cramped, there was room enough for dancing, never more than one pair at a time, though, and eventually, once again Annette managed to coax Felix onto the dance floor. All night, the warm and genuine smile never left her face. Edelgard wondered if she'd ever enjoyed a party she hadn't had a hand in organizing before. As she watched Dimitri take to the dance floor with Marianne after some very forceful goading by Sylvain, Edelgard stood next to Ingrid, both of them sipping on glasses of wine. Would you like the next dance? She asked her. Ingrid smiled, but sucked air through her teeth. I think I'll pass for now. If you don't mind. It's not that I don't think you can behave yourself, but I just don't think I'm ready for it. Maybe you could ask Hilda? She seems to be in a good mood. She nibbled on one of the last few remaining cookies Bernadetta had made. They went faster than any of the other treats. These are good. Bernadetta never told me she could bake. All those hobbies she picked up while hiding from her father. Well, I suppose we can forego the dance, Edelgard said. Deep down, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She took a sip of wine. Why don't you ask Professor Byleth? Don't you like her? She spat the wine out. It stained the front of her blouse. She didn't look forward to having to clean that stain. Wine was almost as hard to get out as blood. What gave you the idea? What didn't? Ever since I found out you preferred women, I could see the way you looked at her. Are you drunk, Ingrid? No more so than you, Edelgard. Hilda slipped past them on her way to get more wine from the nearest unemptied cask. And yet she still won't dance with you. Ouch. Ingrid took a sip of her wine. This is really nice. I'm glad we could put this whole thing together, she said, surveying the festivities. Annette looks great. And really, I think we all needed this. It's certainly a welcome change of pace from either pressing our noses to the grindstone or running from one end of Fodlan to another, encountering trauma after trauma. Edelgard giggled, probably from the wine. Even straight-laced, uptight sticks in the mud like us still need a day from time to time when we can gorge ourselves on sweets. Ingrid laughed. That's true. I usually prefer to gorge myself on more nutritious food, but this isn't so bad. Really, though, I've been worried these past few days. I got a letter from my brothers last weekend. They say father still hasn't arrived back home yet. I suppose it's too early to start worrying, but I can't help myself. If he'd been summoned elsewhere for some unexpected business, he'd have sent a letter ahead. If he'd been captured by bandits, they'd have sent out a ransom letter by now. Edelgard put an arm around her waist to comfort her. Perhaps you think, given our class track record, it might be easier to assume the worst right away. I suppose so, Ingrid said, not objecting to the weight of Edelgard's arm curling around her back. She shook her head. But when have I ever done things the easy way? That's probably what you were just about to say, wasn't it? She asked with an uneasy smile. Edelgard took a deep, nervous breath. You're right, Ingrid, she said, feeling absolutely wretched. Don't lose hope just yet. Eventually, the party wound down and guests started to trickle out, and likewise one by one Ferdinand and Lorenz's precious stockpiles of fine tea vanished, the mountains of sweets laden on the platters dwindled away to molehills, and the casks of wine and cider grew empty. It must have been past midnight when the party came to the end the proverbial witching hour and the guests filtered out of the room, leaving the Blue Lions to collect the casks and plates and other bric-a-brac and reorganize the room. The euphoric, electric atmosphere that had pervaded the room was fading fast and welcoming in its place a lonely and tired sense of melancholy that crept in like cold working its way into a drafty room. Soon the magic would wear off and the Blue Lions' classroom would be a place of learning once more. Despite clear signs of fatigue, Annette insisted on helping and had to be held back by Felix and made to watch while the rest of the students and Byleth did all the work. Eventually, the last of the lamps were snuffed out and the room became as dark as it was cold, lively now as a tomb as the students left it. In the morning they would return, not for revelry but for Byleth's next lecture. Bernadetta let out a long, weary sigh. Phew, that was exhausting. So many people. You did well, dear, Anselm said, offering her a pat on the shoulder. He'd left the party early when Hedwig had gotten tired to take her and Pascal to their room, but had returned to help with cleanup. A blood-curdling scream split the night air, flying above them like the terrible cry of a winged demonic beast, before it was suddenly cut short. What was that? Dmitri gasped. Not our problem, Sylvain said. Byleth shook her head. We should see what it is. I think it came from the other side of the courtyard. Under her command, the Blue Lions crossed the courtyard. On the other side was a wrought iron fence, beyond which were the knights' quarters. And impaled on the fence, the sharp black spikes bursting from his throat, mouth, and chest, was a man. The cold white light Byleth had conjured to see by captured in stark relief every detail of the man's face, bloodied and mangled, frozen in a mask of horror and anguish. There was a deep gash in his chest that could not have been caused by a simple fall. This man was thrown onto the fence, she murmured. Ignatz gasped. Oh, goddess. That's the man who attacked Dida last Saturday. That the Knights of Syros, a familiar, deep, artificially modulated voice called out, allow this kind of filth to act as defenders of the Archbishop's so-called virtue, is proof of the wickedness of the Church. Everybody, get back. Byleth called out, ushering her students backward as a caped figure swooped down and planted itself on the ground before them. It rose to its feet and stood over the Blue Lions. The Hurricane King's long midnight blue cloak and silver wolf's pelt fluttered in the frigid winds of witching hour in the middle of the Pegasus moon. His helmet, a snarling wolf's head with jaws gaping wide to reveal an iron mask with a human face, gleamed in the light as did the glaive he wielded, its curved blade stained with blood. Edelgard felt Anselm throw an arm over her chest and stepped forward. You monster! The Hurricane King, I presume? You who seek out and murder the pious and faithful. If Saint Syros has an opposite number, then you, devil among demons, must be him. The Hurricane King laughed. Prince Anselm, handmaiden of the Church. Run along before you taste my steel. Everyone who can't use magic, Byleth ordered, go and find the knights on patrol. We'll hold him down. Will what? Sylvain asked as Anselm summoned a beam of searing white light to strike at the Hurricane King. You, too, Annette. Byleth added, prompting Ingrid and Raphael to grab Annette by the shoulders and carry her away as they fled with Ignatz and Bernadetta. Edelgard readied herself for magic combat. Her little finger on her left hand still ached even though the splint had been removed just the other day, but fortunately for her she could get along well enough without it as very few spells required two hands. She and Sylvain struck the Hurricane King with lashing tongues of flame as Felix conjured crackling bolts of lightning and Anselm and Byleth attacked with black and white magic in equal amounts. Some spells hit, others glanced off the Hurricane King's armor or were parried by his glaive. Pin him down, Byleth ordered. Until the knights arrive. Dimitri and Dedu, though unarmed, had stayed behind probably, Edelgard supposed, so that everyone could see that neither of them could be the Hurricane King's true identity. When the enemy drew too close and the swinging of his glaive came too near, the two of them forced him back with bare fists. The familiar resonance of Dimitri's crest of flames could be felt in every punch he landed. Some of them even connected, throwing the Hurricane King against the fence with enough force to bend the wrought iron bars. The Hurricane King was probably toying with them. Dedu had probably organized all of this under Thale's orders. His movements even felt oddly playful, like a cat toying with a mouse. But the cold wind that whipped around his blade as it swung to and fro felt earnestly and honestly furious and bloodthirsty, and there was no mistaking when it bit into Felix's side and cut a gash in Sylvain's shoulder. At last, one of Edelgard's attacks managed to set alight the furred pelt the Hurricane King wore, forcing him to hurriedly pull it away and throw it off. The distraction was enough for one of Felix's lightning strikes to hit him in the chest, arcs of blue lightning coursing across the metal plates of his armor. The Hurricane King stumbled backward and dropped to one knee. Within the yawning wolf's maw of his helmet, the metal face mask was askew. Behind it, Edelgard thought she could see a sliver of pale skin and indigo hair. Byleth approached the defeated villain, but took a hurried step back as the sound of an approaching projectile cut through the air like an arrow, but 1,000 times larger and heavier. Where she had stood a second earlier, a javelin protruded from the cobblestones, its haft quivering from the force of the impact. A second Hurricane King swooped down in front of the first, grabbing the javelin and yanking it out of the ground with an artful flourish while the first adjusted his mask. "This is getting out of hand," Sylvain grunted, gritting his teeth. "Now there are two of them." "It is time to leave," the second Hurricane King told the first. "Oh, but the night is still young," the first said. A blazing blade cut through the icy air. For a moment, there was a second dawn as Thunderbrand's blade wreathed itself in flame. "Repent from the grave, Hurricane King. In the name of Lady Rhea." Catherine howled, charging at both Hurricane Kings. The first Hurricane King parried the blow with the haft of his glaive, allowing the second to thrust over his shoulder at their common enemy with the javelin. The second Hurricane King laughed. "Do you know if that is even her name? Follow her like a lost dog, you will meet the same fate." Catherine grabbed the javelin as it buried itself in the gap between her armored shoulder and breastplate and snapped its tip off, wrenching the haft from the Hurricane King's grasp. "Professor! Get the students to safety. We've got this." As Byleth led the students away, Edelgard could feel an oddly familiar resonance, a tingle in the air that tickled the back of her neck and ran up and down her spine. She had only ever felt this strange eldritch sensation within two people in this world, Byleth and Dimitri, the only living bearers of the crest of flames. But Byleth and Dimitri were both here, and the resonance of the crest of flames wasn't coming from either of them. The second Hurricane King drove his boot into Catherine's knee with enough force to shatter the armored greave protecting it and bend the joint backward. As she fell, he swatted Thunderbrand from her hand. She drew a dagger from her side and drove it into his thigh up to its hilt. Anselm grabbed Edelgard and pulled her back. More knights are on their way." "Wait," Edelgard said, shrugging him off. It was clear from how many of her fellow students' spells both Hurricane Kings were that they were either extremely strong in the art of magic themselves or possessed especially magic-resistant armor. A skilled spellcaster could hone their defenses, dispelling the brunt of a magical attack through sheer force of will. During the war she had seen Hubert take fireballs to the face at point-blank range without so much as flinching. But there was one spell that cut through such defenses. It just so happened that Anselm had been helping Edelgard learn it. She flung out her hand, concentrated, and felt the magical power well up within her. She felt tendrils of dark magic sprout from her skin, seeping through her sleeve and coiling around her forearm in the twisting bands of a double helix. She felt moonlight burn against her palm, and a beam of silvery light cut through the night. It struck the second Hurricane King before he could bring his gauntleted fists down against Catherine's skull. The beam passed through his armor as though it wasn't even there and struck the first Hurricane King, felling them both. As Gilbert, Eloise, and a platoon of other knights converged on the two Hurricane Kings, Edelgard saw both retreat and slip away into the shadows over her shoulder as Anselm pulled her along. The Blue Lions regrouped in front of the dormitories, all so worn that they could hardly keep themselves upright. "Is your hand all right, Elle?" Anselm asked her as he rushed to heal Felix's injury. "Two Hurricane Kings," Sylvain gasped, panting for breath as Byleth tended to the gash the Hurricane King's glaive had made in his arm. "Saint fucking Indek. How do we know which one is the real one? If either of them even are." "The second one," Byleth answered. "Why, Professor?" Dimitri asked. "Because," she took a deep, pained breath and asked the same question that had been on Edelgard's mind. "Why would the decoy be the only other person in the world with the crest of flames?" Dimitri stared at her as though he had just seen a ghost. Check the description for the links to the author.